Good morning, traders. It's the day, the one for all competition. Who's ready to go ahead and compete together as a team? This is the day when we're together, guys. So we need to work as a team right now. What are we going to do? It seems like the buy the dip is on, but we're pretty far from Friday's action. I'm excited to talk with Michael Noss and take a look at how we're going to get after it in this competition. You guys out there got to let us know how you're looking at things. Hit the comments, hit the chat. Let us know what stock you guys are looking for. It's going to be a hell of a day. The one for all trading competition. Who's going to make 10K with us today? That's the goal. 10K a day, and we can go ahead and beat this competition. Let's get after it, guys. You guys know where you're at. It's Trade the Pool, the one for all trading competition. Let's get after it, traders. Hugo wants 200, baby. You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money.
It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at. What's going on, traders? How we doing? I'm excited to go ahead. Let's bring on my man, is it my Batman or my Robin? I'm just calling him Batman today because he's coming in with the call right here. The bat signal was out all weekend as Michael Noss went hunting out there on Twitter. I don't know if you guys follow the man, but he went hunting. The bat signal was out. He said, "Where are those bears out there? I'm ready to go hunting."
I put out what I thought was a fairly benign tweet, and then I like, it's one of those, you tweet, you put your phone down, and I wake up and there's like 110 comments on the tweet, and it got 200,000 impressions. I'm like, and everybody's mad. I'm like,
you did the right thing though. You just learned a nice little hack right there, right?
I just simple tweet. It was a small daily or weekly candle. Put the phone down. Yeah, it came up 200,000 people, most of which are mad at me. Like, of those, you see 100 comments, and Twitter, you think 80 of them are bots, but most of them are actually people. So I'm pumped. It's going to be an interesting market. It looks like we might want to take a shot at all-time highs, and our goal with this challenge is to beat the market. I think that might be a little harder if the market's ripping, right? I think if we do nothing. Yeah. Like, because we're stuck in this range. We've been stuck in this range for a long time. If we continue to be range bound, should be easy.
We might have to do a battle of I don't mind going short, so maybe I just short the range, you long the range. Who knows? Who knows? Because I think it's going to be a little bit of a chop here, guys. And I think that we got to be looking to see what happens. But there will be some stocks that make moves, right? I mean, Palantir is making a lift off today.
All-time
new high.
Yeah.
I'm looking for like maybe an undercut through the 140 just to put that one out there, right? And today is all about teamwork, guys. So we're going to be talking all about setups that are out there for you guys to consider and taking, right? Like always, the same way we do on the show. We can't tell you what to trade, but we can definitely show you what's hot out there, how things are moving, what setups we see in the market, and you guys call some shots out there. Let us know what you guys are looking for, right? Or maybe it's some of these smaller names. You guys know Money Mitch will have some of those up his sleeve too. I got my scanner going, and there's a couple. There's one up this morning. Look at this bad boy. You ready? Up 327%. But that's not all. It was up actually way higher. This was up. Are you ready? Hold on to your pants, guys. This was up 964% just today.
And that's the is that SRM?
That's DWSN. Look at that stock. What an absolute beauty. I'm going to call it a beauty because this is an absolute rocket ride. But look at this. Just look at this chart, man.
Oh. Yeah.
Look from down here to up there. If I just drag it, because I like this, it's like 800% to like 15. And that's if I do it like perfectly, I'm pretty sure it was like 900.
What crypto are they YOLOing? Because that SRM?
I don't know what it was, but hey, alerts on. We're back at the 9 EMA. This is a good area to look for. $6. We'll see what happens, right? This is looking good already. You see how you're starting to get double bottoms, and then you attempted to break it here? That's looking good, because what is that showing me? Buyers are willing to start stepping back in here. Because when you start to create these double and bottoming action, that just shows you that someone's willing to buy near the low here. Let's see if that holds towards the market as just another setup. There's plenty of setups in the market. We're going to keep getting after them. We'll keep talking about them. We'll talk overall market here first, but I just wanted to show you guys a nice little quick one, right? Like this is up 300%. And guess what? I also have, boom, up 186, 117, 118, 85, 66. It's going to be a day, guys. It's going to be a day. Get ready. Strap on, guys, because it's going to be a bumpy ride. And we got to help each other, because that's what this competition's all about. And I think this is actually a really interesting perspective, right? Overall in the competition. Let us know what you guys think in the chat. We're going to catch some chat comments here. We'll be talking to you guys throughout the show. So especially all you new guys out there, or maybe just watching for the first time, say hello, because that's what it's all about. Of course, we got some loyal listeners. We'll give some good shout outs morning to Steph out there. And it's going to be good to see some new faces. Joey in the chat, it's good to see you guys. So get ready, guys. You guys should be seeing those accounts showing up. Don't worry. Everyone's going to get trading at 9:30. We'll all be trading together when that bell rings. We'll get after it there. So hang on tight, Rogers. If you don't see it just yet, you'll get it there, man. And like always, you can reach out to our customer service team after that 9:30. If you don't see it there, definitely reach out. It should be there coming right now. I know I got mine just recently, so maybe some are just coming and arriving. So hang on, guys. I do have that account ready to go. I can even show you guys that account. You guys can see it right on the screen right here. Boom, ready to go. What does that say at the top? $1 million. Yes, indeed, guys. Yes, indeed. Oh, the pinky's up today, guys. We're gonna be battling. All right, guys. So first up, let's just talk about the overall market, right? Because it was a wild ride. And of course, no one likes to see war out there, and definitely a little bit of a shakeup, because Friday we did get some downside action. Of course, throughout the weekend, there was a lot of volatility. Oil was up, then it came down. So those are the types of things that we'll be talking about. Definitely the escalating conflict in the Middle East is shaking up the market. Now the question is, will it actually even be a glimpse in the downside? Because right now we're just not seeing it, and that's going to be an interesting perspective. Of course, we'll see what happens if there's anything that comes out of the straits, right? If there's some shipping that we need to be concerned about for oil, that could be something to watch throughout the day. We'll be looking into other action, how gold has rallied. Another thing to take a look at. We'll take a look at some gold. We can take a look at some of the Magnificent Seven, right? This morning, tech stocks up pretty big. Tesla, 2%. Meta, 1%. Palantir, 2.2%, right? So stocks are up this morning, and it's all things to talk about. So these are all great things, and we'll just keep going through it. We do this thing on our show every single day, guys. We call it the Sunrise Report. We're going to go through a little bit of a rough one right now, just a quick summary. But I just want you guys to show and understand what we do every single day on this show. All right, guys, I do want to tell you what's ahead, right? And what's ahead is very important to watch for. This week is all about what? The FOMC, of course. On Wednesday, we'll be making another interest rate decision. And we all know how Trump has been urging for that cut, right? Well, of course, rising oil prices are likely to delay any easing, right? If he even had any indication of talking about potential cuts going, well, this oil situation, yeah, that's going to pretty much ruin it, right? And so I think that's what you got to be watching now. The key here is just going to be the rhetoric, right? That's what we're going to be looking at, right? What do they say, right? Because that's what's going to be talked about. It's not necessarily, no one expects a cut. a rate cut here. It's down the line. Another big thing, and you'll be watching traders look at this immediately, is called the dot plot, right? We'll talk more about this when, of course, on Wednesday when we get that, right? And we all know how it works. It's a 2-day meeting. They decide everything on Tuesday, and they get ready for the fireworks on Wednesday. 2 p.m. release, 2:30, the real fireworks, the conference. All right.
Yeah, what do you think they do on Wednesday? Because they've decided everything on Tuesday. You think they're just like, they got a pool table back there? They're just waiting till 3? Like, just
dude, they're all in the same place. They already have the cocktail reception ready.
Yeah, I'm saying they got the beers going. They're so I always just wondered.
It's not no hardcore cocktails for these guys. They're a little older, so
a little mid julep or something.
Yeah, exactly. Some julep, some seltzers, right? They just sit down and they just relax. I wouldn't be surprised if they just hang out, especially the other guys. They just like kind of have lunch together and just talk about the markets and talk about how they're making money and how everybody else isn't. But that's just how it goes. Hey, I'm sure they talk about Trump also. I'm sure those lunches it would be fun to be at. But hey, we're all going to be watching to see what happens. Let's get into some stock action here because really that's what we'll be watching this week. It's funny. They said a 97% chance for the Fed to keep rates. I would put it at a 99. There's no chance they cut here. Something drastic would have to happen for that to go. All right, let's get to some actual trading action. So on the show, a lot of the times we have, of course, Michael Noss and myself. I do a lot more you would call subjective order execution. Michael here doing a lot more systematic, right? The system essentially letting him know when to enter and when to trade, right? So we're going to go towards different trade setups, and throughout the show, we'll talk more about that. But for all you guys listening in, it's a great example of how there's two different ways. There's not one way to, they say not one way to skin a cat. I don't know where they got that phrase, but I know it catches a lot of people's attention. We'll see what happens here and what we can get into. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look at how the overall market looks. I probably ain't the biggest lead here for this one. We're going to go with Michael's look because he was looking for this market to come back up. What are you seeing in the market, my friend, that's showing you this?
Well, so I went and I can do this real quick. So I went and I just went through here. My setup's a little different today, so we got some cool stuff to show off for the contest.
All right, let's do it.
Yeah, this was the tweet that I was talking about, right? Just got 107 people interested. But so I just said, okay, right? It's our job as traders is to divorce, what's obviously something that nobody wants, right? Which is war. But to say, okay, well, what actually happens when these things happen? So with the beauty of ChatGPT, I just said, okay, give me the dates of the last 5 Middle East conflicts like this, and just tell me the date. I don't need to know any of the events or reasons for it. Just let me see what happened. So we'll go through these charts quickly. So this one was October in 2023, and you can see what happened to the market 4 or 5 days later. Pretty much nothing. We go back to 2016 and September 16th. That was another one, and nothing happened. We went to 2016 on March 11th, and nothing happened. And then August or July in 2006, nothing happened. So the last 5 major events hadn't had any effect on the market at all, right? So you can see these are the last 4 kind of major events like this. So that's the kind of work that you have to do when you're a trader. Instead of focusing on, headline bad, therefore stock market go down, take your time, go through and take a look and see, okay, events, every event has had something that was like it before, right? I talk about it all the time where I say we've had a Trump administration and trade wars. You can go back and look at the charts and see what happened there. So knowing that, then I just got to look technically, knowing that generally speaking, these aren't very impactful on the market. We got to look at what's happening right now in the market. So you take this event that's generally not very impactful, and then you put that with the fact that we are kind of struggling between, say this 96 or 596, which we've talked about a lot, which was the highs back here and the highs back here. And we're pulling back into that now. And we know that this isn't a really super bearish event. So we need to look and say, okay, are we just going to use that as a springboard to go back into the range? And so far, if we take a look at the CFD that trades all night, you can see that's pretty much what's happening. We are erasing pretty much all of the losses that we had for Friday, knowing again that these events, generally speaking, don't affect the overall market, but that doesn't mean they won't affect parts of the market. So we already mentioned oil, so we got to take a look there. Anything oil or oil related, we are selling off quite a bit from here. If we look at just a 30-minute chart, you can see ever since that spike on Friday, it's been kind of drifting lower ever since then. So that being said, when I was doing all my scanning this morning, it got really hard for me to try to figure out what to trade, because nothing's really gapping, nothing's really moving too much. So although it seemed like on the weekend that this would be a crazy volatile day and everything was going to go nuts and we really had to pay attention, looks like the exact opposite thing is true, which is quite often true in the market, in which we could be in for a little bit of a pullback. So just 1 second here. This is something that I'll show you guys soon. This is where we're going to look at what's going on in the contest, but we'll just get this out of here for now and bring back up the charts here. So yeah, we're consolidating, and there's no reason to think that we're going to break just yet. And what I would do, and Mitch already mentioned this, is really watch and really pay attention to looking at the FOMC. So FOMC is on Wednesday. Until then, we have not a lot going on. We have BOJ or Bank of Japan. That's usually pretty impactful because there's the whole carry trade. Spare you guys all the details of that. So Bank of Japan might be a little bit impactful tonight, but until then, nothing. So trade accordingly. And with the contest, that means, in theory, if I'm right and the market's just going to chop around for a number of days, that should make our job easier. Because again, this competition, if you are new here, what we're doing is we are trying to beat the Qs. So we'll take whatever I think the opening print on the Qs is today, and then whatever the closing print is the Qs on Wednesday, and see if we can beat that as a group. And if I'm right, and this is just going to be a choppy, consolidative mess for the next 3 days, it should increase our chances, which means if we make any amount of money, hopefully we'll win the challenge. So that's what I think is going to happen, and that's what I bet is that we're going to get nothing, because that's generally what happens.
Oh, I'm gonna be ready to compete. That's what it's all about, man. Excited to be able to see things, guys. I will let you guys know I'll have access to some trading and be able to look inside the competition. So I'm gonna get that set up. I'm gonna be taking interval looks at that, guys. So we'll do one first after like maybe the 10 minutes to see who has like the best position, who has the worst position, so that maybe Michael and I can go manage those. And then be like, okay, so you're super long this. How do we manage this? Well, we need to be maybe super short this right now, just to try to help him out and be able to bounce back. That's what it's all about. Where is the platform?
You go to tradethepool.com and sign in with whatever email address you signed up for. And there's a little button that says credentials. From there, you can choose the web version. If you're a Mac nerd like me, you can get the downloaded version. You can do your iPhone, your iPad, your smart fridge.
The trader area, right here, guys. All right, so there you guys have it. Of course, get set up before the open if possible. And if you don't stress. Remember, there's so much time to trade. Mm-hmm. So the first thing is, in a competition, it's all about cushion for me. That's the number one thing I want to do. I want to build a daily cushion so I have the ability to do what? Continue to battle, right? Because that's what you want to be doing right now. If you're not battling, you're going to struggle here, right? You want to be able to give yourself the ability to survive at first and then take some home run swings, right?
And then just quickly, I'm going to grab this. And just if you're trading in any app, right? You can see here, I'm on the web version. There's should see a new button up here, right? Trader competition leaderboard. You click on that, it opens up this little guy that I've got down here. Just make that way bigger. And you can start to see, right? we've got, well, look who grabbed the most profitable trader right off the bat before the market opened, right? Wanted his day in the sun there with $6,500 as most profitable trader. You'll be able to see a lot of cool stuff here, like open positions, closed positions. You'll be able to track that right from the app. So yeah, leaderboard right up here by all your trading tools and all that cool stuff, and just hit competition. This will open up for you. A good way to keep an eye on everything without having to leave the app. But we are going to be showing you some cool stuff because we got access to a little bit of some background, so we can see a little bit more in depth of what people are doing. So that'll be cool to see as well. So yeah, grab that if you're not planning on playing along. It might be interesting. I remember I did some of these competitions before, and one of the cool thing about them is kind of doing a lot of your scanning for you, I found, because these people they're going to be trading the most crazy stuff out there, right? So the stuff that's in play, you'll see pop up there. So if you want to take some trades, even in your own personal account, even in your eval account, whatever it is, you can use this as potential scanning tool, because if there's open and closed positions in it, it's going to be in play. I don't think you're going to see a lot of people trading gold in this competition. I think you're going to see people trading stuff that's a little bit more active, a little bit more volatile. So pay attention there. I'll grab you back just so I can switch back over.
Yeah, man, I'm excited, man. I'm excited to have a great day, guys. We're going to be making some money today. That's what it's all about. It's buying the cues, though. Already looking a little tipsy-toppy. What I think is really important is watching like Friday's high action, right? To see if we can just pass that area. So those are things that we want to be kind of taking a look at, right? So that's what I'll be watching for sure, to see if we get back up into that area. If we can get back up into this 532 and get above, yeah, we can start actually kind of lifting off, right? So I'll put a line there and I'll be watching to see right out the gates, do we just go close to that and then reject, right? So that's what I'll be looking at out the gates here. And like always, the key here to me is going to be first just trying to pick the trend and then looking to make some money off of that, right? Whether it be some smaller names or bigger names, it really doesn't matter in this case. Of course, I can take a look at setups that I have out there that I'll be looking at. Of course, we can talk all the different kind of areas like the nuclear trade and things like that, right? Like NNE, to me, perfect setup, right? It's gone up there a couple of times. It's reloading right in the nice area. Could get a lift off to 33. SMR in the same space, already taken off and kind of showing strength this morning, actually away from the 9, showing more strength than NNE and showing how it just wants to continue to lift. CEG could be a nice target as a stock that's expensive, but in this case, it's not expensive for us, right? We got $1 million, guys. So in CEG, I can make a lot of money today for the competition and for us all as a team, right? And so these are nice setups, right? You got NRG that's been starting to make a comeback. So this one went sideways for a while, but I love this sideways action. This is a high tight flag. And with high tight flags, one of the things you're getting is what? At least really measured risk, right? And so as long as we can kind of like start breaking through this, right? Start getting out of this flagging action, right? I'd be looking for this to get back through 160 and start to continue the push. And these are the leaders in the energy game, right? And GEV. So we could take a look at the quantum names. Quantum names are hot right now. QUBT, one of the hottest stocks last week, still holding the action. Could start to get the movement from a leader like IonQ that's actually down right now. So the relative strength in IonQ has been actually weak, right? Maybe we get a flip on this. But yeah, we're going to start taking a look at some questions in the chat. You guys out there, let me know if you guys have any questions out there. And we can even kind of play around a little bit. You guys see some chat comments can come right on the screen here. So you guys keep talking out there. Let us know what you guys are talking about. You guys see the
You guys
chat comments right now.
Yeah, you talked the Donnie phone. Did you hear about that? That's why DJT's in play today.
Oh, the Donnie phone.
They're releasing a phone. So soon you'll be able to. Are you going to rush out to Best Buy and buy your DJT manufactured phone?
I don't know.
Now,
but that might make me trade it.
But how hilarious will it be if this phone is manufactured in China? Just like I know nothing about it other than they're coming out with a phone, but if this phone's made in China, we're living in a simulation. That is the funniest thing that I've heard all week, right? Now, I think I'm going to tease people.
Let us know the stocks. The stocks. I want to see some good stocks right here. This is the chat. You guys let us know. You guys are on the stream now.
I think, let's show this. I think this is legit now because I think people are going crazy already. I don't know the exact total of the trades just yet, but it looks like we are all trading pretty heavily here with a lot of people trading SRM, both long and short. The long is losing and the short is winning a little bit. We've got OP, which is another one, and someone shorted your DWSN that you were talking about just longing there. So we've got some of that going on already. And man, this ticker below here, this is, I believe, every time a trade comes through or an order is created, that's lighting up there. So you can see how fast this thing's moving. So people are trading, and people are trading aggressively right off the open. So can we trade pre-market? I am asking in our chat right now. People are trading pre-market. I don't know if they'll count though, but just showing you guys around. This is kind of the look that we're going to give, where these are all the trades that have taken place. I'm going to take a look, and I think there's just a way to add view totals, show totals, and we can look here. And so far, you guys have lost us $20,000. So congratulations on that. Again, I don't know if these are going to count or if we reset when we go live, but so far the market's done nothing, and we're down 10 grand would only be 0.1%, so that's not that bad.
It's just one person. You know how it is, guys. One guy dragging us $9,000. He's RBNE short, right? So
RBNE, let's take a look.
So that means we need to go RBNE long here and kind of balance out here.
Okay, so you can see many orders getting filled right now. Holy smokes.
Some traders are getting access to their accounts. They're getting happy, guys. 9:30. Let's go, guys. Let's go trading. Let's see what we can do. The market's open. Have fun. Stay safe.
All right. Let's try to make sense of this. We're going to sort this. Everyone's trading Tesla. A lot of traders are coming in and actually shorting Tesla right off the open here. We've got 3 different traders.
What about? All right, so I'm going to be looking around. First up is that DWSN opening down, guys, down to $5 almost. We'll see what happens on that one.
Oh no, someone's short. We got somebody short 15,000 shares from 552.
Okay.
That's not bad.
Where are we seeing the struggle? The struggle's on SRM. This guy is down decently. Let's see if this one comes back. This one's a mover this morning.
Both the long guy now. The long guy's down 8 grand, and the short guy's down 3 grand. So both long and short losing.
I'm gonna try to get the short on that one. I'm gonna try to get the short on that one here, guys, at the 540s if I can get a bounce here.
Oh no, okay. There's somebody. Someone else is short 60,000 shares of SRM. That's helping us. Someone buying Palantir. Ooh, look at this Palantir go right off the gate. Someone's got a nice 7,000 share Palantir position as we rocket right off the gate here. This one looks nice.
All right, guys, I got to show you guys a position right quick. Let me show you guys that. I'm in a position already here. I am short here, 5,000 shares there, trying to balance out here, but I'm getting the squeeze, and our guys are making some money, so we're hedging here.
Yes, the Palantir is doing very well now. I think that's our top winner.
That guy's going to at least get into the green there. There you go. I hedged the trade for us here, and the guy's actually kicking some booty now. Let's see how he does on this SRM trade. You guys can see it here. He's long 70,000 shares there. Oh, look at the flip. Look at the flip there from the 580s. Wow, what a crazy trade. That's SRM, guys. I'm sorry about that.
SRM,
this is a crazy day, guys. Let's get after it.
So yes, Palantir, whoever's buying Palantir right now is saving us. We've already done 575 orders in the first 2 minutes of trading. So congratulations, everyone. So
all right, guys. This guy is taking a shot here, guys. This guy's long 140,000 shares here. Let's take a look at this trade here because I think this is gonna matter a lot on this SRM here, guys. He's up big. He's up 16,000 for us. Let's see how he does here. He's taking a shot here, guys. I'm having fun just watching other traders trade. Let's see how he trades here, guys. That's his position. He was green there for a second. I might have put a break even on that 588, but he's still hanging in there. I think he has 100,000 shares here at like 570. So
I'll just remind everyone there are commissions on these
140,000. There he goes. He ripping the 630s though. He's up big here. He just cashed it. That's my boy cashing for us. He cashed it there, man.
Palantir.
Look at that money made. $77,000. Shout out to that boy. Shout out to All for One ending in 492. Shout out to you. Shout out to you, my friend. What a trade, man.
Amount of trading going on here is just
all right.
We're
gonna have to manage over here. SONM. That's where we're losing right now.
Yes, he's long 600,000 shares, and this guy is
all right. So that's who we got to manage. SON. All right, so let's go managing that. Let's do it. Let's see what I can come up with.
No, I think he covered. I think he's out.
SONM.
Yeah, he's out. So the shorts on SRM are what's costing us the most. The best trades, open trades. Palantir and this SRM long. Now, guys, you have already spent $3,000 on commissions so far in the first 5 minutes. So that's open commissions.
Yeah, how's the market doing, man? Qs are doing well. They're actually shooting up a little bit here, guys. Energy leading, basic materials right behind it, utilities. It's a strong day overall. Only healthcare in the red from the open.
This is insanity. So we are down $150,000 unrealized, and we have realized negative $30,000.
Wow.
So far we're down about 200K across the board.
All right, SRM still hanging on there, man. What a trade. I actually got in the red there about $2,500 on that kind of hedge, but our guy made 70K, so we're going to be okay with that. He was down big there for a second. I tried to help him out and at least protect there, and that's the pairs trading sometimes, guys. Hey, it worked out here. What's going on out there, guys? You guys keep throwing up some stocks in the chat. I'm seeing some mention TTWO. You guys keep throwing them up there. Lithium, good support. Okay. Let's take a look at my watch list here to see what's like kind of on the lead. NNE, man. Look at the breakout in NNE. This is on the radar. I am beyond annoyed missing this play. Look at the breakout there. 7-8% out the gates. NNE, guys. This is the thing about, sometimes the competition. I'm going to be a little drawn away from the action. And look at that rip. 2.48 points there. Not a bad rip out in NNE. Another one, AEVA holding well. QBTS ripping here. CF, SMR doing really well. Palantir doing really well. HIMS taking off. TEM looking proppy right now. Pony doing well. ARM, big action. This looks like a breakout city right now as we're getting the first action. We'll see if it's able to hold, but for right now, the first 5-10 minutes out, the market's pretty strong out there. Yeah. What's in the red? RCAT, IonQ, UMAX. So drones don't look that great right now. Archer in the red too. I'd be looking elsewhere. Looks like kind of defensive names and momentum names. Palantir, SMR, small nuclear reactors, things like that.
We are down 69,000 realized. We're up 69,000 realized. Okay, what happened there? Who made a bunch? Let's look. SRM short made $77,000 on a trade. So that's good. So we realize we have switched. We're now up 69,000 realized. We're down 102 unreal. Flat, I'd say, on $1 million account, 30,000, what, 0.3% down. We're doing a little better, guys. Oh, we actually just flipped to positive. We are up $60,000 real, and we are down about $50,000 unreal. People shorting aggressively against that DWSN and doing a pretty good job.
All right, guys, I'm long here. CEG. I got CEG. You guys see the positioned open here, 400 shares. I want to get some more, but I'm trying to look for pullbacks to add, right? The key with the bigger size for me and a bigger stock is to look for a ladder entry, not just looking to buy the high. So I'm trying to build a position in CEG. I think this could have a really big day on the daily. So I'm just looking for pullbacks closer towards the 302s and 304s to add and build up the position there. Big candle out the gates here, and now looking to build on this position. Remember, I talked about how this could be a stock that we could put some bigger money to work and could have a good move. Solar out the gates, doing really well. I'll go to you, Michael, here. I know that you're taking a look at some other ones here. What's maybe a trade idea that you're looking at? Don't worry about the other ones. We'll save them when we need to.
I'm using this, like I talked about, a little bit for a scanner, right? And seeing whether I agree or disagree with other people's trading going on here.
I
because
like it.
They're focusing on this SBET breaking out. And then if we go to my setup, it's actually triggering a little bit here as well. So I might join on my real account and then also on this account on this SBET trade. So I really like the look of this one. Gap down 2 days ago. And now it's just breaking through VWAP here at 1122 after holding the 2-day VWAP. We talked about this a little bit as a setup that I'm looking to build. Pulls back, holds a 2-day VWAP, then breaks through. So I'm just watching this. Got another few minutes left in the candle. And then if we close here, I'm going to go in with my SBET. And I'm just going in like full tilt. So we'll do out like 100,000 shares. Because why not? Now, someone was asking, is there a daily drawdown? No, there's not on this particular setup, right? This is meant to be a bit of a madhouse, and it's meant to say, okay, what can the craziness of the crowd actually do? So I'm risking $52,000 on this particular trade for this competition, and I've taken some in the real account, and it's a simple idea. I'm looking to buy this breakout with a stop at the low of the day. Targets are kind of complicated when it comes to this one. I haven't worked that part of the strategy out yet. But again, this is one that I'm looking at to see. So I'll probably just start taking profits when and if they go. A little bit of a catch up on the competition. Right? You can see SBET is doing very well. That someone else is long $92,000 and they're up 100K doing it. And we're actually doing pretty well. So we're up. Oh, no, never mind. We're up $5,000 real now, but we're up $62,000 unreal. So someone just got stopped out of a pretty large position. With that, that SBET's working out. So this is the trade that I've took. You can see it happening right here. I'm with whoever this guy is who's already taken 92,000. You should be able to see my trade. Who's taken 1 or 2 shares, guys? Come on. There it is. So there's my 50,000 SBET trade right here. You can see currently up or currently down $5,000 on it as this thing continues to move around. I'm looking just to see maybe we're going to challenge this gap fill just a little bit, right? If we got anywhere into the gap at all, that could end up being a wicked trade. So, so far so good. About flat, to be honest, right? After commissions and everything, we're going about flat. Looking at the overall market, not a lot yet, right? I don't expect this to be. Right? Like I mentioned earlier, I would not be surprised if we just spend the next few days kind of digesting this news, chopping around to see what's happening in through here. And you can see that that's pretty much what's happening. A little bit of an opening range pop, and then just some nice sideways consolidation while the market tries to figure out what it wants to do, right? So.
All right, guys, I got out of there of CEG for a small little winner there. We'll see what happened. But I'm just a little bit distracted here. I'm trying to figure out how to come at this the best way. But I might just be starting looking at these smaller caps. They're just the ones making the money right? Let's just be honest. The VIX is dropping fast, so that's one thing I am seeing out there. So traders, things are still looking good on the upside break. We're right on that 532 mark that I talked about in the morning on the Qs. So like we're right there towards Friday's range. We'll see what happens there.
Yeah, I'm just not. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not expecting much of anything now that we're inside this range with FOMC coming up. So I think the kind of the wisdom, I guess you could say, of the crowd here is probably doing the right thing and focusing on these crazy movers, right? SSRM or this SRM, somebody's short 80,000 shares on this. Lot of trading of these crazy ones. Seeing some, Microsofts, Teslas, the standard, but most people seem to be looking on the big accounts, right? Or the crazy guys. Man, now we're up 90,000 real and we're up 75,000 unreal. So we're up almost 200K already, which would be
there's some SBET going on really to the long side, doing really well, and this SRM short really doing well.
I'm not the big SBET guy. I'm the second big SBET guy. There's someone else.
BATL also short side that's doing well.
What's B? I never even heard that. BATL.
And
oil company. Okay.
Leading in cash. We have a guy that's made 115K already.
Damn.
115K in 2 trades. It's on stack on SRM short 140K, and then DWSN buy 120K. Still made money on it. So just goes to show you guys.
Made money even when it's just done this all day. This thing is just collapsed all morning. So congratulations to that person.
Yeah. And it's another guy that's interesting here is this guy's traded a hell of a lot today, guys, and he's made 95,000 today. I'll show you guys him right quick here on the right hand side. You guys can see 97,000 he's made, and he's traded a lot, guys. It's multiple trades. What I like is there's a lot even in the red, and then he bounced back. He just kept trading.
Mm-hmm.
He kept trading, guys. So get after it, guys. We'll see what happens.
Wow.
I'm looking to get trading here. I'm looking to get a stock long. NNE would have been my stock to watch today, man. That stock is a straight monster today. I'm kind of annoyed I'm not swing trading right now because the swing trade account would be looking good.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know me. I bought a whole bunch on Friday. I'm looking at everything up nicely. And just...
it's cashing. Hims going hard. Palantir going hard, guys.
Yeah. Palantir new all-time high. We can't complain there, and really ripping off the open. I saw that come through the competition quite a few times where someone was buying this Palantir just right off the open, just ripping. Certainly no complaints on that. Again, I'm just talking my book. I'm a holder here. This SBET is interesting. So this is the one that I'm in for the competition here, and we're seeing this nice push. Again, held 2-day VWAP, broke through 1-day VWAP, so I picked it up there almost through pre-market high. So if we can get through that, I'm just looking to get some amount into the gap. 2 to 3 times my risk would be great, which would be like 100K. And again, just checking up on everything. We're up 130,000 real, and we've realized 200,000. So we are up $330,000 in 15 minutes. Pretty good, guys, right?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yes, I have heard talk of a new Trump Bitcoin ETF. I don't know why. There's already like 10 of them. It doesn't make sense, but whatever. And I've heard tale of a Solana ETF being either filed for or launched. And it should definitely it should get approved. I don't see why not, right? They've approved Ethereum, they've approved whatever, it is the crime is legal presidency, so why not? Oh, XRP, yeah. Is that live today? Oh, 2 times daily Ripple ETF. That's interesting. Yeah, the Solana ETF is going to be interesting because it's a lot of these other ones can do some futures hedgings and things like that, but I I don't know. They made Jimmy Carter sell his peanut farm. That's hilarious. So yeah, so I'm still just trading this SBET. That's an interesting one. Just watching this competition. I'm not talking too much about the robot trades because we're focused here. We got this crazy competition going on for 3 days. So I'm really interested to see, again, 1,000 trades. So you guys are going insane. 122,000 net, and then 130,000 real. So we're knocking on the door of 300K or 30% gain. So this BTAL was this was super interesting. So this is oil and gas. I'd never heard of this. So this would be your ultimate fade for if you thought that, the move in oil based off the recent news was a little bit overdone. This BTAL is a very interesting way to potentially fade that. And someone took advantage of that and took a massive, massive position to the other side. So for the person asking about the rules, I think it's one of those things that anything's going to go for the trading. And then what we'll do is when it comes to pick winners, they'll probably go and filter through and make sure rules and everything were made. But, again, remember, this is meant to be insanity, right? This is not, we would never suggest anyone trade real money or a real account in this way. This is meant to be fun. It's meant to be a little bit, I think it's an interesting psychological experiment of just to see if there's the whole thing is like one person can't guess the weight of a cow, but if you have like 1,000 people and then you average those out, it ends up being pretty accurate. So
I'm taking a shot here on CoreWeave, guys. I wasn't able to get over the 10,000 mark, but I am getting a nice little pop here, guys. I'm up about 7K on the first action here. Let's see if this can keep going, start to really rip higher, guys. The fun part is I could go break even if I wanted to right now. We're got up about 7,000. I want to get this through the 151, and we could really get this going here. Let's see if we can get through there. CoreWeave, this is kind of like the support look that we talk about. This is a strategy we talk about all the time where it's cutting through the support. It recovered that 145, right? And now it could just start to climb back, especially on this chart. Could get a nice little trend break through the 150 here and then start really kind of coming back. If I could get to 151 and 152, this would be a really nice gain. Let's see what happens, guys. I'm going to hold on here. See, this could really make the move here. We'll see what happens on CoreWeave.
Do you see the Bank of America thing on CoreWeave?
What happened on Bank of America? What are they? They're trying to kill it?
No, they downgraded CoreWeave, but then they upgraded their price target, which doesn't make any sense to me. But that's just how
everything goes right now.
That's how banks work.
Look at SMR, man. Remember?
Nice rip.
Oh my God! Look at that rip. That's a crazy rip, guys. I'm slightly in the red now, but it's still holding the 9 here. I'm going to look for it to kind of keep pushing up. Was up about 7,000 there at the top here. We'll watch for it to get back up there. Was up about 10 grand. So I'm looking for a bigger trade here. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, SMR would be an interesting one. Let's see if I don't see anyone trading. There's a lot of people trading SRM.
Tesla's coming back. So those Tesla shorts are going to be a little dangerous now.
We have a lot of people long CoreWeave in the challenge.
CoreWeave? Yeah, I'm going through the smaller names, seeing what's on the scanner out there, seeing what's showing up. Not much right now. There was this Sky Q that was out of a halt, but now it's in a down halt. So
someone short 2 shares of Meta. Just
2 shares of Meta.
2 shares. Playing big.
2 shares.
But yes, SRM. I think that might be what we do with this contest, right? So if we like SRM, SMR, sorry, and it's not in there, then put the trade in the competition, right? To diversify a little bit against.
And look at that monster. And then NNE that I talked about could have a good day. It's leading my watch list. So today would have been one of those days that definitely just watch NNE out the gates, and it's just continued. It's up here to 35. Now look at the daily look. Look, that looks beautiful. Beautiful.
The daily chart on NNE looks, way better. SMR is already gone, so SMR is relatively strong on the daily chart. But yeah, that breakout on NNE, I think that's a pretty heavy shorted name too, I think.
That's a pretty move there, man. We'll look for that to continue, man. This is one that I wish I had to swing on at 31s and 32s because I've played this multiple times. Now it could, really start to break the 40s. Really good look there on NNE.
Yeah, so SMR has a 20% short
AMD
float,
having a hell of a day too, just to put in perspective.
and NNE has a 27% short float. So if it starts getting going above that base, there's a lot of people who are positioned very wrongly. So that's an interesting one.
It is. It is indeed. We'll see what happens here. AMD looking really hot today, guys. Look at the daily chart. Look how it came back, stopped a lot of people out, recovering to 9, and now could really get going. I like this AMD chart and the way it's developing on the daily. Whew. NNE now through 35 and continues chugging along. All right, let's go to CoreWeave here. I'm going to go and see if my trade's working. You see how the daily trade is also? It's a flag. So I'm like, if it's going to come back and continue the momentum, let's go. Let's see it really start to push here. All right, we can go looking around in the competition in just a second here, looking around to see if there's anything else making a break for the upside. BRN doesn't look too bad. Could be a break to 3. Let's go looking at this one. BRN. You guys see that setup there for recovery to 3. We'll see what happens. Smaller name. And then E almost at 36 already.
Wow.
Dude, this is a run over. This is a run over breakout. This is a run over gas pedal breakout, guys. Look at this, guys. Now up on CoreWeave. Look how fast it's starting to move to $5,000. Let's see if this really can be a big breakout to kind of join the competition, make us some money. Let's see it. I'm trying, guys. Let's see. Let's see if we can get a little breakout here.
This BATL is still the leader of our profit. It's basically the only thing that's kind of holding us together now.
Yeah, here we'll take a look there.
Right, so we're up 200,000 real, and we are both break even. I'm gonna call, we're both break even. Unreal, and this is holding us up a lot. This BATL. So again, this was kind of a fade on. This was kind of a fade overall on just the whole like oil spiking, right? A little bit of a fade on oil spiking a little bit too much, and some of these crazy small cap oil plays are moving. So this is going to be one to watch. Very, very short, right? And adding short as things go. That's working out the best there. Again, the only trade that I've got on the go right now is this SBET that I've kind of talked about publicly because there's just a little bit going on here, if you haven't noticed. And it's not working out too well. Sorry, my stop is under the 2-day view app, so that would not help out the group here or my own personal kind of funding. Just looking at the S&P 500, we're just continuing to ramp here, right? This is a very bullish day. It makes perfect sense, right? And, again, we talked about this morning how I was on Twitter getting browbeat by a whole bunch of bears out there trying to tell me that this time is different. It's not like all the other times in history, but turns out it is just like all the other times in history. We're pushing up. I think what we got to watch to the upside if we do start to get going is this kind of 605 area, call it 604 to 605.
EWSN coming back.
Yeah, it was the top of these last 3 days. So as we continue to pop up, that's what I'm really keeping my eye on from the S&P 500 side of things. Kind of looking, we're mostly net short across here.
Ooh,
so the fact
EWSN, we'll see if it makes a move. Keep going, my friend.
Yeah, I was just saying we are mostly short across the board, and the market's going up, and we're still making money. So I think that's a positive. Some people trade DWSN, not crazy sizes. So that might be one if you like it. I might add that to the comp, right?
You will see what happens here, guys. I'm starting to see a little slow up here at the top. A lot of candles looking extended here. So watch for pullbacks here to the moving averages. We'll see it.
This BATL just seemed like an amazing way. This really kind of thing highlights the benefit of stock trading, right? The person wanted to make a bet of, instead of, do a bet of the
RGC. Whoa.
Oil, just trading oil itself. He was like, well, man, I'll just trade this crazy low float gapping oil stock. And then if oil collapses, this one will really fall out of bed. So it's a good way to get kind of leverage on a position without just trading the underlying commodity. So I like that. And he's what's keeping us. We're now up 230,000 real and 200 unreal. So we are up almost 50% in less than a half hour on the day. So everyone give yourself a little pat on the back. I'm not helping with my S-bet, but we'll just ignore that.
Hey, at the end of the day, it's the all for one competition, right? It's everybody together, guys. We're all in this. When you make money, we all make money, guys. One team, one account, trading competition. Let's get after it, guys. How you doing in the chat? Let us know. Talk to us. We're here for you. All right, look at this RGC. What about trading this crazy halter right now? This thing's been halting all around, guys, all around. But I don't even know what to talk about this chart. I don't even know how to describe this chart. Have you seen this thing? I think it's going to go in another hole. I just saw it open up, and it's RGC.
Oh,
RGC.
this one is.
It is just opened up, and it just moved $6.
Yeah.
It's into another hole.
This did this before, didn't it?
Yeah, it's just doing it before. It's just like, this is as dash for trash as I've seen things. Be careful out there, guys. It's a crazy day.
Is this another bioscience YOLOing Tron or whatever?
I have no idea here, guys. No idea. I'll be as honest as I can be. I have absolutely no idea.
On that. SPY up 1%, Q's up 1.25%. We even have IWM up 1%. Again, the little guys are starting to
ripping too. HIMS looks good on the daily. That's a cup and handle we've been waiting for. There's the rip higher, now almost to 60 here on the day, and it's been 15-minute candles straight higher.
Yeah. What? Yeah, that's a nice looking daily chart. I know there's a lot of those William O'Neill kind of push there.
Man, crazy stocks also in the penny stock game too. So we'll keep it going, guys. Let's go. Let's get after it. You guys know how these penny stocks work. Once they start going, others start following. Momentum starts following. Here's another one, CRML. I'll put it on the radar. It looks interesting. It's a metals, criticals metals company today.
Yeah, I tried to close the gap a little bit earlier in the day and then just turned and ripped.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting one.
The core weave. Come on, core weave. It's stuck today, man. I just need it to go.
Yeah, hit 2-day view app right there and then paused. The second it got to the 2-day view app.
Pause. Has a pause button, but above 150 could get hot. Let's see it. Let's see it. This is the tough thing, and it's something to think about, right? Like, so like when you're trading with this much size, sometimes what makes sense, I think, is trading like a core position and taking some cash when you're in the green, right? And this is just like thinking about like if I traded with this much size, right? So a lot of times when you get into the green, a lot of the times you're going to also get pullbacks, right? So if you're able to sell the rips and then also reload on the dips, that might be the kind of thing when you're trading with this much size, right? Because it's kind of hard to get it all out at once. So that's why you have algorithmic selling and things like that, where it's selling into levels, right? Selling into levels, kind of repeated action.
So yeah, for the question of how do I check the leaderboard, just in your app, right? There's just a little leaderboard new button should have popped up when you launched today. You click on that, and then you click on the competition. You can check the leaderboard right there inside the app.
Check it, guys. So, check it out.
This S-bet finally starting to work, so that means I'm finally contributing to the cause a little bit. We have realized 272,000, and we are up 500,000. What happened there? Oh, RGC. Is that you?
No, that's not me, but someone went RGC.
Yeah. 15,000 in RGC at 41.
There we go. Let's get it. RGC. Wow. S-bet still cashing almost 100 grand. That person needs to cash out, man.
No, they're probably looking for it to go through highs here.
Yeah, they got 1086 entry with 92,000 shares.
Damn, that's a great entry. That's
Look at that. He's up
right.
over 100 grand.
How many trades can I open at a time until the system starts yelling at you that you are out of
Just
buying
keep
power?
it going. Keep it
Keep
going.
keep it going until you physically can't
Have
open any
fun,
positions anymore,
guys.
right?
Have fun. Have fun. Just
This,
try to risk manage, right? You know, if you need to cut a loser to stay with the winners, that might be the game. All right, let's see where we're struggling.
yeah,
Who's
are we
drowning us? Drowning us is in Sky Q.
Sky
A
Q
short
short?
at
Ooh,
120, guys. We need to manage this one, man.
yeah.
I might need some managing, Michael. I'm gonna have to call the portfolio manager. Uh,
Yeah, I'd keep an eye on it. If it looks like it's going to rip the highs,
he's
maybe in
he's
your
the
account.
reason why our 100,000 in the green is not a green trade, guys. Because regardless if our 100,000 guy loses a little bit, this 75K in the red is going to drag us.
Yeah, the RGC is interesting, but halted again. So that's $78,000 on RGC. So we'll look to see what happens because that's just going to sit there, and that could be nothing. That could be down a whole lot. It could be up a whole lot. We have no idea until this thing opens back up, right? So I'm in this S bet with this guy, so I've got 75,000 shares here of S bet.
I'm trying to hold on for my core weave.
So we'll see because looking like it's trying to go at high. So yeah, I'm up 25K. Not nearly as good of a. I've got about $1 higher than him, but I do like this trade. We talked about this a little bit earlier. This
Killing it.
massive gap down here. And if it just wants to get a little bit into the gap, say like $14, $15 or so, that's just a huge, huge gain. I don't know if the leaderboard will show up on the mobile app, but it does show up on the web app. So depending on what
There
device
we
you're on, you
go.
might want to check that out.
Now we're jumping in the core weave, guys. Core weave, let's go.
Oh yeah, through the 2-day VWAP there. Nice little look.
There you go, guys. Up 15K now.
Just an easy 15K.
Yeah, let's keep it going. I think this can go like 156, guys. If we get to 156, we got ourselves 50K.
Are we gonna double the money? You said, can we beat 10K?
Right?
I guess
I feel like cashing right now, so at least I beat the 10K. I beat the title. Forget the title. I'm gonna have to change the title. I'm gonna have to go 100K.
Yeah. Well, we're up $750,000 right now. So
Hey, I didn't know how much money we'd make, man.
yeah, these
I
guys
just cut ourselves
are
short.
good. Are we gonna double our money? What if we double the money every day for the next 3 days? Oh, and there's a link for the leaderboard that was posted as well. So you can just click on that from in YouTube chat. So if you're looking for that, you can just go to YouTube chat, right?
Let's go, core weave.
It's bet trying desperately. It's just basing at this kind of $12 area. You can see there's definitely a seller there. It's just like hard, like right at 12. Every time it gets to 12, there's just somebody who's got an order out. So we get through that, away we go. And we might have to talk about opening a hedge fund or something, guys, if we double our money every day.
Hey guys, trying to cash some here, guys. Let's see if I can cash them out here. Let's see if I can get it. The order's out there to cash some. You see 6,700. It's right on the offer here. Let's see if I can just cash them out at 152 here. Come on. Come and get me, Poppy. There we go. Should get a fill in just a second here. Boom. Come on. Fill me. Oh, I didn't get the fill. Come on. All right, let's do it another way. There we go. Boom.
A little bit more of a pop.
Cash, guys. Cash there. $12,000 on 3,500 shares. Still have 3,200 shares. So now I can set the stop at 151 and let this just continue to work. right? Because I want to go and make money and secure money for us, showing us a different way, right? Because I think there's some traders just continuing to trade on. I got no problem with that. But I also want to make sure I make 10K, right? I said I'd break 10K. I want to break 10K. I already have 12K and 7,000 secured. What do I mean secured? Look, you guys can see it right here. Boom. You guys see it right on the chart there. Now up 11K on this remaining balance. That means I'm up over 20K on this position. If it can get to 156, I'll take it and run. That's going to be the ladder approach now. And then I can put a trailing stop on this and just let this work. I'm waiting for 153, and then I'm going to trail stop it here. But let's just let this work. Let's see what happens. Good cash on this. Where worst happens, we make 19. Best, we make another 24, being 26,000 on this trade on CoreWeave. Let's go, guys.
Watching SBET really closely, struggling with that $12 again, looking to see if we can get through that $12 area. If we can, then great. I'll probably start to maybe pierce them out. I've got my eyes stuck on this RGC as well, where this thing's going to be halted for a while. We don't know if this guy is going to make a bunch of money for us or kill us entirely until this thing opens. Oh,
I have an update from the man upstairs, as they say. I've been talking to the board and I got the answer, guys. No 10K limit, since we all have our own account. We are open and free with our buying power. Have fun. Stay safe.
Go nuts. So the best bet got through the $12. So we'll see if it can continue to climb here. I've got 75,000 shares, just a small amount. So I'll just sell 25,000 if it continues.
Qs are getting tipsy topsy here, guys. I will mention that, guys. Be careful. VIX is starting to kind of bottom out here. I might play a little bounce. The reason why Qs are going sideways here, we could just at least do a bigger pullback here into the afternoon. We'll see what happens. That 534 mark, that's the concern for me. And I'll show you guys exactly we're running into that. I'm looking at the VIX here, but you see how that was the line I drew in the pre-market. There's a resistance right off of this right here. Now let's see if we start to reject, come back down to the VWAP. Doesn't mean we're breaking down big, but could at least have a pullback. If we hold on to the 9 really quickly, that's what you want to see if you're bulls and you're riding those moves higher. I'm still riding the trade higher, so it's not like I'm cutting it right now, but I'm also on defense now, right? At this point, I'm going to be on defense and just make sure I'm cashing.
Yeah, I'm still in the camp that I think we're going to chop around, right? We're not going to move lower by any means. We're not really going to move higher by a crazy amount. We're just going to consolidate until we get FOMC, because it's obvious that everything that happened on the weekend doesn't really affect the market that much. So everybody who was on your timeline freaking out, make sure you remind them that the market doesn't move based off news. We may move based off the Fed. So, right, the Fed, we need to see what happens. And I wouldn't be surprised if we spend the next 2 days consolidating. So far, if you guys don't mess it up, the Qs would have to double in order to meet our target. So, yeah, just don't, everyone just chill out now, right? We've already won.
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm just keeping an eye and just trying to compete with the competition. Look at RGC now, $53, guys.
Yes,
I started looking at it here, guys. It's already up from where I looked at it, 32%. And it just keeps going into halts almost immediately. Start looking for a stock that follows this pattern. So we're going to start looking for multi-halters. There's my trigger, guys. I'm out of CoreWeave. Doesn't mean that you need to cut yours, but I said, you know what? I'll take it. $16,000 trade. Let's keep trading.
Yeah, we've officially doubled our money in under an hour. So we've made over $1 million in an hour. Congratulations. We're up $763,000 realized. That RGC, the guy exited that on the next halt and made 150K there. And yeah, realized or unrealized, we're up 400,000. So, wow, is that real money? No, no, it's not. This is just a competition.
What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about?
We're having a little fun this week. We're having a competition.
I'm already riding to the Ferrari. I'm already riding to the Ferrari dealership. What are you talking about? I'm gonna tell them I'm in the all for one competition. Do you guys take all for one balance of?
Yeah.
I'll give you a coin from one for all balance coin.
Yeah, just show them the account statement. So don't worry, this is gonna get paid out to me soon. The
Yeah.
the $1 million profit is gonna go.
You see how much money I made today, bro? I make 16 grand on a day.
Getting close to 1.5 million, so 150% gain.
All right, guys. I'm looking around at this SONM. It just pulled back here. It looks interesting here for me. Penny stock game. Let's see if we can make some money here. It doesn't look bad here. I just needed to start getting the recovery there off of the 185s. Wonder if traders are already trading this name, this SONN. Let's see here.
Yes.
Oof, you guys are killing it with those $100,000 trades, guys.
Yeah.
There's some big boy trades out there. A lot in that SRM. That's where the money is right now. You know what I'm going to do? I think we need to start looking for a big short on this thing now. Oh, this is where I think there's shorts on. A lot of traders were long this name. Now we'll start to see. Yeah, there's this trader that was long at 1086 on SBET. That's the SBET trade. Where's that at now? Ooh, still riding higher, man. You still riding that?
I haven't done anything yet. I'm watching. I'm up about 60,000. The guy who's doing way better than me is up about 150. So I'm just chilling out. I'm just gonna let it go. I'm gonna trail
Look at that thing, man.
Trail a stop on it.
Let's take a look at that. SBET.
Right, it's got that big gap in the daily chart, huge gap in the daily chart, actually. That
yeah,
it could, you know.
Yeah, the problem is that that's open air, right? So it's open air, it sucks you in, but it also doesn't have resistance, or you have a level to know when to take profits.
You just trail, right?
Just trail your stop. I think what you do is you use a time frame, an average, right? You can see how we've been holding the 9. You did this first cut down on the VWAP. Since then, you've held the 9 really well. I'd kind of watch that to kind of keep the trend. Let me know if you do get a big candle, because I want to go and maybe short that thing later on in the day. But for right now, that's looking higher and higher. I'd keep watching that short time frame and watching that continue to fly high. Q's holding on there, 534, held that 534, now going towards 534.50s. We'll look to see if that keeps on pushing. GCTK. Seeing some scanner action off of this one up in the $6 spot there, but definitely small. This thing had a split though today, so who knows where this thing can go. Oh, a nice 1 for 60 split.
Oh yeah, and it's only $6 or $5 then. Ooh, so it was 50 cents before. No, 10 cents before. Eesh. Yeah, I can show you guys the leaderboard. 1 second here. So this is right what we see in the back end. So filled orders, even after commission, we've realized over $1 million in profit. You can see the trades coming through here, right? People trading Tesla, SRM, AMD, SPY, Microsoft, whole 9 yards. And $400,000 realized. So we've made $1 million unrealized, or we made $1 million realized, and we've got 400,000 realized, mostly with SBET. This thing's continuing to climb to the downside. This is what I love to see. Look, there's no trade under $100,000 unreal. So people are doing actually a pretty good job of cutting out of things that aren't working, and more importantly, holding on to things that are, right. A lot of positions here in the kind of $100,000 range, right? There's my SBET position and this other guy's. So between the two of us, we're up 200K. And yeah, so we're doing a really good job of managing this risk. And if we go to the filled orders, if we look at it, right, net P&L, we've got a couple trades under 100,000. Those obviously are not ideal. We want to see those higher up, but most of the losers are, $10,000 to $20,000 losers. Then you go up here to the winners, and there's tons of plus 100,000, plus 40,000, plus $50,000 winners. So as a group, again, kind of a pat on the back for everyone, just doing the right thing, right? Just holding on to the guys that are winning, cutting the guys that are losing, and away we go. So super, super interesting. Just a quick back look at the S&P 500. If we go back here to the SPY, at highs, continuing to grind up. Way stronger than I thought, right? And you guys heard me in the morning. I said, listen, I think we're probably going to be a little bit choppy because we've already made the move. They said, nope, we are just ripping.
Nope.
I think there was probably a lot of bears that got a lot short into Friday, right? Probably got trapped into this candle right here. Didn't study history and see that when these events happen, the market doesn't go down, and then gap up and away we go. So we're at 103, we're at 104, 105 or 605, sorry, is the high of this candle right here. So through 605 might be time to challenge. Are we gonna do all-time highs today?
No, definitely not.
I wouldn't say definitely.
I would say definitely not. But hey, we'll see what happens.
One tweet about a finalized signed China trade deal. We are at all-time highs and bears flooding the streets with their tears.
Yeah, I mean, one tweet of nuclear war and we're down to the ground. So,
well, it doesn't matter what the market does there, right?
It wouldn't necessarily mean here. So I mean, the thing is that you can't keep that out of play, though. I think that's one thing that is you still got to be careful here. That's why I'm not swing long in many positions, because I just think it's dangerous when you play these positions around current events. Certain current events, I think I get risk off. But in these day trades right now, I think, yeah, you can be gas pedal as much. But swing trades, I'm still on alert. That's why I'm not opening new ones. But hey, I just feel like there's certain times to protect yourselves, and there's certain times where I think other traders just can hit the gas pedal. But it's to each his own, right? On that risk side.
Yeah, and as someone who ignores the news and just trades off what the market is, one of those times where you're in a very bullish trend, a super bull market, and nearing all-time highs.
67.
As you near all-time highs, those are the gas pedal times, in my opinion. Right? You want to be, if you're not surviving what is just an insane bull market out here, what are you gonna do when the bear market actually comes, right? So we had it here. If you're not buying during the bear market, what are you doing?
NNE almost 36, guys. NNE almost 36 now. That was my top watch of the day. Look at that thing. That's a breakout indeed on the daily.
It's a nice looking daily chart, right? And really tight consolidation in through here. Yep. It looks like
we're due for a pullback at some point.
In that RGC.
I think it's been a lot of momentum here. At some point, I think we got to be careful for at least a little pullback here. It's 10:20 though. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I don't think you can get out of RGC right now. That's what Saeed's saying. I'm in RGC. I don't get it. You don't get out. That's the answer to that.
Just open a stop. Just open a stop. Right? Open a stop. That's what I would do. And open a stop, and then if it does going to trade there, you're going to get out. Especially if you can trade it into the green and just put a stop into the green there.
Yeah. Now the fact that it's halting to the upside is good for you. If it was halting to the downside is where you got to worry. So, so good for you there. SBET continuing to make new highs after new highs, just like the market. I'm going to pair. I think I'm going to take 50,000 of my 75,000 out.
Core Weave coming back to the 151. We'll see if it keeps going. But there's other stocks also ripping. ARM, really good move today. That one's a really nice move in ARM.
So I have contributed. I'll move this right here. I have made.
Took some cash.
I made $50,000 on this SBET. I've got 25,000 shares.
To see, my friend.
I can officially say I contributed to the group here. So. We're up $1.3 million in realized profits, and we are sitting up 500,000 in unrealized. So we're almost up.
This RGC.
I keep saying 200%, but everybody gets $1 million account. So we'd have to actually sit and count how many people are in the competition for an actual percentage gain. But again, we're just being crazy here today, just having a good time, right?
That's all it is, man. Having a good old time. Having a good time.
But to be honest, and this is again, I ran a whole bunch of these competitions.
AMD's ripping, man. AMD.
Oh, the big aspect guy hasn't taken anything. He's now up
He said,
171,000.
I'm not closing this 173,000. This wins me the comp.
Yeah, good.
And this
I think
RGC guy, if this is the guy that we have in the chat, he's up 130K. And he opened it at 54. I looked at this at 40s. He's still up 130K.
no, I think this you can do a little pretty obvious kind of trend line. I'm not a big trend line guy, right? But you can do a pretty obvious little trend line here on this SBET, right? You just connect all these lows in through here, and then you can just say, okay, when it breaks down, when it stops trending higher, you get out. Guys in from 1086. All right. So right now that trend line break would probably sit around 1240. So yeah, let her go, right? Have that good trade. You'll give back a little bit of profits, but that's okay.
I think RGC, did it open up right now? Oh no. It's just halted at the top. That thing is absolutely wild.
What you're probably getting now too is you're getting people
Look
shorting.
at this SKQ position. Look at that one. Nice opening there at 137. He's up 200K, guys. 200K.
It's an easy $600,000 or 600,000 share position.
Oh, I love it. I love it. That SKQ position. I actually love the entry. He waited for the liquidity grab at the 130s. He added in there. Let's see how he got in there. I like to look at this too, guys. How he got in there is what matters there too. So I'm looking into SKQ here. SKQ, right? Limit at 137 all at once, my man. Put it in there at 137. Pop to 180s. SKQ, can it get through there? I think this is looking great for him. This is looking good. This is looking like it wants 2. And if it gets through 2, then my man has 600K probably real soon. 230s. He has 600K coming his way.
Yeah, we're almost knocking on the $2 million. That
one's looking good. I think that one's a join-in trade for me at 150s here. I like it at 150s on the pullback here. One more time, the 150s. It could reload 150s to 145 and then really get going. But that's an interesting looking trade there. Q's still chugging along there. SKQ on the top of my scanner. So that tells me more and more how people are watching this one right now as we speak.
It's super interesting. If you go,
SBET is starting to slow down a little bit there.
Yeah, that's why I locked in a bit. But just ride the trend. This is really cool too. So this is just the list of all the accounts that are signed up. So the person that is doing the worst is down open. Oh, it's open PL. Yeah, so it's 120 or 820,000, right? So that's not ideal, right? You've lost 20% of your money in one day, but that's the absolute worst. And the better and the best, we have people up 300,000, 400,000 on their accounts. That's really cool, in which you're just seeing in real time the people that are doing the worst are doing less worse than the people that are doing the best, right? So I think that's really cool. I think it's a really cool thing that it's showing that, it's not, yes, people are going crazy, right? It's a competition. You're supposed to go crazy, but the people that are doing bad are actually taking their losses. They're not just YOLOing into a position and just holding it, hoping that they make a bunch of money off it. They're getting out when things aren't working. They're taking the trades as they see them come. I think it's great, right? Just to see, that this thing is what's happening out there. And people are taking a little bit of seriousness happening here. I think it's super cool.
All right, guys, looking at a position right now, SONM. This is another penny stock name. Yeah. Thinking about it here above 2 to take the shot. It's like a cup and handle pattern. So
that would hedge us. Somebody is short 600,000 shares of this. So if
all
you think
right.
it's
Well, this
going
is
up,
the position. It's through 2 here. So the key is waiting for the 2 moves. So instead of waiting, why not just put a stop?
yeah.
There it
See,
is, guys. Stops placed 100K for 100,000 shares at $2.
well, that'll
We'll
be a
see what
little
happens.
hedge against the 600,000 short, but
We
again,
can raise it. We can raise it, right?
it's
I always like to, if you have the money, you don't always need to put all the money at once, right? What's up in the chat? What's going on? I see you out there. I see you. Is that someone on the Discord? Where's that coming from? The Discord?
that's
Woo!
Twitch, isn't it?
That's Twitch?
I think that's
Twitching
Twitch,
it.
yeah.
Oh man, what's going on? Shorten the SPY?
Okay,
I
bold.
don't know. I
Right,
don't
good for
know.
you.
We'll see. The fun
No.
part is I'm not in this SONN. Some people would have got in right there and I would already be down, right? And so I'm waiting to trigger versus getting in there, right?
Well, you're kind of acting like a bit of a stop loss for the guy who shorted, right? If it just falls apart from here, great, someone short it. If it reverses, then at least you're gonna be hedging some of those losses, right? SBET continues its grind higher. So again, this is the trend line that I was talking about. This was just my game plan for the
Palantir
rest.
is trying to recover. That one's looking interesting, right below VWAP. I just want to give that out there. But yeah, SBET.
Yeah, just connect. Right, I'm just drawing a trend line like that and saying, okay. And the beauty of it, just like Mitch was talking about, being a little systematic with his entry, I can now just add an alert and I can just say sell SBET.
That's it.
Because if boom, and that's not just for this fun stuff. You can do that with your real trading, and then don't look at it, because if the guy out there with his not now $200,000 worth of SBET, if he had just sold because he was up a bunch of money, he wouldn't be doing nearly as well as he is. A 20% gain on his account in a single trade right now is pretty insane.
Yeah.
And then this SYKQ guy, same, about a 20% gain on his account on a single trade. That SYKQ came very close to those highs and then reversed. Anytime I see Q in the name, I need to look. Is this a bankrupt company? That is.
All right, looking good and developing. We'll see if that holds the 160. That's at SKQ. I think that needs to hold the 160 here, at least on the 1 minute to hold the 1 minute time frame. We'll see if that makes the move. Palantir setting up as a bigger stock that if you guys want to take a look at, that's definitely a setup there. HIMS has been on the continued rip out. We're definitely seeing ARM just on a complete breakout too, like relentless bid action. But look at AMD, and this is a stock that I love to look at whenever I get kind of anything like that it's just like a big move. AMD, huge breakout there, guys. I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this, guys. And I'm a little annoyed because I don't have the swing right now. I'm like kind of taking the comp, but it's more about like this is a really good trade probably put on here on AMD. Good breakout too.
All right, I'm selling more SBET. Let's just go here, SBET. All right, this thing's just continuing to just absolute rocket ship higher.
SONN going down. I'm leaving that one alone now.
SYKQ selling off just a little bit. Guy holding SBET is now up $250,000 on that one trade. And Mitch put, can we make $10,000 in the title? He didn't know who he's dealing with, man.
Hey,
we're up 1.5 million.
I didn't know. I was maybe just talking about me, but
well, I made 75,000, and I'm just gonna trail the rest of this, and I'm all right. A good old $75,000 day. I'll take those.
All right, guys. Candles are looking a little tipsy toppy here on the 15. They're getting smaller and rounded here, so we could go into a little pullback. I'm watching for it. We'll see what happens. We are getting closer towards like kind of the later part of the day, so I think important to really look right now. The next like 15 minutes, I think will determine. We could just ride all day up, but I think this is a big spot to see. Why? A reason why is that you made now an attempt 3 or 4 times to break the 9 EMA, and a lot of times after that 3 or 4 times is where I'm looking to see, do we get another expansion bar? Do we get another big bar breakout on the Qs? Right here is the chance. Let's see if it goes higher. Same thing for the SPY, right? You're getting smaller candles. Do you get an expansion candle here, a bigger candle to break away from these levels? And then the short-term moving average will just move up here closer towards the 604.
SPET just climbing. Cannot stop. So I've only got, I'm gonna say I only have 10,000 shares left. So
SPY doing that candle right now.
It's rocketing.
Trying to push.
SPY breaking out. So 204.30. We got to remember. Let's get the exact price. It's or 605.30. It is 605.06 is not all-time highs, but it's this candle high. And I think that's going to be an important price. We get up to that zone. Is that where we take a natural rest, or is that where the people that we know are short, because we know a lot of them are short, is that where they have to get out of their position, right? Positioning is still not good. I don't have the COT data open on this chart right here, just because, again, you can see my layout's just changed a little bit for the competition here for this week. But they're short, right? They're not very long. I think they switched net long last week, and then this week they are a little bit more net long. So the positioning is starting to get to the long side, which is why we could start to see some kind of resting or pullbacks. But they really have to catch up, right? If you're a cynical guy, if you're a contrarian, you would be long stocks right now, because the big guys are not.
Like catching you guys in the chat. What's going on, traders? How are we doing out there? You guys are enjoying the competition? Let us know. Hit the like. Watching this SONM to see if we can recover back into the 190s. Go for the 2 move here. I'm still watching it. Haven't gotten in. Still made a good trade today. Looking to make the next good trade. But right now, I think it's sideline for me. I'm just looking around.
How tight this Tesla candle is, right? Up on the day. Nice gap up today, but just super tight here.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is very rare to see, right? This is considered a really tight day for Tesla. So consolidating, nice little bull flag, right? And big push up after this sell-off, sucked in a bunch of probably shorts. Now we're pushed up and we're consolidating really tight here. So a break of these highs could be super interesting to see if we end up moving higher from there. But nice little, should go on watch later for that little breakout, like we saw with NNE. Right, you can always trade daily charts for intraday stuff, right? This daily chart looks great, so then you can zoom into the intraday for the pricing. A Tesla would be, it's very interesting. We've got a lot of highs up here, so if we fail, then great. That probably means there's someone shorting in the zone. If we break that, that means everyone who's shorted based off the bromance breakup is now incredibly underwater and is probably going to have to cover pretty quickly.
Big bid here on SONM. We'll see if it moves off of it. 190s, 33,000 shares waiting here to get picked up here. So we'll see what happens. It's off the 190 bid. So I'm watching that name. That's SONM. How can you tell that? Well, the level 2 will tell me that. I'll show you guys that right now as we're seeing it start to move here. You see right here, the 31,000. You see how it pushed away from it and went to the 96? This could push it through the 2 here. So let's see what happens. It could also magnet it right to that 190. So that's what I'm watching here as we start to get this SONM to set up here. You can see I'm going to be looking. Does it show back up? Because you saw it got pulled off there. It was there at that 190. Now it's not there anymore. Let's see what happens when we come back to 190s. We're not going to it right now. Bid support's there. Now let's see if they take out this $2. I'm going for it, guys. I'm taking the shot here to get in. We'll see what happens.
I'm trying to find to see if dude is still. No, there's nobody short SONM anymore. So that's good. So he must have, it's going down here. He must have taken his profit off of the table and then reversed to the long side. Which is great. It's perfect. So again, another good, I like to take, because again, we're having fun, but you've got to take real lessons from this for your real trading as well. And it just shows, we talked about how, I think he switched long. So I think we were talking about how someone was short 600,000 shares. He got the move that he wanted. So he can be short. Mitch can be long. Both people can make money. And it's just about your individual trade and what it is that you're trying to do.
All right.
Lot of people are still short this SRM, so I need to take a look at this one, see if we're gonna
Having a little bit of
digging in
some
here.
order issue there. Not sure if even my order went out there, so yeah, I'm not seeing it there.
Yes, this SRM
Not in, guys, not in.
SRM is interesting. I see a lot of our traders are short this right here. So we have this prior low right here. You can see VWAP we're butting up again. So I think they're just making the bet that we broke down VWAP. We've kind of rounded back up. We've come to test VWAP from the downside. So if VWAP fails here and we start to roll over, then our account's going to balloon even higher.
I need to reset here, so
Sure.
I'll be right back.
All right, man.
No, just I'm not gonna completely reset. Just gotta reset the program there for some reason.
Cool.
All right, guys, we'll see what happens out there, guys. It's 10:38. You guys enjoying it?
SBET guy is up $280,000 now.
Wow,
just nuts. Well, there you go.
Making a retirement fund account.
And then there's someone with 180,000 who is long 200. Oh man, this number is going crazy because someone's long 10,000 shares of RGC at 54. Is that you? There's a guy in chat.
No,
where is he?
No, there's someone else. It's probably the guy in the chat there.
That's what I was asking. Yeah, is it? Because it's going to halt again. There it goes. Right? No. Yeah, it's going to halt again. The question is to the upside or to the downside. I'm going to short some of this RGC because it's a paper account and I can do that. I would never do this with my real money.
All right, guys. So I went back in. It looks like the orders did go through. For some reason, I was getting this like browser bar, but I'm in, guys. I'm in at this SONN. I wasn't expecting to be this big, but I am. I'm 300,000 shares deep here at like 198. We'll see if it keeps going and gets back to the $2, but I just want to let you guys know I'm in.
All right, so I am short 10,000 shares of RGC. I'm sorry if I ruin this for us all. Because I could if it keeps going like this.
No, I actually really like this trade, man. I was thinking about doing it. I was just kept waiting to see when the hell it would open up.
Well, so my theory behind the trade is this is the first time we look at all these candles. Rips, halts, rips, halts, rips, halts. And this is the first time I saw like a red candle start to mess around. And I see that there was somebody was long 10,000 RGC. So I'm just looking at that and saying, okay, well, I'm watching him because if he sells, I'm going to be much more nervous about the position. I'll take some profits on it for sure because when you're short, it is a possibility that I could ruin everybody's day here. So I have to be very careful with this position. Unlikely, but a certain possibility. So we're up $1.3 million gross. We're about flat. 1.3 million real. And we are about flat on real, about down 200,000, which is about flat. Basically what we're seeing here.
All right, guys. I got some orders to add, some stops. We'll see if SONN can do some damage. But it's going to be crazy here. Would really like to watch it here off the 190. The VWAP would hold here, and it just bounce right through the 2. We'll see what happens on that.
I love this quote, right? It's funny how well you can do on paper. And the real money, right? It shows the difference.
This is also shows the difference for sure.
This is one of the reasons why I'm so big on systematic trading, because if I'm not there to see the trades happen and the robot is just trading them, that barrier between real trading, paper trading, and real trading becomes much smaller, right? Yeah. Because I'm not having to hit the button to buy. I'm not having to hit the button to sell. I'm just coming up with the strategies and ideas. Because there's so many people, you're right, Randall. There's so many people that go from building an idea to testing it, and that works well. And then they paper trade it, and that works well. Then they go live, and everything falls apart. And it's like, okay, well then for that last bit, if you can get a system to trade for you, then it works out great, right? And you just take yourself out of the equation, and you just focus on that beginning bit. So So RGC is interesting here. I think I'm going to slap, now that it's base for a couple minutes, I'm going to slap a stop at the high of the day. That would be a loss. I'm risking $100,000 on this trade. I've made about that already on my other trade. So about risking what I've made. And I'm going to get very close to just selling half the position or covering half the position if we break down. I wanted to see it break down like this. And I wanted to see a halt. That's what I was looking for here. This is why, remember I said that there was a lot of people short SRM and that our unrealized gains have just gone negative. This is why. If you look at, I sort this by name and then go down to the S, there's a lot of different people. Well, there's a lot of people short. Man, I'm not even big short RGC. There's a lot of people short, way bigger than I am.
For it. That's why the end of the day is going to be interesting to see what happened then, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of people short. Look at all the people short this SRM. Tons. You're talking like hundreds of thousands of shares short SRM, and it's popping pretty hard here. So, right, this guy here is down $150,000 in the trade. This guy here is down $200,000. We're starting to bleed, guys, right? If it's not working for you, you got to cut it. We're down $600,000 on our unrealized position. We're down to 800,000. We were doing so well, and now we're only up 500,000 for the day after being
RGC. Halt down on RGC. That might help.
I'm doing my part. There's a whole bunch of people that are. Yeah, so it's this. Look, if we look at this, all of these 200,000, 250,000 down, 200,000 down, like our entire firm
is
dragging
us. They're dragging us. They're dragging us now.
SBEC guy still up 250,000. Someone's long SRM. He's making 200,000. That will help. Oh, I thought that was millions. That's thousands. Okay. Someone else is long SRM here with 165,000 trying to offset us. And then, yes, there's a whole bunch of people, myself included, short RGC, and that's halted. So that's not going to update the P&L, right?
That has to be the top mover in the markets.
RGC, yeah. This is insanity. But I remember just when you said the ticker, I just remembered it doing something.
That was in the 40s, dude. That was in the 40s.
Oh, yeah. So it just doubled from there.
Yeah. It's crazy.
This is fun. Yeah. And that's what we're doing here, right? We're just having a little bit of fun, guys, right?
Play money.
That's why I keep trying to pull real trading action, real trading advice and learning out of this chaos. But this is chaos, and it's meant to be chaos, right? It's, if you don't take this too seriously, right? A DWSN, somebody's just adding to their short position there. Nice downtrend. This thing really hasn't, it attempted to get going there and then just failed. So this could be a nice little reversal that we see here entirely. So SBET starting to get going. So we'll see if SBET guy has been the top of our leaderboard. Does he have a plan? Right, to get out. Ooh, really
I have a stop place, and I wanted a short SBET, so we'll see what happens here, guys. I have a stop place for 175. Might get stopped out of my position, take like a 70K hit here, so not helping much on that one. But I already set in the stop because I know I need to get out. Looking for SBET to reject the 9 EMA 1340s. If not, it can just keep riding up, but it is starting to get a little tippy-toppy here. I think 1340 is a good level to look for a rejection there. We'll see what happens. SPY starting to reject.
Yeah, I'll put down.
I am strong today too. Just to mention, Circle Internet Group. That thing's up from the close 23% from yesterday, from Friday.
Yeah, someone's asking how much I'm up or down on this account. I'm realized 100,000, but it really depends what our GC does here. So I'm showing up 100,000 on that trade as well, but halted. I think each of these halts get longer and longer, don't they? Until they reach some sort of. So I think the first couple are a few minutes, and then it goes to way more.
All right, guys. We'll see what happens. SON at least starting to come back a little bit, but needs a lot of work.
Let's look at all these people short RGC. That one's mine. I think the even 10,000.
That one's mine.
Yeah, that one's mine. And then, ooh, someone was short
Okay.
from 70.
There's
And
some
I'm
traders long with me on
77.
this
So
SONM, so I'm not the only one taking the shot.
stats.
I might have to go big here through 2. Take the shot, see what happens.
Yeah, it's an interesting looking short on sats, right? Nice potential
Q's a little
breakout.
tippy toppy. Could have a little bit more pullback now. Bigger names, I think,
SYKQ.
are going to
Yeah.
be tough now.
Yeah, that SYKQ short is an interesting one, right? We're right at these lows. If that let go, then we really got to go here. RGC, we're waiting to open. SPY, we're up 1.19%, sitting pretty close at highs, but yeah, could be putting in a little bit of double top. Qs, we're right at highs again, up 1.5%. Again, even your small caps, 1.35% on small caps, actually doing a little bit better here from an intraday standpoint. RGC just opened back up. I'm going to take half off the table here.
SON just doesn't want to go through the $2 spot right now. That's where it's struggling.
All right. I realized a little bit of RGC there.
There you go.
Just a little bit. Just $68,000.
Just a nice little 60K there, baby.
In profits. We'll see what happens here.
Taking
I might
that
do
cash.
another. I just don't want to drag the team down. That's the whole thing, right? That's my whole.
Yeah, I'm trying my best not to do that either, right? I mean, I know that you and I, like, yeah, we're having some YOLO fun, but we're also trying to manage it at some point, right?
Yeah.
That's why we took profits. I think I took a good profit earlier. I think you're doing smart right now. You saw your trade work there, and it was a great trade, right? It was really extended RGC. So sometimes you just got to try it and see if it starts to work, and it did.
Yeah, we are back over 1 million real, and we are back positive unreal, and all of that has to do with SRM, right? The whole SRM looked like it was going to break highs. The days it didn't, so the people who didn't cover their short may get rewarded, but they shouldn't, right? Because you guys probably should have got out when the thing ripped up. You were down 200-300K on your $1 million account. So RGC's halted again.
27.
Down halt now.
Q's looking a little slowing down, but what I think what's happening here is the sideways action is giving the time for the short-term moving averages to move up here. So watch for that, kind of be the holding spot.
Yeah, and right time of day too, right? We're 10 minutes till 11, right? Where things are starting to kind of slow down, consolidate, chill out. So it just that might just be it. It might not have really even much to do with price. Might just have to do with time. We might just chill out here. So again, guys, I just set this to show you, and you see the alert just pops up right here and says sell SBET. I'm already out, but this was the break of that trend line that I drew. Right, you can do it just that simply, where you just set an alert and then wait for that alert to come through, and then hit the button and sell, and then you wouldn't have had to been kind of panicking all throughout here. I would have done better if I had done just that, as opposed to trying to guess what would have happened there.
That was a nice rejection of that 1340s that I just mentioned. I didn't get shorted, unfortunately. I'm still long SONM here, but nice little breakdown on that SBET.
I'm looking to set out a limit order on RGC just because we're getting close to here where I've got to run. If we open up, I just want to be able to hit buy on this limit order and then go from there. So that would put me up about 200K on the day. So I've done my part there. SBET guys is not flinching. Hope he's got a plan. Would be ashamed to. Well, I hope he's got some sort of
pool with that 100 and something K.
So yeah, so far, just we're getting close to wrapping up here. We have 4,700 trades in the first hour and a half of the day. So a lot. 14,000 orders were placed. So people scaling in, scaling out, stop loss orders. We have currently 400 working orders out there in the market with $1 million real and negative 200,000. So just unreal. So we're up about $1 million. This kind of active trading, again, this shows you what a lot of different funds and firms and everything will do, right? There's very few hedge funds out there, as someone, again, who worked in the hedge fund space for 10 years, are like doing a lot of fundamental analysis on one single stock and then taking a trade, right? Taking tons of trades across tons of interests and just like different
what an
securities,
move.
long, short, and just letting it go.
Yeah.
So we're kind of
That's what
trading
we're
like a
doing.
giant hedge fund here, right?
Yeah, we're a prop desk here trading at it, man.
Yeah.
Some great trades out there, guys. Some great trades going on. This AMD has been an absolute monster today. I think it's up to now 127, continuing the breakout. I know a lot of traders will be talking about that. But projected balances also tell us something too. This trader's closed with 400K in profits today. Closed.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
that's
think that's
probably
important. Another
probably
person, 353,000. Another person, 314,000. Actual closed trades, right? That's a well done job, man. Those guys
most
are the ones
traded
that are putting us
symbol.
in the green, really.
Yeah, most traded symbol Tesla makes sense. But yeah, that's what. And it's funny. You'll notice it'll be very interesting to do, and I probably will do a post-mortem on this. Maybe give it to ChatGPT and see what it says. Little things like, okay, the people who won, who did the best, did they trade the least? Right? Did they take a couple, well-researched shots and go from there? Were they very active? Were they scaling into and out of positions? What happened? What was the difference between the people who really killed it and maybe the people who lost money or the people who broke even? And just to get that amount of data and present it to you guys is something that I think will be super interesting here.
Yeah, I'm taking the shot here because I'm gonna have to get out of here. I gotta take my dad to the airport in a little while. So I'm taking my shot here, guys, for the day and to make a lot of money here. I'm in. You ready for this?
Well, I'm
Strap
ready.
in. 500,000 shares here. I'm trying to win it or lose it for us, Michael. Let's see what happens here, man. It's so close. It's such a tight trade. If it could just break 2, I think we could get to 3. And I think it's just going to be waiting and watching here to see what happens. It's been trying, but it hasn't been able to get through.
From the long side, you can't really ruin us, right? Because 500,000, if it goes to 0, you've lost the million.
Hey,
you know what I mean? It's we made that already.
We'll see what happens here. Taking the shot, guys. Above 2, and I can make a lot of money, but we'll see what happens, right? All right, guys. Like always, this is a fun competition. I hope you guys have been enjoying it. Definitely follow our Twitter accounts, follow Trade the Pool, so you guys can keep up with the competition. We'll be putting out trades all day, and there'll be traders joining right now and continuing the party going. So just because I'm leaving doesn't mean we have other traders joining the show and ready to join the party. We'll see what happens on this SONM. If I can get into the green here, a pop above 2, even towards the 220s. Really starts to make money, guys. That's 100 and something thousand and just into the 220s, guys. So let's see if this can get going. I'm taking the shot. It's been developing here. It's all about the breakout. Will we get it or not? We'll find out here very shortly. All right. Wrapping up. Anything you want to mention, Michael, about your trades or anything out there, or for Styles continuing?
No, I've got RGC short, and I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting. We got our buddy Steve coming in here in just a few minutes. He's going to hang out for a little bit. And then, we're going.
Steve on from 11 to 12. And then we got a lunch break. And you guys will get a great webinar that Steve's been doing. So stick around. We got trading action all day for you guys right here. Trade the Pool.
It's going to be a fun time. Yeah. So Steve, and then we got a Steve webinar. And then you got even more Steve. I'm just looking at the schedule here, man. You guys are going to get Steve right out. It's going to be a great time.
All right, guys. It's going to be a good time. And then also you'll get a little bit of maybe some Tim later. So stick around. Of course, you Discord guys. I know you guys know all about Tim. So smash it up. Let's keep going, guys. It's looking good.
SSRM. Someone's up 280,000 on that one. Just kind of holding court until Steve can pop in here, but do need to, all day. So someone's saying all day for the next 3 days. So we're riding into Juneteenth till the 3 days. You'll see a little bit more of me and some more of Mitch and some more of Tim, some Joe, some Steve. All kinds of people will be popping in and out throughout the day, which is one lunch break is all we need. So
Q's starting to run into some altitude, guys. VIX starting to make a little bit of a move here. It might make sense to take a little bit here, but we'll see what happens on the Q's if we actually do get a pullback today. I'm still riding out this SONM. I'm going to probably risk it on the 170s and then just let it go. But we'll see what happens. If I do have to let go, I'll just probably set a stop, set a target profit, let it ride, let it ride. All day indeed. Don't go anywhere, traders. We got a lot more for you right here on Trade the Pool.
I don't know if I'd go that far, man. I'm gonna quit my job. I don't know if I'd do that. I'm having a lot of fun with you too. I don't know.
I hope you don't like your
though.
job at least. I would say I hope you don't like your job at least, but you'll like us. We're here for you, my friend. All right, guys, starting to see some pullback action happen. Your micro strategy going red here. Pretty big red there.
Really? With Bitcoin up as much as it is? That's interesting.
That's an interesting one. Q's dropping fast here a little bit. Pullbacks coming in here, guys, now. So just be careful out there with some names if you start to see some pullbacks. That RGC keeps going lower and lower, so maybe just hold on tight, those shorts out there.
Halted.
And we'll see what happens on some other action there. The key is also having, so when you get those reopens in RGC for the platform, a lot of the times you can put stops and target profits in between when it's open, not when it's closed. So remember that, right? So maybe putting out those target profit stops in between when it's actually open can help you in case it just flows to your, like your level, you take your profits and then the halt comes. I'd rather take profits a lot of the times, right? Just make sure you have your ability to get out.
Well, yeah, I am super excited to come back tomorrow and to do more of this as just reading some file numbers. We're back to about flat, right? So things are we're giving it all back. We were up a little bit earlier. Well, we were up 1.5 million, and now we've actually just flipped it down. So guys, stop messing around. But I do need to jump just real quick. Need to go take care of some
no worries, Michael.
stuff.
You hop, my friend. I'll stay on until Steve comes here.
Appreciate you
joining in there. No worries, my friend. Have a good one, Michael. Take care.
See you guys.
All right, guys. We'll keep it going. And as you guys can see, the chat's right there, guys. Let us know what you guys are looking at, what you guys are trading. Let's keep moving. All right. And will we get the trade that I'm looking for, guys? That's what I'm watching right here. Can we get it, guys? Can we get this just to break out above here? SONM. I'm like fingers crossed here. A breakout here would be a beautiful, beautiful move. The setup's there for it. It's more, does it want to take it? We'll find out here very shortly. All right, let's keep it going, guys. All right, SONM. All right, I can take a look there to see if there's anybody else making a monster open. There's that position there. There's that RGC short now. Guys, almost $400,000 made there on that RGC position now, down to 48. What a trade. Kill it, kill it. That RGC, what a trade. Back to 46, back to 45. Ooh, it might halt there. It's up $420,000. Yes, I said that. $420,000, man. All right, guys, but that's going to do it for me at least today. I'm going to go ahead and bring on my man Steve in just a second here. He'll take over the show. Get trading with you guys, and we'll keep trading tomorrow together. And like always, it's all for one here, and we're going to keep battling to see who's going to make that cash out there. A lot of money being made there in that RGC trade. That right there is going to be maybe a $500,000 trade. What a trade there. RGC now up almost that $500,000. What a trade there. He has a target profit though at 689,000. That is, my friend, a crazy, crazy move. What a trade. All right, guys, let's go ahead. Let's bring on Steve. Steve, you ready to go? Thumbs up. Almost. So Steve's still setting up there. He should be ready any moment here. All right, guys, and that's going to do it for me at least. We'll see what happens on that SONN. Top trade for me today was definitely that core weave to the long. Made about $20,000 on that. So not a bad trade there. Did take some haircuts throughout, right? Even paying up to $1,000 on that trade for the SONN. But hey, we'll see if we're able to make some more cash here. Definitely that trade is almost up 500K in that trade for RGC. And there's a couple of RGC shorts that are really making money right now. So you guys that went after that RGC, shout out to you. All right, some shorts opened up on SRM now. So a lot of action in the small cap space, that's for sure. All right, Steve, you ready to go? Steve? Can you hear me? Can you hear me back there? All right, well, we keep looking to see if I'm able to make some money. That SONN just kind of on the halt there. So let's keep things going. Let's put a little music on. All right, traders, we're going to keep things going. We'll keep having the top trade shown here, and we'll be wrapping up in just a second here, at least for myself and Steve joining in on the show. All right, guys, gonna get Steve to hop in here. Steve, I know you can't hear me, but I'll let you take over at least. I gotta get here. There you are. I hear you, Steve. At least.
Oh, you can hear me.
I can hear you.
Excellent. I can hear you now. We're good to go.
All right, my friend. You rock and roll. Have a good one, man. Take care.
All right. Thanks, Mitch. All right. What is up, everybody? This has been an exciting morning, hasn't it? I am streaming from a secret alternate location, but I'm so glad to be here. Looks like this competition's gotten off to a great start. We've had a great Monday morning here. Man, I'm just going over the charts, and what an impressive push, right? So it seems like market is shrugging off all of the fear, all of the potential volatility, and they're just eating this dip up. So it's exciting to see. Let's do a quick run over of what I'm seeing here. Let me throw my screen up, and we will get cooking. How's everybody doing in the chat? Good to see y'all. Good to see y'all. All right. So let's take a look. Here we go. All right. So we got SPY up here. Let's zoom out just a little bit and see what we're seeing here. We have a pretty clear breakout going on. Gonna hide this for you, clean it up a little bit, and let's draw some lines real quick. Looks like we had a nice flag forming past week, and we're getting the clean breakout. We are trading into this yellow zone here. This is the big longer term resistance. If we throw up a 4-hour chart here, we'll see this is kind of the little gap that we were trying to push up into and found some sellers. So then we've been flagging, we're pushing up again, and all systems look go to me. So I am excited for this trading week. I think we'll get some real good opportunities. Let's see, what are you guys doing? Covered more SPY at 603.64. Totally. I like it. So it seems like we are flagging intraday here. We got our morning push, and now we have to kind of wait a little bit and see what's going to play out here. I still see buyers with these bottom wicks. We're still holding everything pretty healthily here, but we gotta keep an eye on here. So let's go around the horn and see what we see. Q is a little bit of relative strength there compared to SPY. So we are seeing some of that the trend that we saw last week of the RSP names, the oil names, you know, the stuff that isn't tech. We saw that outperforming last week. Now it looks like we're starting to see money coming back into Qs, into the high beta stuff. So my only trade today has been HIMS. This thing is a rocket, but like many names, we saw the bump into resistance here, and now we're getting a little bit of pullback. So interesting stuff going on. There's a lot of names to cover here. I'm seeing a lot in chat. So let's see what we see here. CRCL, what an incredible mover, right, guys? This thing has been going on a tear. What do you guys think the target is? Somebody wants short. Somebody wants short. You are brave, my friend. Let's see if we hit any major targets. So we hit the 1.68 fib extension of this base, and we are seeing some sellers here. It does seem valid. You could try to short this back to VWAP. I would definitely not overstay your welcome on this type of name, though, because, man, what an explosive move. Awesome. All right. You love to see it. And if I check out CRCL, I got to check out CoreWeave, right? How are they doing today? Ooh, okay. This is looking interesting for a long to me. I wonder if there is a sort of basket effect going on with some of these IPO names where money's kind of shifting back and forth like you see in the small caps. So I'm going to keep an eye on this one personally. I think that we're seeing a nice flag out here, a little break of that. We have market structure break over yesterday's high. So that's looking good to go. Zooming into the 5-minute chart here, what do we see? We see some flagging at the top of this base. It looks like they're trying to negotiate the highs of yesterday and flip that to support. So I'm going to keep an eye on that for sure. Okay, what else do we got going on? Somebody is in ELF. Derek Thompson. Let's check out ELF. Okay, getting tight here. So ELF is going to be moving with IWM names, I believe, those small cap names. If we do get a continuous or a rally with good legs here, I would expect to see that broad-based action into small caps, into these other names that maybe aren't as strong historically. So let's keep an eye on this one for sure. Got a nice base going on here. Maybe we can see more clarity on the hourly. I don't know. Looks like a pennant to me. I would not want to short this. I think it's a decent look long. These wicks on the hourly maybe tell me that it needs to push down once more, but let's keep an eye on that one for sure. All right, chat. What do we got going on? Man, so much going on. I feel like let's look at Nvidia here real quick. Beautiful breakout there. Beautiful breakout out of a nice tight flag. So what's our target? What's our target, boys? We swept the highs. That's beautiful. This is clean, and we're into blue skies territory here almost. So next major target is going to be top of this volume shelf. You can see on the left here, aligns with this high, this big red kicker candle. So I would expect this week a push up to that 148. In terms of what we can look for today, let's consult the handy dandy ATR levels. We are already out of there and pushing higher. So this does seem like a breakout setup here. I think we got room on this guy. Oh, sorry for the alarm. Yeah, I think we got some room on this guy here. You love to see it. It seems like chips are very strong. I'm going to take a look at some other ones here. Let's touch base with the ETF. Beautiful. SMH just pushing nicely. Broke this market structure. It's clearing these here, looks like. Let's throw a line on there. All right. So if you are in chips, we are watching what SMH does into this 265 handle here. This is going to be important. We flagged under it very constructively, and we're pushing higher. It doesn't look done to me, but we are relatively stretched if SPY can't continue its move. So what are we seeing on SPY? A nice tight flag here. This is all looking healthy, all looking fine. So I would like to see tap back into VWAP to get long. Personally, I don't really want to short this stuff. I don't know. What do you guys think? Think we're ready to short? I'm personally not, but I would like to get long off here. I wasn't trading much this morning, so I missed this push up, but we got some other opportunities into the second half of the day that look promising. All right, CA4 is saying we would imagine AMD is doing the same. Let's take a look. AMD was looking really nice. As a laggard, it was setting up very constructively, and yeah, now we're seeing the catch up, just expansion. Beautiful stuff. On this guy, what's a target for us here? We filled the gap cleanly. Very nice. We have this order block sitting above. Let's mark that out real quick. And I would be looking for this 130. Maybe not today, maybe tomorrow. It's a little tough to long something that this extended intraday, but very constructive, big relative strength there. You love to see that on the chips. You know, the chips, I've in the past, I've been a little bit bearish on them up until the past couple weeks where they really started showing that relative strength. But to me, this is looking like we are looking for basically excuse the messy chart, a breakout. I mean, this whole thing that I thought was distribution, you can see this old chart here. Looks like I'm wrong. Looks like I'm wrong, right? So it seems like the bulls reloaded, and now we are looking to push much higher. So I see 270-ish. 270-ish is a big area of interest, and then we're gonna pretty likely make the move in the next couple weeks to this 282 handle here. So you love to see that. We got some SMCI chatter in the chat. Check that out as well for y'all. And this is looking interesting to me. So as I was talking about AMD being a nice move in the laggard, as a laggard of the category and trying to push up and catch up, we have the same action going on SMCI here. And man, I got to say, this is pretty compelling. So we are going to be approaching this downtrend line here of this bigger flag. And this is a weekly chart here. Even on the monthly, we've got heavy basing going on. I'll take this bull or bear flag off because obviously I was wrong on that. So what are we looking for here? On the daily chart, we have a nice little flag break going on here, or flag break attempt. So this is a name that I could see longing here to play catch up as money leaves the or takes a break from the leaders like Nvidia here and AMD today, and maybe starts to look for other places in the sector to dump that money. So we have the trend line break in effect here. Let's zoom in to the intraday chart and see what we see. Yeah, just straight ramping. This is beautiful. So on any buybacks or pullbacks, I would be looking to possibly get in here. I'm still, I don't know how much trading I'm going to do since I missed the morning move, but I'm relying on you guys. I hear we're making some good progress on the goals here. Seeing some good trades, So we still have just straight expansion. I would like a dip back into these moving averages, into this fair value gap that opened up to get long. Because personally, for my system, it's really hard to long something that's extended past its daily ATR targets like this. That being said, I mean, you can't discount this volume. You see this volume break here? So just like I've been watching for pennant breaks, look at that. Nice consolidation through the morning and then boom. So I would expect this move to have legs. I would expect this to be on your watch list this week. I think that we could very easily see a pretty decent move on this. Let me relocate my screen so I can see comments a little better here. Bear with me, y'all. All right, now we're cooking. CA Forsman is bidding IWM long at 211.17. So yeah, we were talking about IWM really briefly and how we want to see them join the party essentially. So 4-hour chart here, we saw the breakout attempt, and now what I believe we're seeing is a nice back test. So let's zoom out here just a little bit and take a look. That's looking clean to me. So we have a nice head and shoulders here. We're pushing off of this big volume shelf, or we did push off of it. We are now back testing it, and the moving averages caught up nicely from this overextension last week. So this is, I like what you're seeing, CA there. I like what you're seeing because there's a lot of room on this chart. We have, if we zoom in a little bit more, check out this gappy action. Just gap up, gap up, gap up, gap down, gap down, gap down. Right back into support, and now we're finding that support. So I think that we could be shooting for this volume imbalance right here, going into 213.75. That's looking very compelling to me. Another name I wanted to talk about, Soundhound AI. So this one, I was seeing some really interesting flow. on the 10 Cs for 620, so Friday. And I think this one has a potential to be a big mover as well. Seeing some nice consolidation there. We're seeing respect of these moving averages. We do need to see it reclaim this. So I think that this is a bet that we're going to surge above, and those premiums are going to pop really nicely. This one's definitely on my watch list. I see this rising 200 moving average, and historically those are generally buy opportunities. We do have the curl down for these this 9 and this 20 here that we do have to keep an eye on. As you can see this morning, that is where we found sellers. We popped into this volume imbalance and just looks like a pretty soft rejection so far. Nothing too bad. You can see on the 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart, just very clean there as well. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on this one. Maybe not for today. Maybe I take a swing into tomorrow. Maybe I just look for the setup tomorrow morning. As you can see, it likes to do a lot of shake and bake in the mornings here. This one's a little bit of a small cap, but I know you guys love that. So keep an eye on this this fib here. Tested the equilibrium of the newly established intraday range. So as long as this is supportive, this could be a valid entry here. I'm going to keep an eye. I'd like to see it base a little more as these moving averages curl out. Then we can ride those curling moving averages up and out for the breakout. So these are some of the things that are on my list here. What else we got going on? What else we got going on, guys? Nice recovery from Ion X, the 2X Ion Q. Yeah, let's take a look at the quantum names real quick. Oh, this one's clean. This one's clean. Okay, so this is a name that I would consider longing on any little pullback here, or even just buying this breakout. I know I'm not a big breakout trader, but man, that's a tight flag. Intraday, it looks beautiful. We had the big flush out in the morning. You love to see that, just shaking out all of the bulls with no confidence, right? So we like these setups because then now we can squeeze the shorts on the other side, which does look like it's going into effect. I see a nice volume pop here as well. This is looking very constructive. If we get a back test off of this 38 handle, I would be very interested in being a buyer there. We got, like I'm talking about, these curling moving averages coming up on the one. Let's zoom out just a little bit. This is looking real good to me. Real good to me. We got the flush out here, the double bottom action here. We retested it in cash session. Let's keep on zooming out and see what we see. Okay. So overall, we got the cup formation here. Now we're looking for the handle to clear out. Let me draw that for y'all real quick. Show you what I'm seeing. So on these high beta, these high momentum or high beta momentum names, you'll see these them kind of speed running these patterns. It's super cool. So you know, the traditional cup and handle, they can often take a little bit of a while to play out. But when you have such high momentum and high energy, often you'll see really, really explosive right walls being built. HIMS is another example we can look at after this. And then you'll see these real tight handles forming. And you can think that it needs to base out for a lot longer than it actually does. And for me, this is looking like a nice double bottom off of this, let's see, into this little gap in the, what would you call it? The little low liquidity, the low volume node in between this high volume node here, where we kind of tried to negotiate and soft rejected, and then this bigger one down here. So if we don't need to test here, if we're just dipping into this little gap here, that's very, very interesting to me. I think that that's a sign of big explosive strength and to look for continuation higher. So IonQ is a great name. I like, I want to check out my favorite of the sector, QBTS. This has been a big winner for me. And if we zoom out, you can see just why I was so bullish. This massive base here, massive cup and handle, and the explosive move out. So while IonQ is looking to form its cup and handle, it's in the handle. Here we've broken out of the base, out of this handle, and now we're trying to flag and continue higher. So this is very interesting to me. I am getting a few notifications from Flow. Let me check on those for y'all. UEC. UEC, what is that? That's uranium, isn't it? That's small cap uranium. Let's check on that. So what was the flow? The flow was 7C for this week. Yeah, Uranium Energy Corp. I remember this name. So this is a laggard in general, being small cap. It has a lot of downward pressure usually. I've definitely gotten hurt on this one before when I should have just longed the leader in CCJ or the SMR name or small scale names. So this is interesting. Look, we've got the downtrend line. We're basing really nicely. It just explosive jumps over this 200 moving average. And now we got an explosive move that is fading intraday. And now call flow is coming in. So this is interesting to me. So we have this high here, these multiple highs. We were basing under it. And now we exploded above. And now we're back testing this key level. So this is a name that's very interesting to me that I'm going to keep an eye on. When you have this confluence of the breakout, you get the pullback, so you're not chasing an overextended name, and then you see buyers coming in with leverage with these short dated calls. This is very interesting to me for sure. So I'm going to keep an eye on this one. Let's see what else. Man, CA is putting in some work for the team. So many plays, I love it. So let's check out. Let's see what he's looking at. NBIS, explosive move again. Okay, we have this target up ahead. If you are in this name, keep an eye on what it does at 52. I would like to see, looks like this red line is a longer term equilibrium of the range, so the 50% fib of the range. So I wouldn't mind seeing a back test of this, considering it is quite overextended here. But in general, explosive name, and I bet it's a real nice setup on the daily. Wow, look at that. We're talking cup and handles. There's a cup, and maybe this is not even a cup and handle, just a really tight double bottom base that can just explode out of this equilibrium here. So with a name like this, when you have this massive drawdown, right? I mean, these big beta, high beta, big momentum names that are trading off of headlines, trading off of like all of the momentum traders like us are either long it or short it. It gives you really nice opportunities for just explosive squeeze setups. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. I see some imbalances overhead that I'd like to be tested as well, right up here at 58. And man, that's quite a move if we get it. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. CA is long the mini pullback at 51.16. Let's take a look. 51.16. Okay, right where we're trading. I respect that. So we were explosive on here. See these imbalances here? That's showing that buyers just cannot wait and they're just bidding this thing up. So it got a little overextended and now we are trading back, and it looks like CA, it looks like to me you're probably going to get a flag and a move higher. So I like this for sure. Keep an eye on the 5-minute chart. We have the 9 moving average that's respecting for now. That's a good kind of signpost to see if this trend can continue intraday. And yeah, let's keep on cooking here, man. So many names to talk about. This is a fun day. And really quick, I just want to say, when the market is giving so many opportunities, especially in the face of all of these bearish headlines, I mean, what can you do besides look for your spot and pick something to long, right? So the market loves climbing the wall of worry. It's a mechanical thing. So if you have this fear, this is a really, it can be a really strong motivator for people to short. And then if it's not an immediate actual impact on the market, you can see these shorts getting squeezed and just forming these intense moves up. And I always, whenever I talk about walls of worry, I just want to pull up one of the best examples in Meta. And let's do the week or the monthly even here. This wall of worry here, and then just explosive move higher. This is what you can see in a market where the shorts just get caught completely off sides and they're so convinced in a narrative that maybe actually isn't as close to reality as they think. And so I always look for these opportunities where people are just caught off sides en masse, because you can get just such clean moves. I mean, these are monthly sticks, guys. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months straight green, 3 months sideways, another, let's call it a year and a half or so of just upwards momentum. So never underestimate these wall of worry type setups where everybody's telling you that something's bearish, but it's just not materializing in the charts, right? And so this is why I'm such a technical trader, because heck, I'm not a genius. I don't know what the heck is going on with the world news. What I do know is that this is organic buying. So going back to SPY here, let's just take a quick zoom out. I know there's a lot of stuff popping and we're going to get right back into the intraday charts, but I just want to let you know what I'm seeing. So it looks like this pullback that I was kind of thinking we would get, kind of reflecting this pattern here where we chop down, have the capitulation, we come up, we cannot break the high, then we need to retrace and backfill some gaps before we push higher. I thought we'd need to retrace and fill this gap in here, but to me, it's looking like this is a pretty strong day. And if we do get this move down that I was anticipating, it'll probably have to be on some of the midweek news stuff, because right now all I'm seeing is blue skies ahead. So in terms of targets to the upside, what do we have here? We have this volume shelf that we were basically pushing in. We back tested pretty deep into this volume shelf on the left side of the screen here. See these big candles? And now we are trying to surge out of it again. So this is very clean. I like what I'm seeing. We should be watching this handle right about where we're at. And if we can break above this, digest all of this high volume, then we get to push into this low volume node and probably go for the all-time high push relatively quickly, perhaps this week. So in terms of projections, is it viable to get a 1.5% move this week? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's totally doable. So I think that's going to be our weekly target here. We're going to have a lot of incentive to ride this momentum. After I think we did get a headline this morning about Iran looking to negotiate some sort of peace deal and de-escalate. So just any time you see this, I mean, the past like 3 or 4 times we've had this conflict in the Middle East with Iran is very similar, where eventually they do look to de-escalate, and the market in general likes to just explode out of this fear and eat all of those shorts that we're trying to catch a nice move down. And, very rarely does that work. I got to say, the market loves eating these news events. Let's check out what else we got going on here. Man, CA just putting in work here. He's short Tesla 10 minutes ago, he was short Tesla at, what is that, 331.16. Let's check that out. You guys, I'm having so much trouble just keeping up with y'all's trades. I don't know if I'm going to be doing much trading here myself this morning session, but this is interesting. Okay, so CA likes it short. We do have a hammer forming here. Let's go intraday. In general, I am not particularly bullish Tesla, but I'm also seeing the potential for this cup and this handle. And I'm so sorry, guys. This is a mess of a chart. Let's take these lines off because that's chaos. There we go. There we go. All right. So in general, we have a couple days consolidation. It is trading into the upper range of this. So I totally get the short. I totally get it. I don't know how long I would stay. We'll have to watch action at VWAP here. So, you know, we have some tight consolidation. In general, when we get the morning flushes and then a nice recovery, I maybe this is just a me thing. Maybe this is my toxic trait, but I like to try to look for a long setup, maybe off of VWAP, just because I feel like we've swept out all the lows. See, we filled in this gap here. That's pretty clean. Yeah, quite clean, actually. So that is something to consider that we could, if we do see buyers stepping in off VWAP, we have this this nice D-shaped volume profile. So there is potential for us to catch at this level and push up higher. As you see, we are finding some buyers there. So just putting that on your radar, Let's see. Let's check out what's going on in SPY. I see some let's go bears chats. Oh, there's the candle. There's the candle. Okay. So remember we were talking about how this didn't seem like overtly bearish, but it's just extended, right? And we got the morning volume starting to roll off here. So I would love a retest of VWAP there and to kind of to see what the score is there, so to speak. You know, we got to see if this thing has legs, and if it does, we'll see the buyer stepping in at or near VWAP, maybe a little bit of an undercut as they like to do. But what I'm noting today is just, man, look at that. So we got a really nice aggressive P-shaped volume profile. So this makes me want to long stuff, right? Because up here, there were a lot of buyers. There's a lot of incentive to keep bringing it back up to this level unless we hard reject. So let's take a look at where VWAP is in terms of our volume profile. So it's basically at the bottom of this high volume top node here. So what I would like to see is the buyers here basically catch this thing and look for continuation. We got CA Forsman, man, the GOAT here today, SMCI. He is long SMCI. Let's take a look. Okay, on the pullback, I like it. I would maybe just wait for a little bit more personally into this fair value gap, but I totally get it because like we were talking about on SPY, we have this high volume node here, and we are basically at the bottom of it. In general, so I'll put this on your radar, guys, in terms of volume profiles, when you have this B formation, right? So you have this top part of the B, and then you have this bottom part of the B. Often it is bullish, but it needs some time to fill this out, to fill out this middle area. So it wouldn't shock me if we needed to chop out a little bit here and do something like this before pushing higher, just because then that would give us this nice rounded profile here, filling all of this out. So just keeping it on your radar. It doesn't always happen. Sometimes it holds this top node and builds this out. So then it would start to look like that. And then it would be a valid, if this starts building out bigger than this, then we can start talking about a P-shaped bullish extension continuation volume profile format there. So that's something to keep an eye on. It looks like you may have sniped it though. So for the sake of our competition and everything else, I hope you did. So nice clean move there. Very nice. All right. What else we got going on? Let's pop back on the indices here and see how the recovery or lack of it is going. A little bit of recovery. Let's look a little more fine-tuned here. And what are we seeing? I think I'm seeing a trend line forming here. Yeah, look at that. Pretty clean. And we will drag this out right about there. Okay. So yeah, we had the flag. We tried to break out. Sellers did step in. We came back. We held the bottom of the channel. I would not be surprised as lunch continues to see one more push down. And then we would be catching up with this VWAP here, this purple line. So what we could look at is this level here. This is basically the base of our P shape here, the base of our extension continuation move. We want to see this hold for immediate continuation. Otherwise, then we have to start looking at the weekly candle and seeing how much we can pull back and still close bullish, essentially. So something to consider there, guys. Something to keep an eye on. We got CA. You are trading up a storm doom. He sold some more Apple just under 200. Let's take a look at Apple. All right. I don't know if you are selling to open or selling to close, but looks like we are trading back into this area, into this high volume digestion area. In general, yeah. So Apple, we are seeing relative weakness compared to a lot of the other names, right? And look at that. So I don't know if any of you guys follow me in my server or anything, but if so, you'll know that I am long Google and short Apple as a pair trade. So let's take a look at Google as well. Seems like this is starting to ramp up its progress. Yeah, nice. Okay, cool. So Google's a name I really like. Oh shoot, my head's all over the place. There was some bullish news this weekend. Oh, it was Trump doing his whole dystopian, like we're gonna make a whole government AI thing and feed all of this data into all of these algorithms, and then who knows what they're gonna do with it. I will withhold my judgment there. But what I do know is that it's very likely bullish for Google. So keeping it market focused. I love Google. I think it's a great name in terms of a place to park some money, in terms of just catching that mega cap trend. It's hard to buy Meta, hard to buy Netflix, these high flyers. I'm sure it would work, but it's just scary for me. But this is a name that chart wise is much more appealing. So long term here, this is what I'm looking at. I just love this clean cup and handle, nice double bottom in the handle. And now we're starting to get some expansion, some ramping up on the weekly chart here. So I'd like to see a push up into this high volume node at around 190, 192 before some pullback, and then just constructive tight action. What I'd like to see is this VCP, this volatility contraction pattern, where each pullback gets smaller and smaller before we just break out long-term. Long-term targets, we're looking at 220, 240-ish. So yeah, this is probably my favorite mega cap name. Just putting that on your radar as well. Today, it looks like stalling out. It looks like it was trying to break out from a big like ascending triangle type base, and then this candle may have broken that pattern. So we may need to rebase and form a double base, a double bottom. We are negotiating this big zone here, so keep an eye on that. Bounce back to SPY for y'all. We got NBIS high a day. Oh, what a snipe, brother. What a snipe. Look at that. All right, very nice. So yeah, it looks like I was too conservative waiting for this fair value gap to be negotiated. We got CA just sniping the thing. What did he get in? I think he got in a little over 51. So that's a nice gain already. Maybe you book little profits on high day. Maybe you let it ride. I don't know your style, but I like it. I like it a lot. Where are we shooting for? I think it's shooting for this 52, right? So for me, I would be waiting for that to cover probably, as long as it holds this nice high volume shelf at 51.22, and then you free roll in as well because you are in lower than that price. So that's maybe how I would frame that trade, but keep doing what you're doing, brother. All right. Bouncing back to SPY. What do we got? So still seeing heaviness in terms of trying to break out, but we are seeing some buyers trying to step in as well. Seems healthy, seems normal after a big extension in the morning. So let's see what it does at this VWAP here. I do think we're probably going to get it. We can get a little more granular here, and yeah, look, so we are sweeping these lows. This base was probably not valid unless we get a quick snapback up here. These moving averages are going to continue rolling down and probably be waiting to pick up buyers into or right under this level, into or right under VWAP, or into or right under this 200-minute moving average. And the 200-minute moving average, I love this line. I love having this on my charts. A 200 on any time frame gives you so much valid information because just so many algorithms are trading off of it. So when you get this kind of pullback, maybe it undercuts VWAP and scares people, but then it's just catching the rising 200. And for me, that's like intraday trend, So VWAP is obviously very, very important, but sometimes this 200-minute can be just as important. So keep an eye on that there. We are seeing some wicking. So there are buyers. I'm not inclined to short. I just don't see that setup really panning out today unless we get some headlines. But to confirm this, let's take a look at VIX. What's VIX doing? A whole lot of nothing. So epic breakdown here. We still have room to fill the gap. So what can you say? Until we get a clean 200-day test, or what am I doing? I'm on a 15-minute chart. Okay. For some reason, I thought I was on a daily. It's been a long week, guys, already. So the 15-minute 200 might be valid, but I think what's more important is this gap. I would like to see this gap filled, and that would probably on SPY look like a refill at VWAP, a push up to new daily highs, And then that would equate to this pullback into about an 18 handle on VIX. So keep an eye on that 18 to 1850, maybe even just 1820, probably right around there. Probably wants the complete gap fill there. So I'm keeping an eye on VIX in that regard. On the daily, what do we got? Oh, more chart crime. Sorry for all these lines. But okay, fake breakout. And now we are starting to back test some of these volume imbalances. I'd like to see a clean retest of this blue 9 EMA there. So I think we do have some more room to push down. This is a bearish candle on VIX. We are seeing a more bearish candle on VIX than we are even bullish candle on SPY, I believe. So volatility crushes in effect. You love to see it. Can't let those bears win. You know how it goes. Interesting stuff. What else do we have going on? CA had previously covered a short on Tesla. Now he's long. Let's keep an eye on Tesla there. So we were talking about what it might do into that VWAP. Still heavy into VWAP, but yeah, there's some buyers there. That's CA holding the stock up himself. I can tell with that with that extra buying power we have in effect today, right? So let's zoom out just a little bit. Kind of forgot what Tesla's doing. A lot of bottom wicks on the 15, right? A lot of bottom wicks, a lot of buyers. I think they want to pump this along with the rest of the market, even though I think you correctly identified it this morning as a relatively weak stock. That all makes sense to me. And SMCI. So we are trading into, yep, this seller's kind of pocket of resistance of a supply zone, and rejected it once. Did we get the clean sweep? Not quite. So we still have some poor highs to clean up here and here as well. So this is a setup that I'd be looking to come back and flag into these rising VWAPs and moving averages into this fair value gap here and do a little shake and bake action. Maybe something like that, flag out a little bit and push into the afternoon, or maybe it needs to cool off for the day. But we'll keep an eye on this one for sure over the next couple of days, because I think the daily setup is quite appealing. So speaking of quite appealing, I want to talk about HIMS just a little bit, because man, I love this chart. I love this stock. I think it's so bullish. I've been talking about it and I just keep getting ads for them on YouTube. I don't know what they're trying to tell me. Hopefully they're just listening to my my data there. But we have the nice cup, the nice tight handle. We broke the downtrend on a fake breakout here, but we held this tight basing action, and all I see are these moving averages flattening out and starting to curl up. So every time we are down into this 20-day, I've been buying. I think my average cost is around 56-ish, maybe a little bit lower, like 55, because I was buying down here as well and then adding there on Friday. So yeah, I love this name. We had a nice explosive move this morning before a little bit of a pullback. Nice and healthy there. So we are getting this pennant action starting to form on a lot of these high beta previous leaders, which, speaking of which, let's talk about some of the other leaders. Okay, pretty similar here. So SMR is continuing its moon mission by everything I'm seeing. This is looking good still. So what I would like, this might be a play for the end of the day, because I've been watching this one's price action, and when it is on these breakouts, what it loves to do is have the big morning surge, and then it will swipe people out midday under this P-shaped volume profile, maybe down to right around here. Yeah, VWAP. So what I would like to see, I also see a pivot from this morning. So that's another thing we can talk about. If anybody caught my gap trading webinar a couple weeks ago, past 2 weeks, we did a lot of talking about all sorts of gaps, but one of those are intraday gaps or session to session gaps. So you have the morning session and this really high volume area, right? And it formed a pivot here before pushing higher. Now we are retracing. So I would like to see what it does at this morning pivot here. So I'm going to keep an eye on SMR right into 43, give or take, and that would give a really nice entry for an end of day push, right? Because we have this pivot here. If we scroll back, I bet you there's going to be something at this level. There you go. Right about here, we have this little block of a supply zone here. We can call it like that, something like that. So if we can dig into this and give us a little bit of a discount under this pivot, under VWAP, I think it gives a really nice entry for a long going into the close and potentially a swing. Because what I'm seeing on this chart is just nothing but clean breakout. Look at that. So what I'm shooting for is this 50 area. That's a 1.6 extension of this range that it broke out of. Man, what an explosive chart. Just absolutely insane. And I bet OKLO is doing something very similar. A little more sellers up here, and it's a little bit more extended. But this chart, to me, whoops. What did I click? Oh, that's what I did. Okay. So this chart to me is looking like an absolute parabolic mover that is going to want to tag this trend line properly before it needs to sell off. And it's looking very similar to SMR in that regard, where right here we saw the same thing. And when you were trading down here at $10 or so, it seemed pretty crazy to expect to move up to 22 to catch this rising trend line. But hey, not only did we get it, we surged above it before rebasing. So that's kind of what I'm seeing in that name there on OKLO. I would expect over the next couple weeks, week or two, to come up here and tag that. Interesting stuff, interesting stuff. Good morning, brother. Good to see you, DJ 2 a.m. We are streaming from an alternate location here. I am technically on vacation, but don't tell anybody. I just I couldn't get away from the charts. You know how it is, especially with this competition. It's we're having a good time. We're having a good time. So let's take a look around the horn, see what else is going on sector wise. Then we can touch base on some of the leaders. We can come back to our trades that we're in here, guys. But there's just so much to watch. We have Hood, the absolute, what a menace to shorts, right? It just will not quit. I think Roblox had I think they had 100 today. And what I'm seeing on Hood is a flag break here today. So this is a momentum mover. I would keep this on your watch list as well. We are not necessarily trying to chase the biggest and best movers that are a little overextended that start moving the market. But what we're looking for, if you can still hear me. Okay, now I'm seeing my stream come back on. Can I get a little confirmation that I'm not talking to dead air here? Let's see. Looks like I'm good, but I got a flash on my screen there, so just let me know if y'all can hear me. I'm going to pretend like you can, but we got Hood trying to push up and out of this. Nice curling, catching the moving averages, very clean price action off of previous consolidation, I would imagine. Just give me 1 sec to make sure that y'all can hear me here. I see my face. I don't see my charts. Let me try reloading those for y'all. Okay. All right. I think I'm back here, guys. I think I'm back. Can I get a 1 in the chat if anybody can see or hear me here? I'll pull up my charts. Oh, and
Hey.
Tim the Rockstar. Thank you so much for stepping in here, dude. Sorry to pull you from all your busy admin stuff. Okay.
No.
Good,
I can hear you. I can hear you now. Sorry.
oh, we
I
got
didn't know.
some
Did you reboot yet, or are you just going to reboot?
I was about to, and then StreamYard finally loaded. I was sitting here watching Hood break out, and I'm like, why can't I? What's going on this screen? Why can't I get in?
Did it? I'm long hood right now.
Yeah, I know, right?
Not in my competition account. Maybe I should have done that and get ahead of the game.
Maybe. I wish I was trading pre-market because there was a lot of good movers. Did you take any good trades? Catch anything fun?
Not pre-market, no. I've just been in crypto since before the weekend, actually, and just all the geopolitical stuff, watching everything just kind of fluctuate. And I was chatting with Mitch in the pre-market, but it's crazy just seeing like every kind of headline you get just like a dump, and then as soon as it's like, oh, okay, all right, the world didn't end yet, and then it just like the buying just comes back in, but it's so skittish. Yeah. It's so interesting.
It's
and the divergence between indices and gold and oil and crypto, and then like different individual like everything's all over the map. It's amazing trading conditions. Actually, it's fascinating.
Absolutely. No, it's for people like you and me. I know we love the complex system aspect of this, and seeing how all kind of fit together and interact with each other. It's a blast for sure. So in oil, we are seeing a basing happening. We're seeing an attempt to push up. This is a retrace of the overnight or weekend move, I should say. I guess the move into Friday, actually. And then this morning it spiked up, dumped, and then dumped hard on the open. What we are seeing, though, check this out. We are seeing a pullback right into this golden pocket, into that rising 15-minute 200 moving average, and now it is responding. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. I'm going to keep an eye on oil names. One that I like a lot that did pull back a little bit today. Ooh, taking a header here, FSLR. You don't like to see that, but there is potential for it to find some support after clearing out and filling up this node. Earlier, I was talking about those D or P-shaped volume profiles. And when you have the Bs, they often fill out into a D. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. Tim, I love hanging out with you.
Hey, shout out, by the way. I think Jay Fernan on the Discord was asking about volume profiles. So,
oh, yeah.
If you're going to dig into that, I can shout out to him that unless you're moving on, but if you're going to be going volume profiles for a little while, I want to make sure he gets the heads up there.
Hey, you know me, I can talk your ear off about a lot of this stuff, so I'm happy to talk volume profiles. About anything else, Tim, you're like me, like we get so excited about this stuff. It's a lot of fun. So I will say, I'll plug our upcoming webinars a little bit. After the series, I would love to dig in deeper to volume profile, because I think it's such a useful tool to add to that toolkit, as I always talk about, so there's a lot of value there for sure. So yeah, we have a pretty classic B one on FSLR, and I'd love to see it fill this out here and give me some more entries, because I don't have enough of this thing. I only have a little from like 163-ish, somewhere around there. So yeah, I'm keeping an eye on this. Any other oil names you like?
I'm not sure oil, but natural gas. I'm actually in let me see which login did I have that. I have that on my swing account. I went long WDS. That's natural gas. And so that's the Driftwood facility in Louisiana. They bought
is this like a spin-off of the Tellurian thing?
This is Tellurian. They got bought. Or
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Wow.
Yeah, WDS is a name from Australia, Africa. I think Australia.
Interesting. Okay.
So I'm not sure how am I doing. I'm not logged into that one. I've got so many.
It is low of day, but it looks to me like it just wants to backtest this 2536-ish, that the previous break of market structure. But man, that's got to be a bottom, right? That surge out after the sweep out down. That's very impressive. Mm-hmm. And I mean,
again, the question though, right, is if there's a resolution to everything, then oh, weird. I'm suddenly getting an issue logging into the web trading too, which is really weird.
Oh, one thing I don't know if we've talked about yet is, sorry, we can go right back to natural gas, but I'm just noticing the gap up on Chinese names. So that's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. I do remember hearing a headline, but I don't remember what it was. So keep an eye on those.
I mean, the last headline I heard was saying, but this was, I think, the other day. It was Lutnick saying, like, I don't see any reason why we'd pause the implementation of tariffs this time. Like, you know.
Okay.
But
Gotcha.
maybe he or somebody walked that back again, right? Like everything's just back and forth, and between Lutnick and Bessent and Trump, and
it's so much to keep track of, right? It's for me, this is just, it's such confirmation of like my system of like, sure, keep an eye on headlines, but if the headlines are real, they'll be reflected in the chart. Otherwise, you fade them, you know. But like, I mean, man, if I wasn't a technical trader, I would not be able to make heads or tails of Chinese moves, of these oil moves, literally any moves. You know, makes it so much easier when you just rely on the what the chart is showing you, what the cohort of you know, institutional investors and people who are insiders in one way or another, and them putting their money where their mouth is, and just seeing what the supply and demand does, right? So big confirmation for me that that narrative traders are exit liquidity more often than not. But interesting stuff.
well, that's why I had myself reversed, was because I wanted to have in case I wanted to look to the right, because StreamYard puts us off to the left, and I usually go on the right. Anyway.
Oh yeah, we're switching it up today. It's a special day, right? We're doing our special event here.
It's a very special day.
Lily's getting interesting here. We have this. These are old lines, but it's trying to break out of this pennant multiple times and just shaking the heck out of people. But now we are right back into this 200-day moving average. We are flagging tightly 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row there. So keeping an eye on this name here. As long as it holds 800, I think that we have potential to really juice this one. And I may be a little biased because if Lily goes up, HIMS is probably going to go up too. So, you know, I love this chart. And longer term here, we just have a lot of room, I think. I mean, once you get these parabolic moves and then they recover and start consolidating so tightly near the top of the range, to me, that just seems like, hey, they're not done with price discovery. Do you have any thoughts on that?
No, other than one thing I did. I remember, it wasn't you. It was somebody semi recently was saying something about consolidation at the top of a range. Like usually you think like, okay, the volume's coming in, you know, as near the top, or I'm buying, and a lot of people think of that as strength, but for some reason that can often signal a potential reversal.
Sure. No, absolutely something to watch out for. So how I would kind of think about that is like, well, what does the volume do, right? Anybody who watches my webinars knows I'm really big on the confluence between volume and price action. So if you get the volume pop through the range and it closes a daily or weekly stick at the high of that, you know, and it's a big stick, like that's a big difference for me than if it surges above on high volume and then gets rejected and closes at the low, right? You know, the low of the day, but the high of the range. Because then I think you're probably dead on that could be a really clear sign of reversal. So like many things in trading, there's a lot of nuance to it for sure, but it's interesting stuff, right? And it's so cool to just keep seeing these setups play out and you know, kind of keep adding to your mental database there about how these setups play out. So I'm definitely keeping an eye on this one for sure. I'm pretty heavily invested in it myself. And we got TEM posting some top wicks, but basically consolidating after a flag break. So not a bad look there. SoFi, my love, just keeps on riding these moving averages up. Every time it tags into these, I'm interested in it, into this 9 moving average, and especially this 20. But yeah, this one's looking clean to me as well. Tim, you noticing some strength in the fintech names? Seems to be a trend for me.
I am only just managing to get really booted up myself mentally. A lot of kind of behind the scenes prepping type stuff, and then also just yak shaving on a technical standpoint here too, because I don't know why. I'm gonna have to reboot actually myself in a minute. Like the Linux side is great, obviously, but the Windows side, it's decided to snap every window like up to the top, like, and then it's got scroll bars on it and everything. So I'm fighting that.
I hear you. Fighting technology all my life, it feels like. But This is another name that I think is really interesting. NU. This is a Brazilian fintech company. They work with small businesses in Brazil, and so it's a really big growth potential here. And
Which one is this?
NU, New Holdings.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
And just look at this weekly chart. The cup and handle breakout, back test. It's looking so constructive. Like, man, this thing just looks ready to go for me. So this is one that I'm building a position in. I wish I bought a little bit more, to be honest, but I think that this one can just absolutely surge. And ASTS is doing the thing, man. You love to see it, but I sure wish I was a part of this one. I have it on my charts. I just didn't take the play. I have like a little bit, like a baby starter position from 25, but it's just, you know, when you have just enough of something for it to hurt you every time you look at it. You're like, oh, yes, I made a little bit of money, but I should have full boarded. So that's where I'm at with ASTS. But what a move. What else is Space doing? What else is the Space place doing? We're seeing big divergence between ASTS and RKLB, the other leader of the space. So for me, that's like, okay, these are still basketed together. We're seeing money flowing in between them, right? So if ASTS is going up, then people are selling their Rocket Lab to buy it seems. So that is something to watch. We have D Money in the chat. Tesla's at a make or break spot. Let's check in with Tesla.
Yeah, and now I've got. I wasn't even running my Moo over. Yeah, I misclicked the other day. I was like spamming it hardcore into the webinar, but I got our competition link in just in time, just before you ended the stream, so that was great. But yeah, I got my little overview. I wonder if I dare trying to share my my screen share, if that's just going to take everything out. Like, I'll probably no, not just yet. I'll just restart before I even bother, to be honest. But
all right.
In fact, maybe I'll do that, and then if yours is running smoothly, I'll drop, because I'll be on later, and I gotta work with Joe for a second to test his. He's got some new setup things, so
yeah, absolutely.
Before I can do that,
you're a rock star as always. I don't know what I'd do without you. So thank you for stepping in here. Could you stay on the line for literally 30 seconds while I just grab some?
Yeah,
awesome.
Totally.
All right. You are in good hands, chat.
Yep. And let's see if. All right. Well, he's got that up, so I can. Let me look at that chart here and see what we see here. It's interesting. You do see that lower trend line rising up, right? But you see these kind of undercuts at, what is it? Right at right at 7, and then right at, let's see, is he on this UTC -7? So that's his time. So that would be at 10, and then at 11, 10. See, that one looks like the main, and then depending where you draw it, but you get these kind of undercuts of the support line, and then just popping back up. Interesting. All right, so let me see. Call out and go ahead and throw out what most of you guys like. So what am I in today? I'm in Hood, like I've been in Hood. In ARM, back in ARM, and that just I've been buying again in day trading accounts, trying longs. I got back in long for a swing on my personal. Target looked like it wanted to get back in. That could be good for a short if we start losing that. But yeah, kind of my perennial longs, as everything comes back after the weekend. But I didn't get a chance to get in on buying until it was already a lot of the move had already happened. But
Tim, you know how you have like stocks that you just associate with people? Like Tim, Target is you to me. Every time I see Target, I'm like, what's Tim doing? Is Tim in this?
That's so funny, because I've been both directions on Target.
Oh yeah,
a bunch of times, and then
you've been carving it up. I've been watching.
And then Roblox is probably my latest
yeah,
Bark, but Bark is like they I don't know what to do
like
about
that. You know that meme, like the pouting kid, like, congratulations, I'm happy for you, good job, because I just missed the whole move and you were in it the whole way. That was a beautiful trade. Let's give Tim his flowers here. Let's look at the daily chart on Roblox. What a mover! What a mover! Where were you long?
I mean, it's speaking of things poised for an explosive thing, right? It's like right at that $100 mark. So
right,
you know,
is it gonna Palantir? Is it just gonna everybody's gonna try to short it at 100 and they're gonna be like, no? I bet so. So in the same basket, Hood, I bet is going to be, high of day. Beautiful. We called that. We called that, guys. Just about high of day. We're going to sweep this, I think. Look at that.
And it's nice because now we're moving up in that diagonal channel as well.
Oh, yeah.
Before everything was just kind of holding the bottom. So yeah.
Yeah, intraday, beautiful. Look at that. Absolutely. So these are the just the riders. You can just ride them up these moving averages as they print up, and you see that expansion. Beautiful. Let's pop back into Tesla because who was saying that? D money putting it on our radar. Make or break point. It was a break point so far, but I think that it is flipping these moving averages. Personally, it looks like that. I know our boy CA Forsman here he flipped long probably somewhere around VWAP, and that looks like it's starting to pan out here. This looks like a place that I'd be considering looking to get in or add. Maybe it taps VWAP once more, but it seems like it's flipping this 200. You know, I love these 200s. Resistance right off the gate. Resistance, support, trend change. I don't know. Let's keep an eye on it. Flowers for Tim. There we go. I love it. Is that
nice? Thanks, buddy. Let me remember. I wanted to do it this way because Brave has for the studio management, and let me remember to remind you that later. I can mute by default the site, and then I can unmute the tab here.
That's my quantitative.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Let's look at this bloodbath. You guys want to see a dead body? Look at this thing. SRPT. Oh, the gap down. Oh, back in the casket on high volume too. It is trying to catch, but hey, I don't know how brave are you guys. You think it can come back and fill the gap? It could not last time. Maybe it tests into it. I don't know. Probably no trade. My toxic trade is wanting to buy something like this, but that's probably a bad idea.
Oh, you turned on the show comments on stage. You liking that?
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that I have them up, so I got to work on that. But I do love flashing it up there. Let's see. CA said he's covered his Tesla short, flipping back and forth all day long. You love to see it. I'm about to type your name in Trading View. There we go. And look at that. So yeah, we were talking about. Oh, that's a weekly chart. What am I talking about? We were talking about a potential long here. So let's see if it plays out. Let's see if my hypothetical long plays out.
We've got a call out here. Speaking of oil, WTI looking good on the 15-minute.
Yeah.
How's oil doing? How's just USO looking? This is that's the CFD on spot oil there that you had pulled up there. So
right,
this is equivalent to this. But CA, were you talking the stock WTI, or are you just talking West Texas crude? But yeah, pull up the stock WTI. That's a specific. So oil is looking.
What you want the W&T offshore?
Yeah. Which I wonder how many people realize they're actually, that's a particular. Okay. Yep. Exactly.
I wonder how many people buy
kind of
this.
Thinly. Yeah. Exactly. Kind of thinly traded, but.
Super. I got to squint just to see the candles there.
What's the volume on this one, though? Do we have enough volume?
7.
Is there
7 shares traded? No, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Well, let's see. Daily volume is. Got to lean in 3.34 million. Is that right? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, a little higher than 7, but crazy ramp up on these oil names. There's one on the tip of my tongue. Was it Shell that looked interesting that I was sad I missed? Yeah, I was watching it here and just didn't pull the trigger. And yeah, egg on my face. That would have been a nice solid move there. And pulling back out to the weekly charts here. I mean, heck, man, that's a big old explosive flag out of a big old cup, it looks like to me. Maybe you call it an inverse cup and handle or inverse head and shoulders there. Interesting look. Let's zoom into the daily of USO. So USO is going to be the direct analog of Tim. Is it Brent?
CL.
Is it WTI or is it CL?
Yep. Oh, actually, I'm not positive.
Either way,
Let me pull. Now that I got Mumu up, let me just go ahead and look on USO on the ETF thing. Considering that's what I was typing up.
Okay, so our boy's actually in the W&T offshore, not the actual energy itself, or underlying, I should say. So
but
that's
now
interesting.
You got me.
Oh, nice snipe. So from 198, our boy literally bottom ticking. Okay, all right, I see you, brother. I see you. So yeah, what's your target? What's your target? I think we could see a move up to this high volume node at some point. Got a nice base
constituents.
And 15-minute chart. Do I see?
It just says crude oil future. I have to imagine it's Oh, yep, yeah, WTI. Light sweet crude oil delivered to Cushing, Oklahoma.
Okay. Yeah, looking for 221. Looking for 221. Let's see if I can figure out why. Okay, that makes complete sense. Right back to basically this high volume node, right back to the opening level. I see a megaphone starting to form here. We'll see if I'm right, but these downtrend wicks seem to be lining up nice and clean. We got a retrace to just about where it gapped up, which would kind of make sense, right? If the trend's going to continue, maybe you don't see the complete gap close. If you don't know what I'm talking about, check out those webinars. But it's looking like we're starting to get his push. So man, CA, it's good to see you in here. I don't recognize your name, but clearly you know what you're doing. So I like this, helping us meet our goal. By the way, Tim, do you happen to have metrics on how we're doing overall in this challenge? Putting you on the spot here. So
I don't think I've been given access to that. I know we have the competition leaderboard.
Well, we will update you. I will update you in the afternoon here because I will be hopping back on to close out the day, I believe. Yeah, to close out the day. So if you're sick of me, too bad. You're getting more of me. We got Par. Hey, you guys are in overtime. Well, when you love what you do, does it really work? We're hanging out. We're trading stocks. I'm in beautiful Flathead Lake, Montana. So I could be worse off. I'm having a good time. CA taking some CVX, brother. You are a machine. How are you in so many stocks? I can't even keep up watching. I love it though. All right, so we are seeing
positions, closed positions. I have no overall. No way to see over. Oh, you know what? I bet I can see at least the. Oh no! It just shows. My million, not
your million.
Million. Yeah.
Your personal million. You'll love to see it. Oh man, my watch list is so far. I'm on a new setup today. two monitors, and my watch list is like I gotta crane my neck over here. What do we got? What do we got popping?
And I think I am gonna actually just
Yeah, do your thing, Tim. If you got to bounce, no worries at all. I really appreciate you stepping in there while my internet was on the fritz.
Well, I'll try popping back in just to make sure it's back, and we'll see if everyth's a little smoother. But give me a moment. Yeah, I'm gonna reboot. Looks like everything I have is on an uptrend, so and I've got the other one sitting here, so I'm in a good spot.
Let it cook, brother. Right. Let it cook. I love it. All right. So Coin, I want to talk about Coin real quick. This is a name that I was long. I put out the bat signal at 242. I was a little early. It gapped down on me, but I'm holding, and now I'm deep in the green here. I have some Con-L, I believe it is, so whatever the 2x leveraged one is. And I think this is how I want to play Bitcoin. Again, excuse the chart gore here, but I'm keeping it up. I'll show you what I'm seeing. The big cup, the big handle. And then zoomed in on this, we have another cup and tight handle forming. One thing that I want to mention on Coin, throw some Bollinger Bands. Those are regression bands. They're my Bollinger Bands. Look at this. Look at this pinch. That's an intense pinch after trading just sideways for 2 weeks after a big, powerful gap up. I forget the news. You know me, technical trader. There was something that happened and it was good. Some kind of I won't pretend like I remember. But what I do know is that it's getting really tight. It swept to the bottom of the Bollinger Bands here, and now it's trying to push up. I think this is a winner here. I love this for a swing trade. I'm going to be in this for quite a while, I think, because I see expansion up and out of this major pattern. If not now, then soon. But I would love to see at least 350 and potentially a whole lot higher. I mean, if you're just a set and forgetter, you buy some here, you sell at 500, and you don't even think about it. Take your double in a year or so, in 6 months, a year. So this is a high probability setup for me. I'm really going to keep a focus on this one. I love it. Every time it dips and I think it's stupid, I will just hammer the buy button. Let's take these off here and go back to intraday. I want to see what Tesla's doing. This is the nail biter for me today. Look at it setting up here. I think this might be our afternoon trade where we are just coiling. I kind of think it wants to pop and catch up. I'm not a Tesla lover in general, but I gotta be interested when it's showing this kind of consolidation here. So let's see, keeping up with the chat here. We got WTI volume increasing. We'll pop that up. Cheer for you here. That's not the right stock. There it is. Okay, keeps on cooking. We'll watch this reclaim of the low here at 205. We'd like to see that, and then a surge up to VWAP, I'd assume, at 210. And heck, when you're trading such a small cap stock, that's a 3.5% move right there. So you love to see it. What do we got? Disney, 90 minutes of almost straight selling. Woof, look at that. Just cut through VWAP like a knife there. Trying to hold this nothing EMA. I don't give much credit to a 50 on a 5-minute chart. That's just whatever. What I think it's responding to is probably a fib of 50%. Oh, not quite there, but I'd like to see what it does here at this 119 handle, 119.50. And let's zoom out and see why it's doing this. What's up with this? What's up with this? So pre-market, it spiked. It could not clear here. I bet if we zoom in a little bit more, we'll see something interesting. Yep, there it is. So when you have a surge up and you have two top hooks like this, little chopstick action, little tweezer action, you project it to the right, and that will be the area of interest. So we squeezed up, sellers were there, trying to base out, trying to flag out. We came back, retested this breakout, and pushed up again, and now we are getting sellers here. So this is a really good example of kind of aligning the technicals with the overall kind of narrative, not even narrative, but just like kind of marrying these short-term technicals with what it may be doing in a longer-term, bigger pattern. So we have the high, we come down, we squeeze up, we form the right wall of a potential cup pattern. So you can also look at this in, what is it, ICT terms, they would call this a mitigation block. So if you were a seller up here, basically they're coming back and retesting this. If you were a buyer somewhere here, then you're getting a mitigation opportunity where you're coming back and then you said, okay, oh good Lord, I bought something that was way too overextended, but here's my out. Here's my out. So there's probably people who got caught on this day getting out flat here. And now what we're looking for is essentially we had a magnet to that level and that just got released. If it is bullish, then what we should see is a pretty tight dip buy at some point. I know 90 minutes of selling can seem scary when you're scalping or intraday trading, but for me, this still looks very constructive. I would love to see a nice cup start to form here, or handle, I should say, cup handle. And on a higher time frame, this is it's worth noting, right? I mean, we're back at a key level. It's a choppy old chart there. I don't know what to. Sometimes you got to just keep zooming out until you see something that makes sense, right? So I guess I'm probably overthinking this. We got a big base, right? A big old base. This whole thing, one big base, right? We need to push above it. We need to push above it, and we are seeing signs of potential rejection. So for me, this is probably a nothing trade until we find some support. If we find some support, I'd like to look long. But, let's not get too ahead of ourselves on this guy here. What I could be looking for, is maybe a pullback into this 9 moving average that it's been respecting on the way up. That would be a nice entry. Something like that's definitely interesting. Let's see what we got. We got Zero Gravity Zen. Oh, that's a fun name. Might be better to not know the news, only the price action. Keep emotions out of it. I feel that's how I am. So for me, when I've learned too much about the fundamentals of a company, I start believing it. I start believing in their message. I start, I'm like, oh man, these guys are onto something. And then, sellers step in, and I'm slow to believe the sellers because I have this bias of a bullish narrative. So for me personally, this is absolutely a reality of my trading, that the less I know, the better. And heck, when you're trading, when you're a systems trader, it can really help to not know what the heck you're trading, because does it matter? Does it matter? I don't care what these things are. I mean, it's all arbitrary, right? We're all trading pieces of paper back and forth, assuming we can sell it to the next guy higher. It's there's a lot of ambiguity in terms of the fundamentals, and sure, long term they matter, but short term, it's all, price action is king. So this is my motto, and I'm sticking to it. All right, my friend Par here saying still in hood long in competition from 75.40, target somewhere in the 77 area. Let's check in on hood, and then put it on your radar. We are going to go about, I believe, 10 more minutes here, and then I believe we're going to break for lunch. And you guys might see a webinar, one of my webinars up there, just until we all reload for the afternoon session. So on the daily, this is looking really clean, right? We got the break, very beautiful. Par looks like you sniped an entry from 74.50. Where were you in at? Nice. So you saw the surge up, you saw it holding VWAP, I would assume, and you started nibbling, something like that maybe. Now we're in this uptrend channel breaking out. So this is beautiful. I love this chart. I love this. This is one of those that I did buy into the narrative, but I bought into the narrative because I knew that it was programmed to go up here. People thought I was crazy down here, but they did with Palantir too. But when you see these IPO bases where it's an amazing company, they're just printing money hand over fist, and they give you such an intense discount, you got to take a nibble, and you got to start building a position as it works up, because it was destined to make this right wall. And you know what? It's probably going to hit this high, maybe overshoot, and then it's probably going to pull back pretty severely. And you know what? I hope it does, because I will be a massive buyer off of the handle that forms off of this huge cup. So yeah, it's really important to balance short-term patterns, long-term patterns, give more precedence to the long-term patterns, and keep looking for your spots on these larger patterns. So love this chart, love the name, love the narrative. I love it all. I mean, how can you hate on hood? Tesla definitely setting up for a big move out of this consolidation we've seen for 2 hours. Absolutely. I'm with you, man. This is a big watch for me. I'm just going to keep flashing back to it every 5-10 minutes here. And oh, look at this. We might be getting the push out of here. So I said that I would have longed off of here, and that is looking like it's playing out very nicely. So we had the surge up, breaking this 200 moving average. We came back down, and we confirmed that we were flipping that from resistance to support, in my opinion. We still do have to negotiate these swing highs. You see this yellow rectangle here where they have been selling it. So that's something to consider. We are seeing those sellers still holding there, but I would expect any opportunity or any dips below these shorter term moving averages to be buy ops. And as you can see, my indicator just turned solid yellow here, saying that we basically are looking to print this candle and form this into a breaker block if we can hold above it. See, it keeps flipping back and forth there. If we can close above this, then I think we're basically saying, okay, this whole area is looking to be a base that we're going to break out of, and then we can even buy back tests off of this base, and we can shoot for some nice clean targets at pre-market highs there. And then looking back further, see, oh yeah, we have the double tops here. So whenever you have, let me talk about this real quick. Whenever you have a swing high, we come down, we form another swing high. We mentioned this on Disney as well. So these are relative equal highs. They're two areas where people have stops above them, right? And market makers just love seeing those stops on the book and saying, oh, I could take those. I could run those stops. Because they've been buying in here on the gap fill, right? So you came down, you got the gap fill, you posted a nice bottom wick, a nice demand zone right there. And now just every 15 minutes, every 30 minutes, we're seeing buyers closing the candles near the high. Now we're trying to push out of this consolidation. So if you are long Tesla with me, well, I actually didn't click the button. I'm a little, I'm in vacation mode, but look at that. Now we get the surge candle. This is beautiful. It's really nice to see examples like this where we can talk about it throughout the day and start to see the ideas playing out in real time, and we don't have to wait a week. So I love when I get to talk about these on stream. We are just getting a nice ramp here. So let's talk about targets. We have opening level here that we're negotiating. We're cooking it. That's beautiful. We want to see high of cash session here at 332.04. And then we want to see the pre-market highs here. These are our targets intraday. I'm going to slap on my ATR targets here, and we can see what we see. So as you can see, this is a name where there is a lot of room intraday, because as CA mentioned, we are seeing so much consolidation where there's so many other names gapping up and continuing. So this allows a situation where people who maybe are in those HIMs or those SMRs and they're up 11%, 7%, maybe they want to take some of that profit and put it into another name, which is basing. So you can see that cyclical action of the cash flow in the market. And it's really important to remember that not very much money enters or leaves the market on any given day. Almost all of it, we're talking like 95%, just gets shuffled around. So it's super important to try to keep tabs on the flow of these things, and it'll really help you catch some of these moves. So look at this, just every little red candle is getting bought up intensely. This is beautiful. We saw a nice volume surge through these previous highs. So I love to see it. Now what we can also watch is see this yellow box here. We want to see every tap back into this get bought up ferociously. So if you miss this move, look to get long in here for a move through high of day. And then if you are trading a swing account as well, just keep in mind that there's potential for a nice move to 342, 345, potentially today. If SPY is looking really strong, we'll check back in SPY in just a second here. But, do we see some sellers stepping in? All right, it's time to test the thesis. Let's see if we're right or not. Let's see if this is a back test and this gets bought up off this yellow. We're going to keep an eye on this, and we'll check back in just a minute. I want to see what SPY is doing. Remember, we were talking about we wanted the VWAP for entry. So far, looking good. If you took a long off of the VWAP, you are in the green. You had some chances to get out for a decent profit there, and now we are seeing sellers step back in. So let's see what's going on. Let's try to figure this out. We could consider this a larger flag here, another failed breakout. Starting to be a little sus, right? Starting to be a little questionable, because this is a hard sell. Can't deny that. Hard sell. We want to see what it does at VWAP here still. And now let's start to look for other potential targets if we fail VWAP. If we fail VWAP, what I'd look for is the intraday range. We're going to slap a fib on there. And we have this 50 fib right here. I'll take off the daily target to clear this up just a little bit. And I think that if this VWAP fails, we will the next stop will be this 602.42, and we need to negotiate this. So there will be buyers stepping in. They could be easily sold through. So we just got to see where the cohort of buyers that actually has strength is starting to step in. For this first time here, it was VWAP, but then there was a cohort of sellers that stepped in before we could take this swing high. So we are still in consolidation after the morning move. It does make sense into the afternoon here. I'm not saying go out and, load every short you can, but it's just we gotta play the contingencies, right? We got to keep in mind the possibilities. So zooming in just a little bit, we are seeing some bottom wicks. There is a potential that people are front running this and that we could form a higher low and keep moving higher. Just something to keep in mind. Personally, for any scalping, I see some imbalances here. See these holes in these candles where the sellers are just very aggressive. So these form little areas where we could see wicks up and then continuation moves down. For me personally, when we see this expansion, it probably feels like we are going to break this little range and continue to seek price lower in this internal range that we formed this morning. Totally natural, totally healthy. One thing to consider is where we are in the formation of the weekly candle. So on the weekly stick, what are we seeing so far? This is super important, guys. Thinking about how weekly candles are going to form early in the week and using that to inform our bias through the week and beyond. So what we need to see to be bullish is we need to break through the highs of yesterday's week. Otherwise, we do have the potential to think about this. We open up here just over the neckline. See this kind of pivot where this candle closed, this candle opened right around there, right around this 600, a little under 599.50. So what are we seeing? We're seeing a push up. We couldn't break higher yet. And now we have an imbalance between this open and, well, definitely this close, but in this open, right? So we have this imbalance, and where's the imbalance? It's right at 600, that round number, that key pivot, where there's a lot of volume, a lot of incentive to keep revisiting that spot until we get a clear directionality. So with that in mind, I think we have to be open to the possibility of this wick continuing, us pulling back more and potentially revisiting this 600, potentially pushing below it and forming a few weeks of consolidation here as the geopolitical stuff starts to settle. We do have some data points this week that are pretty important. I believe, we have VIXpiration on Wednesday too, and VIXpiration is super key. It's very important to keep that on your radar as well. VIXpiration is when the monthly contracts of VIX, the fear and greed index, essentially roll over, and this can act as an unpinning event. So we could see pinning price action until then, and then get a significant move after that magnet, that pin gets released when those contracts roll over and all of those options expire, if that makes sense. So I think it's going to be very important to watch what we do Wednesday, especially because we have Thursday off. So because of that, we could see a lot of positional shifting happening going into that, especially with all of the geopolitical stuff, because, hey, what if something happens? What if we get a headline on Thursday? People will not want to get caught flat-footed, and they will be more prone to taking the money from this recent push up, since the last VIXpiration, which was this spicy big red week here. So as you can see, that was a pretty wide week, a pretty wide range, and the VIXpiration was a large part of that unpinning. So since then, we got the unpin, price slammed down, and then they've gotten a nice push up over the past month into this VIXpiration, into this tumultuous time in terms of the geopolitical situation. So just keeping it on your radar that there probably will be some de-risking going into this, and that this is a pivotal moment that we got to keep an eye on. So that's just what I wanted to talk about in terms of the potential weekly formation candle. So if we're bullish, we would like to see early in the week this push continue and to find support or continuous buyers through this 605 handle, through last week's high. Otherwise, we have to be worried about this forming the top wick and coming and revisiting 600. So keep that on your radar, guys. Welcome, Joey. Good to see you in here, brother. Good to see you. All right. What else we got? We got CA starting to build up or starting to fade IWM at 211. I like this because if we are seeing the weakness that I mentioned, then we can start to look at the laggards, and IWM is definitely lagging. Where's my real chart? There it is. There it is. Okay. So, yeah, we are still over VWAP. Actually, let's do a little side-by-side comparison here. Got IWM here. We'll pull SPY up here. So, IWM is a little more choppy and poppy. We got the deep cut this morning as SPY pushed up. So there was repositioning from IWM longs into SPY initially, and then that got kind of reversed, I would say, and they joined the party. They surged up. Now they're back testing this key level. So whenever you have a big deep cutout like that, a fade with a quick reform, you wanna do this just like I showed you here. So you take the top of the candle, you take the bottom of the candle, you project out to the right, and this should represent a cohort of buyers that are significant because they changed the trend, right? You can look at it like, hey, maybe there were a bunch of buyers down here and the market just tanked because it was empty space until this big shelf of buyers. Then somebody placed a big order. People were really interested in the market down here. And as we talked about with IWM, there's good reason to be bullish under that 210 because that's basically a back test of a major months-long inverted cup and handle setup. So when you get that and you get the buyers surging in like that, you push it outwards and you want to see them basically step back in if they get the same price. See what I'm saying? Because when you're a big participant, you will move markets if you just go all in when you want to buy. So you build a position gradually over time. So that being said, it's something to keep in mind, this 210.50 level. If you get your fade, CA, if you get your move down and we retest this, just keep a close eye and make sure those big buyers don't step back in again. And if they don't, well, then we can talk about a major pattern rejection, a failure of this breakout pattern. And then you can catch a very significant move down. So that's how I would frame this. It is interesting to see these charts next to each other. To me, SPY is actually looking kind of weaker. See, they're all already at the bottom of this this area, whereas IWM is holding up a lot better. So just something to consider there. We're still watching the same things. We're still watching VWAP. We're still watching these moving averages. And starting to warm up to the idea of shorting something, I got to say. But, you know, let's not get too hasty. This seems like a decent short entry. We're wicking back into moving averages, into my triggers there, these jagged yellow lines. And we are going to, let me pull this full screen. We are going to, yeah, look at that. That was an entry right there off of the 5-minute trigger and the 1-minute trigger I have. Red is the 1 minute, 5 is yellow. And as you can see, these levels have pretty much confirmed that they're flipping to resistance. We're about to have the 1 minute cross over the 5-minute. That's a bearish signal, just like any other moving average crossover. That being said, we are still in this flag formation. So super important to keep an eye on what we do down here, what we do at this 50% fib. And looks like I'm going overtime here a little bit. So I'm going to double check and make sure that we are going to lunch. And then you guys will get me back a little bit later towards the end of the day. Bear with me 1 second here. All right. Yeah. So that is my time for the day. Keep an eye on the things we're talking about. We're watching this VWAP here. It looks to me like a fade, but you got to keep an eye on it because see, there are still buyers trying to step in. I think they probably get overpowered and we dig a little deeper, look a little lower, but we will be back. And we're gonna take a break. We're gonna take a lunch. We'll put on the webinar, I believe, and you can keep yourself entertained with that. Not overtrade this lunchtime session, and then we're gonna hit it really hard when we come back for power hour here. So on that note, I am going to switch on over here. Thank you, Tim. Looks like you added the webinar. I'm going to switch the stream to there. All right. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Already. Okay. All right. So I'm going to hop off here. Thank you so much for joining, and you will catch me after lunch. Take care, guys, and trade safe. How we doing? How we doing? I see a lot in the chat, a lot of people in the chat. I love it. Welcome, everybody. All right. All right. So today we are going to be talking about gap trading. And not just gap fills, not just gap extensions. We're going to cover everything here. And so this is going to be a two-parter. This is a big one here. We're ramping it up. So today we're going to be talking about the multiple setups. And then next week, we're going to be really, really honing in on the risk management, on the intricacies of trading some of these, and how to kind of bring it all together. So if we are going to be doing questions at the end, but just keep in mind that there will be more to come. This is a big topic to cover, and I didn't want to miss anything, so it had to be divided into two. There This is super useful because gap trading is one of the most replicable, most reliable setups. There is always going to be a gap up or a gap down on any given day. And knowing how to trade those can really help you as a consistent trader to just lock in these little very high probability trades. So I think it's a very important tool to have in your toolbox, and I'm excited to talk about it because I trade a lot of gaps myself. So yeah, well, let's get into it here. Alrighty, there we go. Welcome, coming from Trader TV. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate that. We have a lot of fun on there. He got me hungry though, thinking about all those tacos and burritos. So after this, I'm gonna go hit up the local taqueria, I think. But until then, we're gonna talk about gaps. So there are multiple types of gaps, and it's really important to be able to identify the differences in them. So we have the traditional gap fills. Okay, stock gapped up overnight, and then sellers came in and they push it back and they fill the gap, and that's a very common occurrence. We also have a lot of other setups though that don't get talked about quite as much. So there's gap continuations, which are essentially a gap up, then it consolidates, and then it continues up in the gap direction. You'll see these a lot on earnings and stuff, and they can be very explosive when you do get that continuation move, but they usually have to be driven by fundamentals as well. You have post earnings gaps and news trading gaps, which are two examples of those fundamental driven gaps. And those are ones that I often look for those continuations. But of course, you have to align the fundamentals with the technicals for these setups. Intraday gaps are a thing as well, especially if you're trading small cap stocks. You'll get some halts and things like that. And there's some very interesting strategies you can use to capitalize on those moves too. So the important thing is that there are like 5 to 15 tradable gaps in the market every single day. And you just knowing how to scan for these, how to have these on your radar can just lock you in some really nice wins every single day if you're on top of it and able to play them. So yeah, gap fills here are when price obviously returns the gap. This one signals a strong directional move, and then you have your news and your earnings, all of that. But it's just important to remember that they're very distinct setups. So that's why we're going to kind of talk about each individually, because you can't play a gap fill like a gap continuation, or else you'll get hurt. So being able to identify them is pretty key. So why do we want to trade gaps? What are the actual benefits here? Well, I think that it's really important that you're able to find these clear risk reward setups where you have the defined entry, you have the defined exit, and it's a lot less guesswork a lot of times. The market's kind of showed its hand already with the gap, and now you're either playing a mean reversion move or a trend continuation move, depending on the setup. But either way, you know where your stops are, you know where your targets are for the most part, and it's like I said, very reliable. It's a key component to any trader's skill set. And they give you multiple opportunities every day across all asset types. So I know we got some folks in here from the Fibers community, and you guys like to trade Forex and all this fun stuff that I'm not super familiar with. But the good thing is, gaps are going to happen on a daily chart every single day, especially when you're trading something like Forex and there's a lot of moves overnight with other markets. So this is not just a stocks thing. This is not just a crypto thing, Forex thing. This is a universal concept. So I think it's super applicable. It works in multiple market conditions too, and whether it's a bull market, bear market, or the infamous crab market, you're always going to find these, and it's just a natural result of market mechanics. So it's great to have on your radar. And these strategies work on any size account too. This isn't like a strategy you can't do on a super small cap kind of company, because those have more gaps, right? So I think there's a lot of reasons why gap trading is a handy tool in your repertoire there. So today we are going to talk about a complete gap classification system. You're going to be able to recognize the differences in these gap setups and hopefully identify them, play them correctly, and just improve your win rate pretty easily. We're going to talk about matching the right strategy with the right gap type. That's super key. And we're going to get into some advanced timing techniques in terms of entries and exits. We're going to get into the risk management framework, because it's super key, like with any system, to practice this risk management. Although with gap trading, it's nice because you have your levels so well defined with the gap up, the gap down, and or the top of the gap and the bottom of the gap, essentially, and the bottom of the candle that led into the gap, and vice versa on the bullish side. So this gives you a really strict parameters in which to trade with. So if you're somebody that maybe struggles with moving the goalposts and changing those stops, this could be a good strategy to practice, because it's a little bit easier to not fall prey to that, because you have such defined levels. And let's get into the meat and the potatoes here. So complete gap taxonomy. First off, what is a gap, right? I know it seems obvious, but it's just price discontinuity between trading sessions or timeframes. So regardless of whether it's a daily chart, weekly chart, hourly chart, if you're trading intraday and you halt up or something, there's a discontinuity between one time frame and another. So that creates an imbalance, and imbalances love to be either they like to be tested. They don't always heal completely. I think about 70% of normal gaps will test, but not completely fill their gap. But it's a level of what's the word for it? It's just a level that needs to be remitigated, retested. And knowing this, you can catch really easy mean reversion moves back into the gaps. You can catch some really good continuation moves by buying once it tests the gap and shows an incentive to continue the gap direction. And yeah, it's they always happen. So you always want to have them on your radar. So the market psychology behind these moves are essentially driven by a few basic concepts. You have fear on the gap downs. Everybody thinks the world's ending, and they just drive it down, and it's an oversized move compared to the actual news. And on the other side of that, you have greed, right? It's the same thing. When a good headline hits, people want to chase it, they FOMO into it, and that creates very easy situations of mean reversion for savvy traders like ourselves. So the last thing is that, yeah, essentially this, when you get the fear or the greed, that leads into rational repositioning by smart market participants, where they say, okay, this is running too hot. Sure, it's going to keep going higher, but I can fade this. And then once we reconfirm the move by testing the gap and saying, okay, we gapped up, now we're coming back to this level, and there's still buyers, we're still in it, the narrative hasn't changed. And, then you can catch the continuation there. So it just provides kind of like it's like a little breather in a market for a second, where it's like, okay, there is a catalyst. We made a move. Now there's going to be a little bit of digestion of that move, and we can really hone in on the digestion. And by doing this, if you're trading like a breakaway gap, you get this great opportunity where you've already had the strength confirmed, and then you're just looking for a continuation there. So it can keep you out of choppy stocks that are still basing. It can let you catch the initial move and really, really juice the returns by not having your capital sitting in a stock that needs 3 weeks to digest there. So the formation mechanics, they hinge on a few different ones. It's order imbalances. You'll have way too many bulls, and the tape essentially didn't get filled. There's like a gap in the tape that just needs to come back and be revisited. So institutional positioning plays a large factor in this. When they're in a stock and it gaps up big, they're going to take some profits, even if they're still bullish and they're just looking to buy back in just a little bit lower. It's just a very logical thing to do from a risk management perspective. And of course, the last one is news flow, because when news hits the tape, that catches the market flat-footed, that catches everybody off guard to some degree or another. And so the market has to rapidly reprice the new catalyst. So those are some of the factors that are going to determine whether a gap persists, whether the initial move, the gap up, holds and continues, or whether it's just an exhaustion gap type move. And we'll talk about both of those. But yeah, there are ways to identify it. So now let's talk a little bit about the psychology here. Whoops, is this double the screen there? My bad. The 6 types of tradable gaps that I really want to focus on are, first off, just the classic gap. And that's just going to be what you see, like on SPY on any given day when there's a move overnight. It's not like some crazy news catalyst. It's just, the market moved some overnight, and that's created a gap on the daily chart of SPY. So when you get those between the open and close prices, it provides a very, very high probability chance of a retest of that gap. So you can mark those gaps on your chart, and you can take a look at how price reacts once it reaches that area. And the reaction there will give you a lot of hints about the direction we're going. So there are partial gap fills. Like I said, not all gaps fill completely. And by identifying that change of character, once it trades back into the gap, you can snipe some really good long entries off the gap up. So, you don't want to buy first thing in the morning when a stock gaps up. About 70% of those moves do mean revert back into the gap to some level. But by buying, once you recognize, oh, there are still buyers here in the gap, then you can really, really catch a nice entry for a continuation swing. So you have the classic earnings and news gaps. Obviously, big catalyst. It's going to move everything. And yeah, like I said, they're driven by fundamental news. So depending on the news, you have to kind of put your macro cap on and really think about what the implications are for the headline. So those can be a little tougher. But if you are a macro trader as well, you can really, really catch some home runs here. You see the gap up. It's already on your radar because you like the fundamentals as is. The fundamentals improve. The stock price responds to it. It maybe dips just a little bit in mean reversion, and then you get that entry for the big push up. So that big push up would be considered a breakaway gap. And a breakaway gap is essentially a gap that initiates a new trend. So like I said, it's basing, things look good on the fundamental side, but there's no catalyst. Then boom, good earnings, boom, good headline, you get that catalyst. And that is initiating a new trend. After the breakaway gap, often you'll get runaway gaps or measuring gaps. And these are essentially continuation moves, and they accelerate existing trends. So we'll talk about how to identify those too, and differentiate those from a exhaustion gap up, which we might have seen on NVIDIA. So that's the next one. Yeah, and exhaustion gaps are essentially gaps that signal a trend completion. They are essentially primarily positioning driven. And when you get a gap up and it instantly starts selling off, that's something you really got to watch for. Obviously, there are certain factors that matter here. And the biggest one is being very high volume. So we'll talk about it in a little more detail later. But in general, for these, if a gap up is trading on like 500% of average volume and starts to fade, that's really scary, because you get up to this big level on the gap up, and then somebody big is just selling relentlessly. So that's something to keep an eye out. Those are the main types here. And yeah, there are different ways to trade all of them. So let's get into it. First off, I think it's really important to classify gaps by the size of the move, because the implications are very different across the board there. You have small moves. Like I said, on SPY, you'll get a lot of these 0.25% to 0.5% gaps. And these almost always fill. So if I see a little gap up and I'm bullish overall, I'm sitting there just rubbing my hands together, waiting for that gap to get filled, because very often they will, and very often they'll start to reverse in that area. So that's where I really get interested and start looking to catch that change of character in the tape, where the initial sell-off after the gap up, starts to round out, and you can get those nice entries. You have smaller gaps, but not tiny gaps, but like call it 0.5% to 2% on an individual name. On SPY, 2% is obviously a big gap, but these don't always fill. It's still a decent fill percentage, but often you'll get these partial fills on these moves where it'll retest the gap, but it's not going to fill it completely. And we'll talk about where you can look in that gap to kind of identify levels where you can start to watch. And it's really cool once you learn the secrets. You'll be like, whoa, you'll pop that on all your gaps and you'll be like, oh, okay, he's right, that does work a lot. So medium gaps, like 2 to 5%, are they're often news and earnings driven, but they're not as pronounced as those crazy moves where something major hits the tape. Like think about the tariff rollback announcement, or the Liberation Day, the tariff announcement, where you just get these massive moves. And those are very, very they represent big fundamental shifts in the equity. And those, they require special approaches, because it's a very, it's an outlier situation. So just keep this in mind. Depending on the size of the gap, you have to have different considerations in how you're trading it. And I do see your questions in the chat, guys. I'm going to be answering them all at the end, so I appreciate you bearing with me here. We got market context and we got gap behavior. So there's a few things I want to talk about here. Market context, it's super crucial, because the same gap, like I said, it can behave completely differently based on different environments. And for example, trending markets, they'll create more breakaway and runaway gaps, and they don't always fill quickly, So you can in a very bullish market, if you see these scenarios, you can be inclined to catch the little pullback, but maybe not expect a gap fill, and then you can look for extension there. So if you're in a bear market and you see a gap up, you got to be much more concerned about the potential for a gap fill and a gap rejection. Those exhaustion type moves we were talking about. Range bound markets, they offer the most reliable gap fill opportunities, I'd say, because when there's a lot of chop in a market essentially overprices something on a gap up, very often the market will want to kind of revert back to the mean and just fill that imbalance before it really makes its decision on directionality, whether it's actually breaking out of the sideways crab range. So high volatility is another factor here. And essentially it creates more gaps, obviously, but it makes their behavior less predictable. So it's not necessarily like the kind of thing where you really want high volatility to reliably trade these gaps. It's just something to keep in mind that, you know, if you are in a high volatility environment, the statistics will not be as, you know, you will be seeing more failures than you would on average otherwise. And also another thing is understanding sector rotation is super key, and essentially they can help you predict when the gaps will continue or not. So Zscaler today, for example, it gapped up and it just kept going, right? And so these are driven by the fundamentals of the sector and by money coming into these sectors, usually on the leader posting good results like Zscaler. So we're also going to be talking about how you can play that if you missed the leader move too, because there's a lot of ways to play the sympathy and catch that alpha without exposing yourself to the one that's already quite extended. Let's see. Let's talk about the actual gap fill strategies and how to define them, how to identify them, how to trade them. And let's start with the basics. Let's start with the classic gap fill. So this is nothing crazy. You know, they're the foundation of all gap trading, I'd say. And essentially, you're looking for a gap that occurs without significant news, right? Because this is a very different setup than a fundamental change in the market that will change dynamics and often have follow through. These ones are just, hey, for whatever reason, it got bid up overnight, it got bid down overnight, and it created an imbalance in the chart. And so these are the ones that have about 70 to 80% fill rate. If you're able to identify, you know, no news catalyst, relatively range bound market, that kind of thing, these gaps very often fill, and they're a big part of my trading strategy, where I'll see what gapped up that I'm looking to play, and it's very, very common to get that fade back. And then if it's on my watch list as something I want along already, I love these setups where you can catch the little short and then it's right on your screen, right on your radar to flip long. So I'm a greedy boy. I like playing both directions. I like catching the move down to pad my move up. All of a sudden I have a cushion on a position I wanted already. So you can get these kind of really nice risk returns with these setups. Another thing that's really important with these is don't rush into gap fills at the open. You know, you kind of want to wait for price action confirmation to confirm. So that would look like something like, okay, it gapped up. I'm expecting the gap to fill. I'm not just going to slam short right at open. I'm going to probably wait about 15 minutes, half an hour. I want to see the initial volume kind of subside, the initial bullish continuation volume. And then I want to see a change in character where we're starting to get a little bit weaker, you know, and then you can get a really nice risk reward chance because you're trading over the open and you're targeting under the open. So that's a pretty good move. What else here? So you can place your stops beyond the gap extremes, essentially with a little bit of volatility cushion. So say below the daily or below the candle. Okay, for a gap up, you can place your stop. Once you've seen the weakness in the morning, you can place your stop a little bit above the high a day. And if our thesis is right, it shouldn't sweep that out again because we've already gapped up. We've already like reached up for this liquidity. It's kind of like a mission accomplished, right? So it's hit its target, its immediate upside target. And now we think about what is its immediate downside target? And the logical answer is to fill that imbalance below that gap. So you put your stop a little bit above that top once you see that, you know, once you identify, hopefully correctly, that it is the top. And these will often occur about half an hour into the trading session, just kind of as that initial push of volume subsides, but they can also occur an hour or so in. So just keep an eye. You know, everybody has their own systems for gauging weakness. For me, it'll often be on a 5-minute chart or a 10-minute chart when it loses a key moving average, or when it tags a key level above and shows, okay, there are sellers at this key level. So your target is the full gap, but you got to be prepared because they don't always fill. Like 70 to 80% do, but you know, 20 to 30 don't. And it's really important to be able to recognize when you're being a little greedy waiting for the full gap fill, and when maybe you should probably be taking profits at certain places in the gap, like the 50% level of the gap. You can slap a fib on the actual gap itself, and you'll notice that 50% level is very key. And oftentimes moves will start to stop accelerating around there. You know, it'll accelerate into the gap, and then it will find some buyers there essentially. So it's important to just have contingencies and not be all or nothing. You know, we don't always need the complete gap fill because we don't always get them. So your target should be the full gap, but I do recommend taking partial profits, because the thing is, if you're in a gap and the sellers get exhausted, that creates a real potential for essentially a gap continuation, where it partially filled and now it wants to use all of the shorts who are waiting for that full fill as like fuel to the fire. Sorry about that. Fuel to the fire to push out of the gap range and continue higher. So with that in mind, let's talk about the next level. We're leveling you up here. You got the basics, and now let's talk about a little bit more nuance. Like I said, these partial gap fills are a very, very common thing too. Not as common as the other, but you'll see it a lot. So it's important to know how to trade them. Like I said, that 50% rule is super important. So often the trades will bounce from the 50% fill of the gap. So you, like I said, just mark a fib on the top of the candle where it started to gap from, and then, you know, the bottom of the next day or the next candle where it's essentially there's that hollow space. And if you look, you'll see that right in the middle of that is a very, very common place for interaction. So that's super key. And let's see what else. Gaps that hold those partial fill levels, that, like I said, they often signal strong momentum in the original direction. So we can use this to color our basis or our bias for the trade overall. If we see the partial gap fill starting to play out, where it's finding support in there, you can start looking long with a lot higher confidence. And ideally, you've already locked in some profit on the short. So then you kind of, like I said, have this nice cushion for a real high probability trade. Another thing is that there are multi-touch gap fills. So some kind of stair step down and they dig in a little bit to the gap. They come up, they dig in a little deeper. And often I find these lead to really explosive moves in the original gap direction, because you're essentially getting like multiple chances for bulls to reload. And they're like, oh, I just keep getting a little bit better of a deal, but I still trust this. So when you see that, very often you can look for those extensions. What else we got? So failed gaps, they really do provide, I'd say, probably some of the highest probability reversal setups. So these are probably some of my favorites. If I see a stock that I like gap up, I'm really hoping that we get one of these, because then I get a really good discount on this very strong move that caused the gap up. And, you know, you're going to have a lot of people who are just saying every gap fills, right? And so that provides a lot of fuel for the fire, like I said, and you can get some real nice squeezes out of these. So on to the spiciest of the gaps. We got earnings, and you can kind of classify these as news as well. Basically, any fundamental change in the underlying. So when you get some really nice earnings, often a beat plus a raise will lead to a gap breakout. But if you don't get the beat plus a raise, sometimes the earnings gaps fill, and that's really important to know. So they have about 60 to 70% fill rate, I would say, and that's worth noting, because it is higher than the technical gap up. So you just see a lot of kind of mean reversion and ironing out of the tape before you get the continuation. So there's a few things that you should consider for these. If you are playing an earnings gap up, the first thing that's really important is that if you're playing with options, you have to be aware of IV crush. So very commonly, you'll see IV spike on the initial move, up maybe 20 to 40% on average, and then it'll just crash, right? 30 to 60%. So you can play option strategies targeting this. Personally, I don't like to mess with options around earnings too much, because it's just a little bit of a crapshoot. It can be kind of wild out there. So just keep in mind and know what kind of trader you are and what best suits your trading style. I think the most important thing for gauging whether an earnings gap is going to fill or continue in the initial direction is you got to bring in the macro. You got to put on your macro cap or your fundamentals cap, and you got to think about the bigger picture. So like, what has changed in the story of this stock? Is this meaningful? Is this something that the market would just use for a little pop and then probably nothing major has changed? So like I said, a beat plus a raise is a great sign that there is a decent chance of continuation. But otherwise, you should be expecting most gaps to be tested on these. So the other thing that's really key, and like we mentioned with the Zscaler trade, is that you can look for the sympathy gaps. When a leader in a sector makes a really strong move and posts impressive earnings, you'll see across the whole sector people basically looking to play catch up. And they say, oh, Zscaler's ripping. I bet I can buy Okta or Crowd or what else? You know, any of those types of names, Palo Alto, stuff like that. And essentially they can make up for missing this move by playing another name. And then they get the higher reliability of saying, well, if their earnings were good, there's a high chance that these other names' earnings are going to be good too. And you have the algorithmic basketing where, you know, they tend to move together overall, you know, so you get these nice high probability setups there too. So onto gap continuation strategies. We just talked about some gap fill strategies where we gap up and then you're looking to fade that. But let's talk about how to look for setups where they gap up and you want to go long, you want to slam it. You think we're going to the moon, right? So let's hone in on that a little bit. We got a few types. So runaways are the first, and the runaway gaps, they signal continuation and acceleration. So they occur in the middle of a strong trend, and it's just like pedal to the metal, baby. So like think about NVIDIA, like not at the bottom after it gapped up and flagged, then it started gapping up, flagging, gapping up, flagging, like I think 3 times or something. So you get these explosive moves where essentially the market's decided, hey, that bottom was oversold. We're really going to run this up. We have the juice. And so these occur on moderate volume. So about like roughly 120 to 200%. It's, you know, this is an exact science, but just collectively, that's generally the kind of look volume profile you're looking for. And that's because you don't want to see crazy high volume after we've already gapped up and flagged and gapped up. You know, if it's on crazy high volume, there's a chance that it's an exhaustion move, and that relatively poor structure underneath all those gaps could get rapidly filled. So that's something you do got to watch out for. It's one of those things where you actually don't want to see crazy high volume. You want to see more than normal, but it's kind of that sweet spot, right? Just because, you know, we're in the middle of the move, and you don't want the high volume that often comes with a topping pattern, which we may have seen on NVIDIA. So that's something to keep in mind that I think is really important. And let's see what else. These gaps are quite easy to measure in terms of the projected targets. And there's a few tools you can use to do that. The first is just the classic Volkowski measured move. If you caught my old webinar on that, you know how much I love these, because it's so simple, right? You take the range, or in this case, the gap distance, and then you just double it. It just works. Not always, but it very often does end up being the kind of next target for the impulse move from the gap. Another very big one, if it can't hit that 2, very often it will turn around at the 1.6 extension from that range. So yeah, I think fibs are a super essential part of your toolkit for just about any trading strategy. But for these gaps, they're very useful for giving you very defined targets. Like I was saying before, I love these setups because they take a lot of the guesswork out, right? Because the guesswork comes in playing the earnings before the gap, but we wait for the move and then we play the logical kind of reaction to that move. So as a mean reversion trader, I'm all about it. As a reform breakout trader, I like it because I can mean revert the initial move and then have a little fun and try to play the continuation if I think it is one of these continuation setups that aren't just going to fill and reverse. So what else? We got runaway gaps. They occur in the midpoint of the move, like I talked about, and multiple runaway gaps in sequence. They signal that extremely strong momentum, like we did see in NVIDIA off the bottom. So that's why I'm very I keep talking about it, because it's very interesting to me that this gap is showing different characteristics than the other. So we'll have to see if that plays out, and we'll touch on it next week too when we wrap up the gap series, and we'll see how these ideas kind of played out in action. So on these moves, if you do correctly identify it, I think that you can size up a little bit, because they generally offer really excellent risk reward, because you can just catch these kind of big catch up moves where it's like, okay, this thing is juiced, and it could be for X, Y, and Z. It's just a very common thing that you'll get these very, very big moves, because I mean, if it's strong enough to gap out or break out, gap, flag and keep going, and then it just wants to keep doing it. It's really signaling that the market is hungry for this asset. So just something to consider. I'm not saying, full port anything, but just maybe, 25% bigger than your normal allocation, 50% bigger if you're a cowboy, but just something to consider there. So the news-driven gap continuations, I just combined earnings and, like FOMC type days, because they're essentially the same thing, right? There's a fundamental shift in the projections of an asset going forward. So the biggest one, and the one that I love, are the ER beats plus raises, because they have that really high continuation rate. Whereas often earnings report gaps, they fade, like I said, 60 to 70% of the time. Ones with really strong beats plus raises, they signal a fundamental shift in the fundamentals. And those have a 70 to 80% chance of filling there. So we got our kind of what we're looking for in terms of the fundamentals. And then here are some things to consider in terms of how to kind of gauge these. So sometimes a market's delayed reaction to news is kind of the best thing, right? You don't always want to see a really, really strong hard gap up right out of the gate on these. It's really nice when you see a modest gap up and then it kind of starts flagging. Maybe it digs into that gap just a little bit, but you see that there's buyers accumulating there. And so then you can get these interesting candles where they scare people, because on the daily stick, it'll open up high and then it'll slowly carve into the gap. And then it might close near the lows. And if it's on high volume, that's scary. If it's a jagged move down, but if it's a gradual accumulation off of that initial move, those can give really nice opportunities, because they can get you in at a very manageable level where you know where your risks are. Say you come down into the 50% of the gap, then you can say, okay, we got the news, it was good, the market's selling it off a little, but I'm kind of calling BS there. I'm going to fade that, because it's not a jagged move down. It's respecting levels, whether it respects the actual gap itself or whether it respects the 50% of the gap. That's all. We can use all of the interactions at these key levels to kind of inform our bias. And if it does seem to match this profile of a fundamental change that's bullish, and the sellers aren't too aggressive, then you can play these moves, these pullbacks, these slow reactions. And very often the real move will happen in the rest of the week, the next day to 3 days. So keep an eye on that for sure. Like I said before, look for the sector rotation opportunities too. Maybe you don't feel comfortable playing the move because it's just too strong, and you feel like you missed it. Well, see what the next best companies in the sector are, because they're going to move too. And it can be free money, honestly, just saying, hey, this gapped up, I'm going to buy some of this. It's just straight up. It can be that easy. But really remember, the key here is identifying the fundamental change. So you got to have that strong beat. You got to have good guidance. You got to really, really have a positive change of outlook in the company going forward compared to what you had for it, the day before. So that's where you get the really rapid repricing and these big moves. And for these ones, since the ones we were talking about before, the runaway gaps, those are continuations of an existing trend. These, they can be pretty risky. So especially if you're trading into an earnings report, of course, size down. But just in general, I think that these are the ones that you play with less size, because if you're right, you get an explosive move. But it's just not quite as reliable, I would say. So these are the main categories that I wanted to talk about today. We have a lot of stuff to talk about going forward. We're going to get into a lot more granularity and a lot more chart examples. I'm going to show you how I trade all of these ones in detail next week, but I felt like it was going to be just too much to throw at you all at once. And I want this to be something that we're building our knowledge together here, right? So we're building the fundamentals, the ground floor here. And it's important to just know what to look for. And then you're going to start throughout the week. You're going to start saying, oh, maybe this is this setup. Maybe this is this setup. When you see that, I want you guys to bring it back to me next week, and we can talk about your examples too. So that's where the big interaction is going to come into play. But in general, I just wanted to talk about today how it's not just about filling gaps, right? Most traders, they only know gap fills, and they're not really aware that there are specific classifications for these other types of gaps, you know? And like I said, they all need to be traded in different ways. We touched on it a little bit today, but next week we're going to really hone in, and I'm going to give you some actionable trading plans. Like, okay, here's a chart, here's my stop, here's my level. This is exactly what I'm looking for. And we can look at some different ones too. Like, okay, this one worked, this one didn't. What were the differences? What actually were the defining characteristics? Because I know it's kind of abstract right now, right? So next week, I'm really excited to really dive into that stuff. But yeah, it's not just about filling gaps. There's so many different types. And I think that gap continuations are some of my favorites because they provide larger profits. And then the gap fills you can kind of use as more like base hits, right? So you can take the gap fills to play for those gap continuations, like I mentioned. The next key takeaway here is that gap size and market context are super key. So the behavior of a gap, it really does, really is dictated by the size and the context for it, right? So we talked about the different size of gaps and how they tend to play out because the statistics are very different depending on those. So yeah, like I said, micro gaps, they fill reliably, but they're not much profit. The larger gaps, they signal fundamental shifts and you can really hit home runs, but got to size smaller because if they don't work, you don't want to get killed on a big gap up that fails. So gap trading, I'd say, requires really systemic, both classification and risk management. Because like I said, there's so many different types and they all react so differently that it's not a one size fits all thing. And there are defined levels, but you got to respect them, right? Because if a gap fails, it can start a big trend down. And if you're trying to expect a gap to fail and it fails the failure, then you can get really cooked and just have shorts squeeze you all the way up a massive move. So you got to respect your stops and you got to focus on identifying these different moves. Yeah, it's interesting stuff for sure. I'm also seeing my latest draft kept the default text there, so apologies for that. But yeah, these are kind of what I wanted to leave you with here. And now I'd love to get into some questions here, because I love trading these. So I want to hear how you're feeling. So I'm going to start going through the starred questions. Feel free to keep the questions coming here, and we will take it from there. So, do I use automated trading strategies, tactical mobile? So I employ very limited automated trading strategies because, quite frankly, it's not my strong suit. I mean, I'm the guy who has trouble figuring out how to set up this stream. I'm not super technically minded in that regard, but I am learning more. And I think that you get a ton out of our partner Michael Noss. He has some really good stuff on automation. He is an absolute whiz. He does most of his trading by automation, and he's killing it. So I think he did have a webinar on automation just for our Discord event. We had a Discord event this Wednesday, and so keep an eye out on our channel. I believe we'll be posting those. And yeah, he's a wealth of information on automation. So I won't pretend to be an expert in something I'm definitely not when I got an expert sitting right next to me, essentially. Definitely check his stuff out. All right, KK. Are there examples that can be shown from prior trading days in order to really visualize these concepts? Yeah, absolutely. So I can, let me see if I can just pull up my charts right now, actually. And I can give you some quick examples. Bear with me while I switch tabs here. And I know I didn't have examples today just because there was a lot to cover, and I'd be here all day. I'm going to be basically doing a deep dive on full examples, a full kind of workshop next week. I just wanted to lay the groundwork, so I'm not diving in the deep end here and overwhelming anybody. So you should be able to see my charts now. Absolutely. So real quick, let's just talk about a few of these gaps on the way up and kind of relate them back to the concepts we talked about here. And I'm going to change this to a dark background for you to make it a little easier to see. Oh, actually, how about this? There we go. We got the team colors. We got the trade the pool colors. All right. So let's talk about some of these gaps. So here this one right here, let me highlight my cursor. That's going to make it easier. There we go. All right. So this gap right here, what do you guys think that is? All right, I'll tell you what this one is, and then keep an eye out on it. We're going to go through these gaps, and I want you to try to think about what types they are based on the ones we talked about. But I'll give you the answer for this one. So this is a breakaway gap, right? Because we were in a range, and then it said, all right, we're going to break out, and this is the start of a real move. This is the start of something new, you know? So we gap up, and then let's zoom in here a little bit more. We open here and we test some of the gap, but not all of the gap. So what we can do is we pop our fib there, and what you'll see, if you zoom in, we gapped up, and then we came back and we caught very cleanly right over the 50% fib. So essentially what the market was saying here was, okay, this was too much right off the bat. This was a little aggressive, you know. We had stops to clear out over this candle, over these bodies. We cleared all of those out, but let's not get too hasty. Let's not get carried away. We need to confirm this move. So the market pushes down into the gap to confirm it. And if it's going to confirm, what'll it do? It'll stick at that 50% fib and then accelerate out. And that's exactly what we saw. So that's a really good example of the breakaway gap, which starts the move. All right, and then what's the next gap here? You got one right here. So let's put this in context. We break out, we're running up. What's the next type that we see? These continuation moves, or the runaway gaps, right? So this is when we're deciding whether we're going to run away with it, right? Because also we just hit another key level on the other side, right? Here is a gap fill, just on a higher time frame, right? We broke out and we surged up here, and then we started slowing down a little bit because we were negotiating this gap fill. We filled this tape. We essentially healed the chart up to this point, which is great. And now it's like a decision time, right? We can either see a runaway gap and continuation, or this could be like mission accomplished. We hit our target, time to come back and test that breakout gap. So this is a really key moment in the market. But what did we see? We saw another gap up. And again, it didn't get too ahead of itself. It came up to this wick here, but then it did close low, close in the gap. But it's, oh, I'm sorry. I'm just noticing that on Discord, I wasn't switched to this slide. So let me change that for you guys too. There we go. That should be good. Tim, let me know if it's not. But so just to recap for you guys. Yeah, the gap up here, this is the breakaway gap. Now we filled this gap and we're seeing the runaway gaps. So just gap after gap. Remember, these multiple gaps can signal real strength. And hey, what did we see? We saw some real strength, right? It's been a crazy couple of months. So like I said, the volume on these breakaway gaps, they're nothing crazy, or the runaway gaps, sorry. They're nothing crazy because it's if you see that massive spiking of volume, that could be a warning sign. That could be a red flag. So we have the breakout gap here. We have a runaway gap continuation. And then it's interesting because we start to see some real choppiness here. And, you know, this is what you could consider kind of I mean, just a lot was happening overnight in this time here. A lot of announcements were happening after hours, or there was a lot of important things happening with other countries responding to tariff news. So you would see these big imbalances, but each time you got one of these imbalances between the open and the close, what did it do? Each and every time it came and it healed. So on this gap, this one didn't heal. So that's notable, right? That's a runaway gap. But then this one here, we came back and we retested the levels that it traded at the previous day in that wick. This one, the same thing. It came up and healed up to the body of the candle. Same thing here, healed up to the body of the candle. Same thing here, went there. And then it even went up and retested this little imbalance. Another gap up, came back and retested the wick of this one. So each of these days gave you a reliable small base hit win, right? Each of these days, it was very high probability, and you could have said, hey, I'm going to take a position and look for a retest of the previous day's candle, whether it's the body or whether it's a wick. But either way, you can very easily say, okay, these are just base hits that you can stack up while you're kind of gauging where the market's going. So as we keep going here, there's a big gap up, another runaway gap, right? So this is just showing, man, we are still so strong. We are still so strong. So this one was on higher volume, but it wasn't crazy. It wasn't crazy. So we're not really worried about exhaustion here, especially because what does it do intraday? It opens here, it comes back and it tests some of the gap. And where does it test? It tests a key level, it tests the swing high. And then there's an instant response and it closes at the high of the day. So if you're just waiting for decision of direction out of this, I mean, that close is all you really need to say, hey, I'm going to try long here. I'm going to swing along, and you get the instant reaction, continuation up for quite a while. And yeah, so I think that this is a good example of not only a couple different types of gaps, but why I'm not bearish on the market yet, why I think we still have room to go. Because quite frankly, we've seen no exhaustion. We've seen no exhaustion. We just keep seeing these gap and goes. So KK, thank you for your question. I think it was definitely a good idea to go over some of these. And next week, tune in because we'll be doing a lot of examples, and that's my favorite part, to be honest. It's so fun playing with charts. So we're gonna see what else we got. All right, Mr. Scott Tomlinson. Sorry, I screwed myself big time today on that big gap down. Lost about 5K-ish. Oh man, sorry to hear that. Got scared, sold all my TQQ, and I was holding from the last news-driven event of tariffs being removed by the courts. Yeah, and so this is, I mean, it's such a, I won't sugarcoat it. It's such a hard market to trade with all of these news catalysts just happening constantly, and I mean, it's a full-time job to keep up with it, and let alone trade it correctly. Because I would not blame you. Let's look at the hourly chart here and see what we can see from today's price action. All right, so there's the Thursday candle, and let's mark it really quick. That's the first candle of Friday, and we'll hide that just for a second to watch this wick. So the open, this was a really deceptive day because we came down, wicked up, and then it's like, okay, we're back in business, we're all good. But when we were unable to push higher, it really did flush out. What did it flush out to? This gap right here. So it came down, it tested it, but the hourly candle closed back above it. So it's scary, but this candle would have me looking for a buy, because what did we do? We tried to push higher on here. We couldn't. We're flagging, we fail. We sweep all of these stops. We take all of that liquidity. That's called internal range liquidity. So you've got this range that we formed. And yeah, there's a reason why I wanted to use this tool. Look at the middle line. What do you guys see? So the middle of this range, the exact 50%, is exactly aligned with that gap where we marked in orange. And that is exactly where we would look for buyers to come in any range. So that's a very bullish sign in my book. But man, if you're just watching short-term candles, Scott, I do not blame you. Like this was gnarly. This was gnarly. I had a bunch of administrative stuff to do, and I didn't trade the whole day, so it's a rarity for me. But I'm just looking back, like, yep, that might have got me if I wasn't watching this. Not saying I would have caught this, but just in retrospect, it's easy to see, right? So yeah, don't kick yourself too hard. It was a tough trading day. You just get back in there, but it's always good to kind of reevaluate and see what could I have done differently. And to me, it looks like once we failed, and let's look at it a little closer and see how abrupt the sell was. So that's pretty mean, because when you get this type of move and it doesn't actually sweep the stops, you kind of want to say, well, that showed a sign of strength, right? It held the range, which is valid. And we did get a push off of that. And as you can see, we had that little gap that I think that was the target, right? It came back up to heal that after reaching down, came back up, and then it said, okay, this was all we needed right now. We don't have the strength to push higher. There's going to be some shake and bake here because it is the last day of the month. I mean, last trading day of the month. So you're going to get a lot of other factors like push and pull factors that you wouldn't see on just an average Friday, right? But even normal Fridays, you can get a lot of that kind of framing of candles, kind of window dressing, as you might call it. So it's tricky. This is a tricky trading day. And then we just come down, we have to flush and we have to renegotiate this gap. But what did we do? We tapped into there and they said, man, this is what I've been waiting for. This is what I've been waiting for. Just give me this gap and I'll send it. And they sure did. So now we've swept all of the stops in this range. And to me, it looks like we are getting ready to make another push up here. So that's kind of what I'm seeing just right off of today's price action. Let me scroll back and take a look at some more questions if we have any more. Gaps are like tacos. There are many different kinds and they all tasty when identified correctly. Mike, you're on it, man. You're on it. I like a good carne asada myself as well. All right. All right. So we got other Mike chiming in. Yeah, he does have a cool name. You both do. And I'm with you guys. All right. Let's see. What else do we got? You came to the right place, Sherry. We're going to be doing an even more in-depth one next week to finish this series up. So thank you for tuning in. Mike saying the W pattern off 583 was key today. 583. Did we reach all the way down to 583? Yeah, just about, didn't we? Yeah, no, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. Yeah. So it seems to me like it has unfinished business up here now. And I mean, then we're so close to 600. I would really like a chance to short at 600. I don't know if they'll give it to me, but we shall see. We shall see. The fib magic is mind blowing. Yeah, I'm not a wizard, but I had the exact same result. Like you just, I'm telling you, man, throw fibs on everything and you will see the coolest stuff. Like, let's just do a little thought experiment. I'm just going to go like this and we're going to find some cool fib stuff. Take the bottom of the range, take the top of the range. We draw it out. This wasn't the best example because we just gap straight through the equilibrium, but I mean, that still is telling us something, right? We gap through the equilibrium, and this is kind of like the big, it's kind of like the bouncer, it's like, is he going to let you in or not? Are we going up and out of the range or not? If we show a real sign of strength through that mid-level, quite high probability that we're going to break the top of the range here. And as you can see, just boom, 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 boom. And let's find another better example. I swear you cannot throw a fib on something and not glean some kind of information off of it. So we're going to reverse this. All right, we have the top and the bottom of the range. We just surge up to equilibrium. There is a sell there though. Then we surge up again, and note this. This is interesting to me. So the bottom of the gap here, it's not like we tagged it just barely, just kissed it and then showed any sellers. We said, boom, tiny sell, boom, I still want more. I'm busting into this range now. And then, okay, bears are going to try, but they hold that 50%. So that's super key, right? So now that we're over the 50% and expecting this move to eventually, make back some of the loss and trade in the upper half of this range, what we want to see is that beach ball underwater effect every time it dips under the 50 fib. So we saw it here and we see it again here, and just off to the races there. But yeah, the fibs, that you can see how very clearly these levels are respected to some degree or another, So I highly recommend throwing these on your charts. And just in case anybody missed my fibs webinar, which I'd recommend you go watch. I think it's pretty good. But I'll give you a real quick rundown of my fibs here and what they're useful for. So we talked about the 50. That's the real important one. And let's do this so you can see them more clearly. So 50 super key, obviously the 0 and the 1, you got to have them for a range, right? And so we're marking the top, the bottom, the middle of the range. And then what we're marking with these yellow ones is the golden pocket. This is like the sweet spot. This is the sweet spot here. So essentially, if you have a range from high to low, you would expect this area to show significant interest. And it's often a chance for reversal. Let me put that on a chart and show you what I'm talking about. This is a good example. All right, so we have, there we go. The high of the range, the low of the range. So this move plays out, and then you see this buying occurring. Okay, so if you're bearish overall, you're expecting the bottom of this range to break before the top of this range breaks, right? You're expecting continuation downwards. Where is the best place to re-enter your short? Say you caught this move and you said, boom, okay, that's big buyers, I got to get out. Something happened, you know, like that was significant. That was a change of character, right? So the range has been formed. I'm out of my short. It was a nice move, but I want to get back in. Well, we look for the pullback into this golden pocket, and that's the 0.62 fib and the 0.78 fib. And that provides a very, very nice area for markets to retrace as they digest this range before continuing lower. So this one was a little tricky because you did get the continuation lower by like a tick. So if you took this trade, you're doing great. But then it forms a new range, or it's essentially still the same range, right? You can nudge this down just a penny or two, but you get another chance to buy it in this, to short it in this golden pocket. And to kind of bring all our ideas together here, what was another reason why you might reshort it there? Anybody? The gap was tested. Not only that, but look at this, guys. We're doing it live. This isn't a planned example, but I bet you anything, if I put the fib here, look at that precision, and I'll zoom in for you guys. Just as a proof of concept here. When we measure this gap and extrapolate it outwards here, look where it retested. The exact middle of the gap is the exact place where sellers came back in. So those midpoints of gaps are super crucial. And this is a perfect example. Like I said, throw fibs on your chart. You'll see this stuff will jump out at you. You'll start seeing fibs everywhere. I'm telling you, it's cool stuff. So the other lines on my fib are essentially just this on the other side, right? So it's just dividing a range. And this is kind of the average pullback area before continuation. And, you know, this is just saying the same thing on the other side, essentially, same kind of range. And the last thing about my fibs are I have extensions. So I have the 1.68 extension and the 2 extension. And I can show you how those work real quick. So say you're trading this range here and you get an extension. All right, bad example. It actually didn't get to that to that level. Very often you will see the 1.6 fib get tested. Still nothing. Let's clean this up. I'll find one for you. So we have the low. We have the high. And what happens when we hit the 1.6 fib? Delete this line. So we're breaking out of this range. Where's the target? The 1.6 fib. It takes a while, but it does get there. And that is when one of the first significant sells really occurs. So there's almost always going to be a reaction at this level. So if you're playing a range breakout and you get this 1.6 handle, take a good chunk off, even if it's going to continue up to the 2, which it actually didn't in this case. And that ended up, being pretty telling that it couldn't push to that major level. So just some things to think about there for you. I know this kind of not directly gap related, but you know, it all kind of comes together. And that's what I'm trying to do here, guys. Just build up these ideas individually, but then also connect them, because it's all about building a holistic trading system. And I think that's where you can really start compounding gains, when you're like not just like honed in on one particular idea or system. You can start to kind of see it all coming together, right? It's like the Zach Galifianakis. Oh, I can't say that name. Galifianakis. Oh my goodness, 4 tries. You know, the math buzzing around. It's like that. Oh man. What else we got here? Thank you, Steve. You make me feel a little better, and you gave me something to look at for next time this happens. You're very welcome, Scott. Don't beat yourself up. This is not an easy market by any means. Like I said, maybe just size a little smaller until things provide more clarity, just because it's hard. It's hard. I still have so much cash on the sidelines, and I feel silly, but you know, I got to protect my risk, and I got to be able to take plays with sizes that I'm comfortable in, because otherwise I'll just be like, I don't have enough conviction, I won't do anything. So it's tough. Believe in yourself, but just protect yourself too. All right, Arizona saying there were lots of puts at 580 and 585. So some of those went into the money and grabbed liquidity and then squeezed. Absolutely. So that's kind of taking it to the next level of complexity, which, I mean, you're on it. That's awesome. But you can use gamma profiling and the positioning of the options chain, things like Max Payne and stuff like that, to help identify where puts are likely to be monetized. Like he's saying, there were a lot of 585 puts. So when we went under 585, if you're holding that, that's time to sell, right? You know, you went in the money. Congratulations, you won. So what do you do with your new money? Maybe you try a long because the target was hit. And that's what you'll see a lot. You'll see the monetization of puts and that capital being transferred into legitimate long positions being opened. And as legitimate long positions are opened and those puts are monetized, that forces the greedy shorts who stayed to start chasing each other up to get out of the trade. So just something to think about. That's a great point. Mike DeRider is asking, do I use RSI? I've been trying to start incorporating it lately. I started out trading with RSI. I always felt like it was the one thing on my screen that would very rarely actually influence my trading decision. It wasn't a tool I used that much, even though it was always on my screen. I think RSI, any oscillator, is really great to have on your screen. I usually do. This is my presentation layout, but usually I have RSI at the bottom here. It's important because it helps you track divergences, and divergences can give you a real advantage in terms of, just in terms of what's going to happen. I mean, that's what we all want to know, right? Where's the stock going to go? So I think it's really useful. I think that it's something that probably would be worth devoting a whole webinar to. So I appreciate that. I think I'm going to do a full webinar on it for you guys. Because I'm trying to use it more too. Because it's not like when I started trading where it never influences my trades, but it's usually not the first thing that helps me build a bullish or bearish thesis. You know, it's usually like a confluence that I kind of look for after everything else. Like, hey, does this back up what I'm already thinking? But it's really good because oscillator indicators, they're a very different class of indicator than things like moving averages or things like all the tools like Fibonacci's that we use. So it's very valuable because it will provide you with actual different information. Because if you're trading with all of the same type of indicator, just variations of the same type of indicator, then you'll be fooled into thinking that there's confluence when it's really just telling you the same thing 3 times. It's not telling you 3 different things that all lead into a bullish thesis, if that kind of makes sense. So I do use RSI, not as much as I should, but we're going to touch on it probably in the next couple weeks, I think, because that sounds like a fun topic. Fibs are truly amazing. I truly believe in Fibs. Is he doing that on a daily time frame? I believe I was doing this on an hourly time frame at the time, perhaps a 15-minute. But the great thing about Fibs is they work on all time frames. It is truly amazing. You can even hone in on like 1-second charts and see ranges being negotiated on these 1-second candles in the exact same way as on a weekly chart, you know? And that's what's super cool and super crazy to me. I'm an absolute Fib believer. I've drank the Kool-Aid. I'm all in. Oh, thank you, David. I appreciate that. You can also catch the rest of the presentation on our VOD, our on the live tab of our YouTube page, but they have recordings of all of these. And keep an eye out next week because we're going to be wrapping this up and tying a nice bow on the ideas that I introduced here and give you some more examples, how to trade them, and all that good stuff. Let's see, what else do we got? Any more questions, guys? Feel free to keep throwing them at me. Oh, and I see Tim's been starring some stuff, so I have some stuff to look through here. All right, Scott asking, if you took the trade at the lower level, do you recommend to get out at every fib that as it gaps up? So yeah, I think that it's really prudent to essentially, especially the key fibs, right? Like the 50% so important, the 0.62 is so important, and that 0.78 is so important. And I'll just really quickly tell you why. So the 50%, that's like I said, it's the bouncer. If you're going up out of the range, you need to clear them first. You need to get in the door. If they reject you at the door, you're cooked. So that's the first thing, just in case, to protect your risk if you're wrong, because ideally you've gotten a nice entry and you're already in profit. So, it's just worth taking some off and then looking for a time to re-add. And that'll often be on a back test of the 50, right? So you pop above it and then you catch it when it comes back into that level. So after that, you have the 0.62, and that's probably the most important fib of them all. It's just incredibly reactive. It is, I couldn't even tell you exactly why, but everybody has it on their screen and it always gets some reaction or another. So that's a great level to take some off. And then if it drops a little and then you see it looking constructive, you can add that position back on. And then you're looking at the 7-8 fib, and that's your stop run fib. So you know how I said in that golden pocket, that 6.2 is like considered the optimal time to buy if you're looking for, remember our example, where was it? Going crazy. That pullback into the golden pocket. It wasn't here. I'm not actually sure where it was, but just envision it. So you got the move down and then you got the pullback into that golden pocket. So institutions are saying, okay, I think we're going lower. This is the optimal time mathematically for me to get back in the short. It's you're getting a better deal than at the equilibrium, the 50%. You're getting a better deal than that. But then, very often there are algorithms that love to try to stop out those institutional buyers who are buying at the 6.2 fib. So that's why I really love the 0.78 fib. So that's a great level to take profit at too, because often they will run that level and then reverse it. So that's something to really keep an eye out for. That's the tricky one. That's the one. A lot of people hate the 7.8 fib because that's the one that gets them, and I'm me too, but less so now that I keep an eye on it. So great question. Thank you. And yeah, to add on to what I just said, Mike was already on it. These fib dynamics are what create retest entry patterns and breakdown patterns. So watching the reactions of these fibs are super key, right? You want to see them pop the fibs, come back, retest, be constructive, constructive price action into them, and then continuation. And if you don't get that, then you can look at them very often as pivots where they might reject. So just really important. Tim making fun of me. Yeah, that was rough. It took me literally 4 tries. It's been a long week. Okay, moving on. Do I use fib expansions? Absolutely, my friend. So yeah, I love the 1.68 fib and I love the 2 fib. Those are my biggest expansions. And I'm not such a baller that very often I have to track 2.6, 3.6, stuff like that. But I do use those as well. I can give you the full setup. I like this is the wrong template. These are incorrect. So 2.6 is the next big one to watch. I'd say that those 3 extensions will probably serve 90% of your trading needs. Highly recommended there. All right. Okay, I see some more questions. I'm just going to grab a refill on my water and I will be right back, boys. Thank you so much for your patience. Wildcat. All right, I am back with a friend. Say hello to Cleo, everybody. Alrighty. Back onto these questions here. Kevin saying fibs are a great tool. How about fib extension? Yeah. So yeah, like I said, 1.68 and 2s are the biggest. Then 2.6. Those should set you up good for fib extensions. Miji asking thoughts on Oklo. Big gap up. Okay, LO. Let's take a look. So I love these names. I am a fan. I am in this one here, LTBR. Very, very similar chart. SMR is another great one. So they all look pretty much the same, right? And what are we seeing? Really bullish pattern. Essentially, explosive cup and handle, and now it's forming up. So it made a parabolic move out of the cup and handle. And let's tie some ideas together here. We got the fib extension. Boom. Look at that precision, guys. Look at that precision. So let's zoom in. The 1.68, there were sellers initially. So you could sell at the 1.68, look for strength. You see the big bottom wick here. Kind of a scary candle, honestly. But if you bought that and looked for that too, you get this move too, just to precision, right? Look at that. That's where the sellers came in. These are algorithmic levels, guys. I promise you, this is not voodoo, or maybe it is, but it works, right? So then it makes the parabolic move and forms this big explosive handle, which it's now breaking out of. It has swept this. That is the initial target. I would not be surprised to see some consolidation here before continuation, which is what I would expect. I would expect these names to go up. OKLO in particular is interesting because here's its initial base cup and handle, and then you have the explosive parabolic move. It's lagging a little bit. It still has that target to hit, which I think is pretty high probability, but it doesn't have the overhead volume that some of these other names do that it has to clear out first. Like, so SMR, for example. Yeah, that's the one we talked about. I guess that's pretty blue skies too. Let's talk about maybe NNE. Yeah, that's a better example. So see, because it made this big move out of the base already, it's got a lot of sellers up in this area that it still has to kind of negotiate through. So that's why I'm not as big of a fan of this name, and I do like OKLO a lot. So I would be keeping an eye on these gaps. So there is a chance that this needs to retest. If it does, I would expect them to find significant buyers there because that's a long way down, and it would be retesting. Let's put a volume profile on this chart. Okay, Kitty. I gotta let my cat out. Sorry about the meowing. Go on. I told her I was recording. No respect, I tell you. All right. Volume profile. There we go. So there's this big level here. And you see how we caught that really nicely? I think that we might retest just a little. There's this imbalance here. I would love it if they gave us one more dip into there. So we can maybe say that is a possible route. If this imbalance fails, if this volume shelf fails, then we can slide decently to this volume shelf here at 42.30-ish. So I would say either we get this or we need to do this. So keep an eye. These are explosive movers. They are going to be highly volatile in both directions. So it can make this move and then still resolve upwards. Keep an eye. Don't chase these. If you're already in, great. I hope you took some profit, but still great trade. That's kind of what I think there. Okay, Mike saying the fibs give you key levels, but what helps you navigate the levels other than the volume and candlestick patterns? News, sentiment, good question. So it's this is where I'm saying it's got to be kind of holistic, right? And that's where it always helps just keep building up that toolkit and giving you more areas of more data points, so to speak, to kind of construct your thesis. News and sentiment are very important. So sentiment being primarily positioning, right? So that definitely comes into play very largely. I think a big part of this is just time staring at charts and time identifying changes of character. So you have your level
and price comes back into it, and you're looking for the tape to change. You're looking for those sellers to slow down. You're looking for buyers to step in. You're looking for bigger bottom wicks than top wicks. You're looking for higher volume on the moves up than you are on the red candles. All these will kind of help you build an idea of what's going to happen at any given level. So highly recommend you use the volume profile for this as well, because it gives you a very intuitive, like, it's like a topographical map. You're like, oh, this mountain, that's going to provide resistance. And if we're going to go over the mountain, it's going to take some time probably. And, if it holds, then, it makes sense. There's a lot of people there, right? And you can see it very clearly, especially with this breakdown of like green versus red volume. So, these were buyers down here. And if they come back and their positions break even, they're more likely to say, hey, I bet this is going higher. I probably already took profit. I want to rebuy at my level, if that kind of makes sense. Mike saying he usually gets out at the 78.6. Absolutely. That's an excellent place to get out, because, hey, that's where they run the stops. And that's where I love to get in, and often I'll be getting out there and flipping, so absolutely a great pivot to watch. Can you trade mid caps that are cooking? If it's cooking, you can trade anything, brother. So I might not be exactly sure what you're talking about, but like all of these concepts I'm talking about absolutely apply to both mid caps, small caps, large caps. I try to for the most part keep these to universal concepts that you can apply to any type of trading. And so yeah, I think that all of these ideas will transfer very well to mid caps for sure. Scott asking, what software do I use? This is TradingView, absolutely. I'm a big fan of TradingView in terms of the features and the product. Don't love how they keep paywalling certain features that I did have access to on one plan, and then I have to keep bumping up my plan. So I am looking for alternatives, but I gotta say their software is very good. The free level stuff, if that's enough features for you, I mean, it's so intuitive. It's the most snappy charting software. It's got the easiest, usability with the layout here, the taskbar that you can customize. So whenever I use a different charting software, I feel like I'm going so slow, but it is what it is. There's pluses and minuses, but yeah, I use TradingView. I also use Thinkorswim. That's on my other monitor when I'm trading. So that just allows me some more versatility, some more options, and primarily I can get more charts on a smaller screen with that. For my current plan, I think I have four charts available to me. So sometimes I want to watch more stuff. So I love Thinkorswim for that as well. All right, we got another question. I will not butcher your name, but I appreciate the question. Hey Steve, what are your favorite scanner settings for hunting for good gap setups? That is a great question. I am still honing in. I will have a scanner for you next week though. So tune in next week. I'm gonna engagement bait you a little bit there. I will answer that next week in detail. But in general, I will say you're looking for, depending on the gap type setup, you're looking for different amounts of volume pops, right? So if you're looking to fade a gap, you would maybe filter for like a 300 to 500% higher than average volume move. If you're thinking that this is that the gap you're seeing is a continuation gap, a runaway gap, and you'd like to play that long, then maybe you'd be filtering for like 120 to 200% of the average volume move. And then of course you'd filter by moves from the previous close to the open. So those will give you a few hints, and then we'll talk about that more next week. Thank you for your question. All right, I'm gonna do my best to catch up here. You guys are commenting a lot, which I love. This is awesome. I love the engagement. What do we got? Well, you are very kind, Mike. Thank you. I'm glad you guys are getting something out of this. It's been a very long week. I'm full disclosure, I'm very much pretty out of it, but I'm glad that for the most part the idea is transitioned, even if I absolutely butchered Zach Galifianakis' name. I got it that time though, so we're making progress. Okay. You like NNE in the long run, Mike? I don't think it's a bad stock by any means. I just think that it needs to kind of clear out some of that resting volume up there. So hopefully
All right, guys. Welcome back. Welcome back. I am here. Let me fix my volume. There we go. That was a fun little lunch move. Let's see what we see. Let's see what we see here. 130 viewers, still awesome. Thank you guys for hanging out. Cool. Hope you guys enjoyed the little webinar break, but we're going to hop right back into it here.
Hey,
Tim.
Steve.
How you doing? How you doing?
Great.
Awesome.
I think we're getting some feedback where I'm hearing myself through. Are you on speakers?
Yeah, let me turn that down.
And Joe should be joining in just a moment. Let me get there.
Are you hearing yourself still?
Nope.
Okay, perfect. Dakota, sorry, man. Yeah, wondering why nobody was answering your questions. No, it's not you. Trust me. No, we were just doing a little rerun of a webinar over lunch here, and now we are back live. We got some spicy candle action. I'm gonna switch back to the charts. Let's get into it. And if I remove this, oh, there we are.
Neato. So yeah, I was just depending on how things go here. If you're here this early, then I might drop sooner than I was thinking. I was going to be here for a little while and set up Joe, but Mondays are always pretty tight for me, and then I'll be here a bunch the next couple days. But I did number one, we'll get Joe a code so he can get in, and number two, I just wanted to say, boy, in the competition, and yeah, so here I'm contributing $1,300 to our group profits. It's a little I got in on the Dollar Tree. I got in on Target, and then like I was saying earlier, I think I meant to before the hardware got in our way, that Dollar Tree was actually looking like nice as well, like it was going to get up and out. So
Yo, that is a heck of a move on Target you caught there. Beautiful stuff. Nice double bottom and held the lows and just ripping. Beautiful.
Yeah, I'm in there with options. I'm in there with my personal trade the pool, and we've got 1,200 shares in the group account. So we're up a nice $988 there.
All right. Tim is handling the back end. He's handling the trade, and he's doing it all today. Very nice, man. Very nice.
Well, I'm juggling anyway. We'll see.
So it looks like Target's got some room too. So it reclaimed both the daily trigger, this big blue line here, and the hourly on this. So all signs are go for me for liftoff here. We are reclaiming the bear supply zone. We should push back up to this 97.75, I would assume. Let's throw a fib on there and see what we see. I bet it's going to reach up to the equilibrium.
Warren, and I'm just going to pull this up here. Warren, this is common. Do you have multiple accounts, including, do you maybe even have a free demo account? Or is this just in the competition one? I think there's just one account in that login, but any others, if you want to make sure that they show up, just make sure you either have the chart set to the same account as your orders, or make sure that you, just lock it at the beginning. And let me, do you have yours up, or can you, I can share mine real quick if I need to here. Present, share screen.
All right, let me fix my lighting here. It's a little bright in the back.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back.
Oh, I have to remove yours, then I can add mine. Forgot that. So yeah, on the top here, so this is actually a dual account layout, so I don't want to necessarily do that. But if I go to okay, that's what I'll do. Give me a second to just repoint this. But yeah, there should be a little stick figure outline on the top of there. And if you go to, let's see, if you go to on there and you click on it, right, where there's the little outline, then that will actually make it show all of the, it'll lock everything, all the widgets and panels and everything will all be locked to one account. So that's what you'll see there. And bear with me. Sorry, I'm trying to do two things. There we go. So here you should be able to actually see that. Here's that dollar trade and there's that target trade. Oh wow, it's really pushing now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look at that go. Yeah. So and I'm just gonna back it like so what's crazy is you remember that I kept saying that 141, 41. Like I feel nuts for even thinking it would get back up there, but like it would just chop around that level for ages.
You see those gaps? I think it could come and try to fill some of those.
Oh, up to 105. Yeah, I think 105 is pretty easy. And then what, up to 123.45 maybe? That's right in that little if you're prone to what numerology or whatever, like target stock is a good one here.
It's very auspicious, as we like to say.
Yeah.
So real quick.
Anyway,
SPY,
so yeah, right.
Just a really quick jump in. SPY looks to me like it did double tap off into that 50% fib of our today's range, and now is pushing up and starting to reclaim the 1 minute triggers. So I think it's a long. I think we're going to cook here. I think we got a nice power hour ahead of us.
My goodness. I mean, these are linear switches, but still, I'm not usually that. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me.
You clicking and clacking over there? I can't hear you.
There we go. So yeah, for whatever reason, 140, 141 is there. Anyway, so if I go up here, so there's only one account in here with this competition one. So if it's that, I'm not sure what to tell you other than, let's see, you changed to a new account. Did the new account have a new... If you have your same installation, it shouldn't matter unless you're doing the web one. But what you can do here is you can go settings, visual, let's see, view, bear with me a second here. Yeah, so setting on the chart settings, visual trading, filled orders, visible. And that'll start showing you filled orders. Yeah, starting from session, they added that. And it'll actually start, unless they change this, it'll start from when you toggle that on. And it'll last for the current login session is the orders that it'll show you. And then as far as viewing your orders, if you've got it set to the same account, I believe that it should show there. But yeah, open positions, working orders, right? So I can toggle those off, or I can toggle those back on. And the main thing is if you do have more than one account, for that to work and to match your positions, your filled orders and everything, just go ahead and click that. And, oops, sometimes you gotta get right in there. Oh, there's only one account, so it just doesn't let me toggle that on. But that is how you would do that. And if you click it and it toggles in solid green, like if you see multiple accounts in this list, then that's what you want to do. And you click just this, and it'll fill in with a solid green outline. Cool.
Yeah, it's a really robust trading platform. I'm still learning so much. It can be a little overwhelming, but it
Joe's here. Joe, give me a thumbs up if you're ready to go on the stage here. Alrighty. I'm gonna just since I think we're good and back. I'm just gonna take this banner off now and just say that we're back. All right. And I'll just remove myself. Who wants to go on the? Well, actually, yeah, we'll hang out here for a minute.
So. How you doing, Joe? How's your day going?
Doing good so far. Had a little startup troubles with the computer. The old car got running on some bad gas this morning, but was able to refill and get going.
Yes, sir. I'd like to hear it.
Yeah,
there's something in the air. There were some technical issues on my side, my internet there, but we're powering through. We got there.
Heck yeah.
All right, interesting setup here. It looks like we are still trying to negotiate the 1 minute triggers. You guys ready to if I pull up my screen here, or we want to? How we doing?
Go for it. Yeah, I pulled mine off. I don't have anything to share just yet. I bragged what I wanted to brag about.
There you go. You
Oh, you know what? Let me show this little trick, because sometimes people don't. If you don't mind, I'll do one thing. And so one thing I like to do, and I'll just go ahead and put this in as well here, is so one thing, number one, if you attach the order entry panel, then it will not disappear on you when you're done putting in your order. The other thing is that you can then, when you do that, you can link it. So now it's going to follow. If you link it, it also won't disappear, right? If you just put in one order and submit it, the order entry dialog goes away. But if you link it, you can have it floating around or whatever. But what I'm going to do is something that I actually like. So I've got a whole bunch of things here. So it is, can do, yeah, 8. So I'm going to put in 4, and I'm how many ticks up? So first thing is, if you put this PL offset column in here, you can see how far away you are in ticks. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to say, yeah, so I'm going to say sell 150, because I can do 8 150 lots. So I'm going to put in trailing stops for 22 ticks, 44 ticks, 66 ticks, and 88 ticks. So that now accounts for half of my position, right? And I've got these partial trailing stops. And now what I can do is, if I want to have a second here, then I can also do I meant to add that to favorites, but that's all right. Then in addition to that, I'm also going to have some partial take profits. So I'm going to do OCOs here, and I'm going to just do here down to here, say, if I lose this level. I'm going to be pretty aggressive on this one here. So there's that. And then I'll even say, let's go, oops. If you don't like it scrolling, this is actually a fresh setup. So these are some common settings people like. So now the scroll wheel will zoom, and I'll say this can be month. And so I'll say, okay, if it gets up to, actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put one up here, just shy of that previous thing, and I'm going to actually move this up to the previous, like right there. That seems better. So there we go. And that now accounts for 2 out of 4. And I could keep doing this, right? But I'll just put a stop. I don't really care about, for obvious reasons, I don't care as much about a stop loss on this particular account. But I could now have this to mop up the rest, right? So with this, I've got kind of a combination of orders to take profits as I go along, some limit orders, some trailing stops, and I know that no matter what, if it dumps catastrophically, I'll be out of my entire position. So those are some handy little things you can do here. So that's kind of how I tend to manage a trade, and we're now managing this target trade in that way. And wow, it's still bullishness wise, it's just still actually pushing hard. So that's cool. Anyway, now I will hand it over.
It's being very interesting here, I gotta say. I appreciate that, Tim. Yeah, there's a lot to learn, but I love the OCO orders there. It makes it so much easier to manage a position. I'm just noting, I mean, hey, we've been watching this level, right? This equilibrium of today's push, and it is very responsive still. We're seeing some decent sized buy candles. I think this looks like it wants to reclaim this 1 minute trigger after the first push fit got rejected there. So we came swept down, we cleared out stops. We mentioned watching this level. We came back up. We are rejecting off the 1 minute for now. We came back down, made a higher low right off that equilibrium, 602.40. Now, I would really like to see some constructive flagging and pushing up here in the next half hour. I'd be inclined to take a long here. So what we can look at in terms of valid entries is if this 1 minute candle closes above this big red, which it looks like it's going to, we have 20 seconds left, then it's probably setting up for a nice curled bottom here to retest VWAP at the very least for a scalp and potential for breakout. So I'm very, very interested in this long here. There's a few other names that kind of popped up to me when I was taking my lunch break. CORZ had really nice flow. Core Scientific, they are a crypto mining and AI, or what do? They do crypto mining and AI data center stuff, I believe. So they're holding this 200-day moving average very nicely. We popped above it, pushed higher, flagged back into it, and now we're seeing call flow coming in as we flip this to support. So I really like this. We have rising moving averages coming up to kind of support us in the next week or so, and we have a big gap overhead up to $16 here. So yeah, this is one of my favorite setups. I'm very interested in this. There was flow on the 7, 18, 13 strikes. So they are banking on a push above here and a test of this gap, essentially. One other one for you, USO. Somebody bought a ton of 80 strike calls for 627, so 2 weeks out, I believe. And as we can see, we mentioned down here, our boy, who was it? Who was that? Somebody in here, CA Forsman, he was talking about getting long some oil stuff down here, and boom, big surge up and just grind up. This looks like algorithmic buying here. Now we're flagging into essentially his target, which was a mitigation of this move down. So I'm really liking oil here still. I think that the move is not done. As you can see in the past 10 minutes, it looks like we're breaking out of a little flag here. So we're going to watch the 200, we're going to watch high of day, and then we can potentially get some nice expansion. And I think that the goal for this week would be to sweep this pre-market high that we took. So 81.59. So those 80 strikes could print well. USO is a great way to play. You can also play. Do either you happen to know what's the 3 times leveraged one? Is that
For which?
drip for oil?
Gush.
Gush, that's what it is. Gush and drip is the inverse.
And remember ETF DB, folks, if you want to just find different ETFs, whether whimsically named or not.
Absolutely. So look at this. Oh man, this looks like a squeezy flag. Those big wavy moves like that, I really like those. They have a lot of power behind them usually. So we're going to keep an eye on this. We have a nice little trend line, downtrend line to break. It looks like a tight pennant to me. And on the daily, we have essentially gapped up over some very key levels here. This is a weekly trigger for me. And these tend to be quite responsive, as you see in the past. Rejection here when we flagged over it. We got a significant move, even though we did end up rejecting. Same thing here. It's kind of a line in the sand. So if we can find traction over here, it kind of opens up the door to a significant move in oil. Maybe up to this weekly 50, which should be the 200 day at the very least. I'd like to see that. We have a little bit more of this gap to fill up to 25.47. So this is a pretty clean chart to me. So I'm watching those pretty close. And also Brazilian names. We mentioned NU this morning, NU. That's had a nice day. And the whole ETF is very coiled long term. And just look at that flag action. This looks beautiful for a swing. This looks absolutely pristine. On a longer term horizon, we can take a look, and let me hide some of this mess.
What about crypto? You watching crypto stuff at all today? I've been in mainly Ripple, and I haven't checked in on my boy Peanut, but yeah, Ripple's been pushing hard. I noticed like Litecoin flagging a little more, but I'm just seeing continued strength like flowing in just the whole day, you know.
No, it's not been on my radar. Ripple looks absolutely amazing on the 4 hour, starting to ramp up there. Looks like it wants to sweep these highs, back test, and go.
How does it look to you if you chart it against BTC? I did hear a rumor that they were going to get an ETF themselves, so pretty soon we might be able to trade that on. So it'd be we can do XRP BTC probably, or you can do it this way. Yeah.
Oh, I could just do the ratio straight on it. Let's try that.
No. I mean, I think it's built. I mean, you could do that, but I think if not with the slash, but just try XRP BTC because a lot of exchanges have the pairs. No. Just literally XRP BTC.
XRP BTC. Okay. Not with the slash even?
Not with the slash. Yeah, not with the slash.
Okay, I see. Showing the same thing.
Well, see if it searches. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so it just finds it. So that's the actual trading pair at one of the exchanges or whatever. But and then if you do it built into TradingView, you get the things. But
Yeah, so we are seeing an absolute show of force today in terms of the ratio chart here. Big candle, biggest candle in quite a while. So yeah, it's looking good for XRP bulls, for the Ripple bulls. And let's look at just Bitcoin in general.
And let me see. Yeah, I was just getting. Meanwhile, I'm going to look up to refresh my memory on Bitcoin strategy ETFs. Joe, what are you in right now, anyway? If anything.
Oh, Joe.
Yep. Nope. I'm just looking at some of the small caps that were on the move today. SBET, SRM, RGC was an insane halt fest and insane moves for our trading competition. A lot of people got into that one, and yeah, so really just kind of taking a look around the small cap world to see, you know, what were the movers. TMC is another one right now that I'm kind of taking a look at. No trades yet for me though, except for RGC this morning. I got a nice short on it.
Nice.
Ooh, very nice. Yeah, little parabolic move up, just rejected hard. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, some spicy stuff going on here. So SPY, okay, it is still rejecting. That's why I gotta trust my system and not get ahead of myself. I was like, it's gonna base and push higher, and it's just still can't close a candle above the 1 minute.
The other thing that's interesting is, and I haven't actually looked at the dollar in general. Let me look over here actually before I start.
Let's take a peek.
Yeah, we got some strength in Aussie dollar. We got some strength. I mean, maybe topping here. Strength in the euro. The yen, though, is just down a decent bit against the dollar. And so obviously everyone's sort of following the old yen carry trade.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm curious what, if anything, you make of that action.
Well, I'm just looking at the dollar chart, Dixie, and I see a triple bottom, and I was always told that there's no such things as triple bottoms. So it'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. It looks like it's a solid base on the hourly. On the daily, a little less convincing, but there are 3 bottom wicks there, and they did sweep out this previous low. So maybe it's a double bottom, and it's just taking its sweet time here. So we can keep an eye on that for sure. Interesting stuff. Let's see if VIX is doing anything in particular here. VIX definitely did hold up. It's trying to push out of the space. This is the monthly trigger, this purple line. So big, important line. You can see what happened last time it tested, flagged and pushed up. So we could be in for a bit of a drawdown if this move sustains. I'm going to be watching this hourly, this green level here at 1944-ish. We have the half an hour coming down as well. And we're just kind of ping-ponging here. So I'm not seeing a ton of decisiveness. I don't really know. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, honestly.
Yeah. Okay, we've got BitX, BITX, and ETHU. So obviously we've got the buying power in the competition account. We don't necessarily need to worry about that. But
these are looking like big old flags, aren't they?
on which?
I just pulled up Ethereum and Bitcoin in general.
Yeah.
Pretty clean. Pretty clean. So we had the flag, fake breakout, swiped down to VWAP, held VWAP. They reloaded hard.
All right. Well, now it has to be asked, how's ARK doing?
Kathy ARK?
Yeah, Kathy ARK.
Surgeon. I mean, there's like 14% short interest on this thing still. It's doing the thing. Let's take a look at it on the daily. Just beautiful breakout continuation here. We are, sorry, messy chart. Let's hide the drawings. There we go. Get those out of here. I mean, heck, quite a move. Looks like it's ready to sweep the 68.50 pretty soon here. And on the weekly, it's trying to do the thing. Pretty impressive. I don't know how much I trust this for a sustained like swing trade, but like looks good to trade it up until this 68 handle where it needs to negotiate some sellers. Let's see. Q's looking a bit stronger than SPY still.
Are we just starting to see squeezes on big names? Like Target is it's actually looking squeezy to me.
Okay, we finally reclaimed the 1 minute trigger, so this is a valid long entry for me. Let's see if this one plays out. Looks like we are getting some surging here. That's nice to see.
And Robinhood just reclaimed the rising. Gotta remove yours first. It's so weird that I can't just swap them.
Wow.
Yeah, so Robinhood reclaimed this upwards trend line here. I don't have it like charted, but
this is looking clean. Very nice. So we got an ascending triangle playing out.
I'm noticing a bunch of things tapping the high a day now, right? So, including so going back to target example, like that, it's one of those where it looks extended, right? And it looks like, let me see, that's not any kind of, well, actually, it could be forming a giant bear Gartley over Friday and today, but
Gartley,
it's doing that thing. It's doing that thing where it looks extended, but keeps pushing and it keeps tapping these levels. So it just feels literal, just squeezy. Like,
yeah, no, it looks like algorithmic buying to me. Like they're just there's a some buy program that's just saying, hey, it's time to go. It's time to go. Let's go. Let's get it back up.
Yeah. Well, there was so much de-risking into the weekend, right? Everybody knew something was coming, right? You can tell.
Right,
like,
absolutely.
And you know, and it wasn't even, it was on Thursday that stuff happened. So it wasn't even like Friday evening. So everything had a chance to sell. And now it's just, you know, and I think this could be one where people, you know, keep trying to short and keep getting knocked out, you know, the Brontosaurus, right? Although in this case it's less, it's not really mysterious, it's just more like,
do you want to
all right, the risk
Brontosaurus for our viewers?
Yeah, this just is, I think it was Alfresco Dog on Reddit. He had a post back in the day and he was just talking about how you can see, you know, buys and or sells, but you see a trend and you keep trying to go counter trend on it, and you know it keeps looking like it's going to go, and then boop, and it just starts back to the same trend, and you're like, why is there it doesn't make any sense. There's no news, there's no you know, technicals don't make sense. It keeps just reclaiming this trend. Like, then you're like, okay, now it's clearly going to reverse, and then same thing happens. And he's like, it's just somebody's running a buy program or a sell program, and you know, some fund decided to reposition itself in some way, and you just need to get out of its way so you don't get stepped on, you know. And then the next day, don't think that it's the same thing at all. There was no necessarily change of character because it was just, you know, one trade going on. That's all that was happening, you know. And when they're done, they're done, you know.
And it's often like CTAs or these institutions that are required to be trend following by nature. So it's like when they are cooking, and you better ride the wave or get out of the way, you know. Get stomped on there. So for me, this is valid entry here, right off of the 1 minute trigger. It might undercut it a little bit, so we could wait for it to pop under and then reclaim. But for the most part, I think that we are setting up for a long here. This looks pretty constructive to me. A nice rounded bottom playing out with some nice relative equal highs overhead to sweep. So I'm keeping an eye on it. I'm pretty bullish here for the next rest of the day.
And of course, if they're buying up on behalf of a whale, right, they could just be running a program that, depending on how it's tuned, right, it's just going to say, you know, get me as much as you can today at the best price you can, right?
Right.
So
like
if they're seeing, if they're seeing a lot of, if they're seeing a lot of variation around that trend, right? Like they may have it set really conservatively that it only buys so far below VWAP, right? And so it's one of those where every time, you know, it loses the trend, right? That's when they buy up and it reclaims it, you know. So
right.
And then of course everybody's
like, oh, we just lost VWAP, you know.
Yep.
So what I'm noticing is there's definitely a buy program at the equilibrium here. So you put a fib, and the 50% here is very, very clearly a level where somebody is loading up. You know, that's 3 times now where they're just snapping it up super quickly. So we'll see if that trend continues to hold. You know, buy programs can always change. Nothing's set in stone. But so far it's looking pretty solid, pretty good. We're getting a little bit of a pennant on the 1 minute flag, and we're consolidating over our moving averages that we're watching very closely here. So I am watching. I would not want it to see this low get lost personally. But then again, like Tim is saying, maybe that's just what they're waiting for. Maybe it's not ready to go yet today, but they're just loading the boat under here. And the move could happen overnight. The move could happen tomorrow. It's tricky with the geopolitical stuff because the moves or the catalysts often happen overnight on the other side of the world, right? So a little tricky. So keeping an eye on here. Oh, Tesla. What's Tesla doing? Did it finally do the thing? Oh, okay. Interesting stuff. So over lunch, we got a failure of this consolidation. We did hold. Remember, we drew out the supply zone or demand zone this morning. This very cleanly retransacted and is squeezing out of that. That's very nice. So it looks like it did what it needed to do in terms of formed a solid double bottom off of support and shook out all the people like me who was thinking about longing it up in here when it was reclaiming VWAP. So interesting stuff there. We'll have to see how that continues to progress. But for me, it looks like this is a bullish order block and we should dip back in right around to the 200 or VWAP around there. See all these moving averages converging and sweeping up. I like it. I like the setup, but definitely took traders for a ride there. What else is going on? What's up, guys? I see you in the chat. There's 140 of you in here, 150. What are you guys trading? Let's see what your guys are trading here. Still liking CORZ. There's really nice options flow on that. It had a little surge out of this flag. Now it looks like it's a back test. So I'd be a buyer here for a swing. It's looking solid. What else?
Oh, even GameStop showed a little bit of weakness and then right back up.
Oh, can't stop, won't stop. Flagging. What's it look like on the daily after that massacre? Oof. Back to key support holding. Trying to reclaim key support at, call it 23.85 to 24. Over there, we can get a nice squeeze up to 28 again.
You know what I just realized? I don't think Trade the Pool has nearly enough Roblox exposure. So there we go. Competition account is just see if all my favorites are playing today. But I was this close to I was looking at Target and prepared for weakness today, but now like retailers in general, like
this is such an insane chart. It keeps gapping up, but then it's so constructive still. You know, like this is a beautiful flag intraday, and it's going to push out of it here and just curl on up. You love to see it. Is our boy Hood following? Our boy Hood is following another beautiful setup here, a nice ascending triangle like we mentioned. So we measure from the high to the bottom of this triangle, and we project outwards a 2x move. So 77.40 should be the target here. You love to see it. What else is going on? Chinese tech is pretty strong, especially compared to the rest of the Chinese market. So risk on in China. Roblox having a day, as we mentioned. Square, XYZ having a day. They're trying to carve out a base here and reclaim a major level. Not one of my favorite charts still. I think it still needs to do a lot of work, but interesting to watch. And CoreWeave's not done, is it? It's just flagging for more. That's insane.
Yeah, that one just keeps going.
It kills me. It kills me so bad. I was just looking back and I had a tweet that said, man, CoreWeave at 42 looks really interesting here. Guess who did not take a single position, a single share? That's tough to watch.
Yeah.
Oh, big gap up on X. That's interesting. And now it's just flagging, I would assume. Let's look intraday. Oh, it's because it had the deal. The deal went through. Okay, so now they're saying this is fair value. It's probably going to... Yeah, it's just in stasis mode here. Nothing to do with that. Seems like some chips failed their breakout continuation today. QCOM's been weak for a while. MU is still pretty solid. Whoa, AMD's having a 9% day. Holy moly. Isn't that something?
yeah, our mutual friend Jay was streaming about AMD. Was there news?
Mr. J. Arlington? I don't know. I don't know.
If there's news.
But go check out Jay Arlington. He is a very, very smart cookie, and he's funny. but he knows his way around chips, steel, all that good stuff. Just going through the watch list here, seeing what's popping. Rubric finally giving a buy opportunity after this crazy squeeze. This is one that I'm interested in. It's curling, catching. Such a weird chart. LTBR. This one's a laggard in the nuclear reactor space. This is one you could keep an eye on for playing the catch-up trade if you feel like you missed SMR or OKLO. Some of these high flyers that are starting to pull back. So I'll be watching LTBR to see if money in this basket shifts into them, since they are better risk reward right off this daily trigger, this blue line here. I still see cup, I still see handle, still looks fine, but this name does love to play games. Like, it made the cup here and then just rejected and had to rebase completely. So it's a possibility that it has to rebase back down into here, into the $10 level. That would be something to keep an eye out for sure on. Lemonade, the Kathy name, very strong. You got Cart offering solid risk reward into the 200-day and the weekly trigger. That's interesting, but it does have to reclaim this daily trigger, which is curling under. So maybe it needs to base out a little bit there.
Okay, and there's the push on Roblox.
Let's see what we got. Oh, nice lift. Nice lift. So we can get granular on the 1 minute and say, man, yeah, just hang on long unless it loses 150 on a sizable candle. Ooh, excuse me. We got Zim, the container shipping company, having a nice morning, tagging the 200-day, pulling back, offering another entry if you believe in this name. It is a little bit scary with all the short interest, all the geopolitical risk, but it is very undervalued if things do play out. That's one to keep an eye on too. Grind is flagging into this daily trigger, still very nice and supportive. It does this a lot where it flat top flags, fake breaks down, then just flags again and pushes. So it had this big flat top, fake broke down to a major level and just reclaimed and off to the races. So we will see if it has room. It definitely does on the weekly chart. This is another one where maybe it's just algorithmic buying all the way back up to 40, if not 70. So keep an eye on it. It seems crazy now, but it's just doing the right things. So it just has to keep doing the right things. XBI pulling back a little bit, very similar to IWM in this setup. It's kind of retracing into the base. Nice breakout today on PSIL, which is the psychedelics ETF. Interesting with MindMed actually being red on the day. That's one of the biggest names in it. So something's going on there.
QUBT has a pretty good lift today.
QUBT?
Yeah, QUBT, as opposed to it's a little detached from the others, IonQ and QBTS.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's impressive. Wonder what's going on there. Are you still bullish quantum names in general, Joe?
You know, mainly daily, just watching daily levels on these, and for any kind of news, type of thing. But yeah. In general, I'm looking for any kind of a bullish move on them.
I'm with you. I think they're starting to shape up for another push here pretty soon.
Yeah, this one on the daily chart. Is interesting because it's really come back to a sustainable run. I mean, 4 days ago, we had a push up and fail. The second on the 11th, looks like it, or the 12th, it looks like it pulled back quite a bit. And the 13th, but it really became sustainable again. As a move. I mean, that's quite a good move today. So it'll be interesting to see if it holds the top of this level and continues on, or pulls back again, and tries to set up for a larger move.
Yeah, no, I'm. This is very compelling to me. That today's action on the hourly candle. To me, I always call these squeeze candles, where you get the big candle and then you get small body, small body, small body, small body, just grinding up, and they don't always break out. Sometimes they break down significantly, but they almost always have a very big move after these big candles, small, 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 small. So very interesting there. This is like something that just like instantly draws my eye. I'm like, oh, I've seen this game before. I've seen this before. So definitely one to keep an eye on. Let's,
not to say I have
so I'm
a plan on that, but definitely something that I want to watch. Continue to watch.
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, that's a cool one for sure.
For a setup.
Futu having a heck of a day. That looks like a breakout. Yeah, wow, big breakout on Futu.
Oh, no kidding. Well, what about Bull then? What about IBKR for that matter?
Bull seemed like it was lagging this morning. Oh, yeah. Just can't get traction. Let's see. Oh, well, it's high a day now.
IBKR is up nicely too. Wob.
I guess
up, but not so much.
I guess the question is, why buy Bull so early when Hood is still pushing so strongly? I think maybe we need to see Hood cool down before people are looking to diversify their,
Maybe. I think people are also, right? People want the also ran, right? So, like, if they missed Hood, they want to get in on the next one. So.
Oh, man, what a candle on coin. My coin position is very happy. This is beautiful today. So we are getting what I was talking about, this flag break. Yeah, it's a flag breakout now. Beautiful setup here. We talked about on the daily how the Bollinger Bands were getting incredibly tight up in here. We have the big cup and handle. Actually, this is the little cup and handle. The big cup and handle is on the weekly here. So this is an absolute powder keg. I'm calling it now, guys. Coin's going to double in the next year. It's going to be one of those. So there's your parallel with Hood, right? I mean, why buy Bull when Hood's overextended, Coin's just breaking out? Buy a coin, right? That's how I'm looking at it. Kind of different, I guess. Pretty different, but still similar reasoning. And our boy ASTS with the news blitz, just doing the thing. I feel like I've been looking at this chart for so long. This weekly chart of this cup and handle breakout, just finally getting the actual breakout. So first stop 48, next stop much higher. Love this chart. And let's take a look at SPY again. Not DPY. There we go. Still taking its sweet time. Looks like I was wrong again, huh? Looks like it could not sustain over that 1 minute trigger. That's tough. So that's telling me twice in a row now that it hasn't. So it seems like we're guiding down, and we need significant volume through this support or resistance now to actually go bullish. Until then, levels below, we can look at this golden pocket here. We have the 78 fib for an more extended drawdown, and the 0.662 at just under 602 that we can keep an eye on. Would be still considered healthy price action to have a squeeze, trade back into this golden pocket, and have buyers look to get long in there. So I'm keeping an eye on that. Bond's getting kind of bodied today. Well, it's kind of stinky, huh? Bear flag.
Could be. It's got a nice little channel there.
Yeah, for sure. As long as it can hold. Yeah, nice channel. Sketchy. I'll go through the top 20 real quick. Walmart underperforming. Broadcom trying to set up. That's an interesting look into all-time highs. Not sure how I feel about it, but as long as it can hold this pennant shape, could go. Microsoft just insanely strong still. Looks like it wants to flag out and wait for some moving averages to catch up. Meta pretty close to the same thing, a little less strong. Exxon contending with its 200-day. I'd love to see a couple more days of flagging action, and we can look to buy the dip into this imbalance here. Apple, whole lot of nothing. MasterCard, not looking great. Oracle's just insane. We're not even going to talk about it. Amazon setting up nicely. TSM a little overextended, finding some sellers in the gap. Lilly rejecting its 200-day still. This is day 4 of the flag out. I think as long as it holds this weekly trigger and lets these catch up, we could see some nice a nice move over the next month or so on this guy. And Nvidia, somebody was selling a whole bunch of I think it was 140 puts. So that's interesting. That's seems to be setting up to prove me completely wrong and say, nope, top is not in. We are going for another big leg higher. So there's that.
SPY looks like it's still trying to test that 602, 601.90 area. Just holding on that 50% mark, like you said.
Mm-hmm. Like I'm seeing bottom wicks under it, but I just don't know if it's done. This whole structure the past half an hour is not what you really, not really what you want to see, I don't think. Just heavy curling down. I think what really is hurting us right now is this failed breakout attempt, which shows me that there are buyers, but they were not strong enough. So I think maybe we need to reach down and find more sustainable buying power.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, definitely something to watch. So a loss of the 50, we could see expansion down pretty quickly now. And what we can look for is we could say we are short unless 602.40 reclaims. That seems pretty safe. And we could be looking for entries on any pop here into the moving averages to get short if we're not already short there. What is my view on UNH? Yeah, let's go around the panel here and see what we feel about UNH. Let me pull it up. Starting from the daily. Big key level for me right here at 312. We tried to reclaim it. We rejected it for now. We are trading back into that fair value gap that was opened up by the surge up. To me, it's a nothing to me. I nothing this chart. I cannot really read it. It looks like it gapped down and is flagging, and it could either make a U-turn or it could continue the momentum. Being somebody who doesn't really know or understand the mechanics behind why it dropped so severely, I have not been following the narrative. So for me, this is a hands-off until it does something to prove me wrong. I'd like to see this daily trigger curl down, it pop above and reclaim, and I'd long a back test. I think in general, if you're a long-term investor, buying off the week or the monthly triggers like this are not a bad idea. Can you hold long-term? Yeah, so I think long-term, probably you're going to be okay. Let's pull it back to a monthly chart and take a peek. What do we really have to see here? I'm going to turn off my triggers here to make it a little cleaner. There we go. So this is long-term support, right? This flag before we broke out severely, we dipped back into it and did respond to it. We have a rising monthly 200, which is a very, very important level for long-term or institutional investors. I would say as long as it can hold over here and over 200, you're good. But then again, it's like you don't want to hold 300 to 200 just to say, okay, now I'm stopped out. So what I would say is I wouldn't size large. I would size in a small amount where you could handle some pullbacks, because I think it would be very possible for it to renegotiate this monthly wick, maybe down here to 270. Maybe it needs to sweep it and tag this at 225. So you might be given some really nice buying opportunities, and you just don't want to be sized to the point where you could get shaken out easily. That's how I'd kind of frame it. What are you guys thinking? Any thoughts on UNH here?
Yeah, I agree with you, Steve, because it's just a odd place for the stock. I mean, just from the consolidation in here, I kind of want to see where it's deciding to go, first before I make a decision on it. I mean, just on the onset, the fact that like didn't break down below that 290 level. I want to see just see if it's going to come back down there, but under 300 and retest that. But the narrative on this is something that I don't know, and I'm just looking at it from a technical standpoint.
Right.
Anything above 320s, I'd be looking into that next previous high candle back on May 20th, to see if it's going to test into those areas on the daily chart. Daily chart is something huge for me. So that would be my first thoughts on it is lower than 300, above 320s, and then would be watching it closer.
I think that's a great read on it. Yeah, I'm totally with you. Where it's like people are so over eager to jump into charts that gap down. They're like, oh wow, this is an amazing deal. It won't stay down here for long. And to some degree, they're right. Like if you cut this gap down, then you're probably right. This is oversold. Ride it back to a logical place. Like for me, I think I was saying, hey, it's probably a buy somewhere in this zone, somewhere at 270-ish or something. I was like, oh, this seems oversold. But then when it got back to 300, I would have been out. We can see the big volume shelf building there. So that's, I think it's all eyes on 300. It will probably, at this point with this kind of candle, this bloody nose, it'll probably revisit it. And if buyers step in, then it should surge up to some degree, but it still is going to take a while to digest all the sellers that are just trying to get out, from maybe they bought the first red day here, and they're like, no way it keeps going. And then when they get back up there, they'll be like, okay, thank goodness I'm out. Yeah. That's kind of what I would look at. But I think it's really important to just say, hey, if you want to be in this stock long term, sure, maybe take a tester, but you don't have to rush. When you have such an aggressive move, see how steep these moving averages are, and see the reaction the first time it touched. Like it's going to take a while for these to negotiate and flatten out and give you a valid setup. So you don't have to rush into these. You can wait for it to really show its hand. And I think that what people don't really consider a lot of time is the opportunity cost you get by sitting in one of these while it's just chopping you, just wearing you down,
Yeah. That really, takes an effect on the mindset. I don't care whether it's on the day or if it's over weeks or over days, that can be very frustrating, to be just stuck in a range bound stock,
Right. What's the saying? If they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out, right?
Yeah.
So they scared them out, and now they're wearing them out. Sometimes it's both. So Tesla, let's see if we can find buyers and hold this swing low. Otherwise, we could be looking at a pretty gnarly pullback. But I don't know. Why am I a Tesla bull today? I don't even like Elon, but hey, I kind of want to. I'm kind of curious about this. Maybe it can curl up, form a nice base here, hold this, reclaim the 50 or the VWAP and go. But not seeing much to do here yet. Just the only trades I've seen on Tesla were just playing the range bound stuff where, okay, we got the gap fill, trade it back to VWAP, oh, it overshot, trade it back to VWAP, oh, it overshot, trade it back to VWAP, over and over and over. So
yeah.
Let's see if the low can hold.
PLTR too. I was watching that one. But now it's just kind of chopping around. I'm just noticing a lot of chop. Like that's why I really haven't taken a trade since this morning.
Yeah, I hear you. Same.
Apple. I was going to say Apple. I mean, the range on it isn't that great. I mean, it's had some move today, but and I'm just looking at this on the intraday level.
Okay.
Off glance.
Yeah, I'm an Apple bear, but wow, look at that. Okay. But not right now, I'm not. That's a strong surge up. You got the nice base, cup and handle, held the double bottom.
We got relative equal highs above. So this could be something where you look for any pullbacks and look for a long through high a day here. And then you could look for the next target up. I see a big pivot around here. A lot of action right around this 199 to 199.50 area. That's an area of interest for me. Call it there, but we could probably put a zone there with all those wicks. So we'll watch that. That'll be interesting. I don't know, Joe, you got any thoughts on Apple going forward here? Like, I'm thinking like from a quarterly projection here, because I'm on the fence. I'm not sure. Daily looks kind of sus to me.
Yeah, I kind of pulled this up into. Yeah, I'm not entirely bullish on this thing. You know, I know downtrend lines can be, you know, you can draw trend lines on anything at any point at any time, you know. But you know, if this thing does, you know, break back above, you know, the downtrend, you know, I mean, we've on a larger time frame, we've had that, you know, pretty significant dip back in April. Coming back up, holding this level, but you know, I don't know. Quite honestly, you know, if we start breaking down below that, you know, 190s area again, you know, I'd be wondering if this is going to see continued downside. You know, it'd be that type of thing that, you know, comes back down to 180s, 170s. But if we end up starting to break some of these, you know, downtrends back to the upside, then, you know, in small caps, you know, sometimes I'm really looking for those. But this is obviously a much longer time frame looking on a daily chart. I'm looking at the daily chart now. So on the intraday chart, I like this. I mean, you look at the intraday today, you know, if you're taking, you know, this reclaim of VWAP, you know, it tried to break down below the closing price. You know, it really had a, you know, quite an interesting morning there, as many of the large caps do. But then, you know, as we start getting into the 11:30 hour and noon, you know, it's really just playing with that price, you know, trying to decide what to do, you know, and so, you know, it tests VWAP, you know, it fails VWAP pretty darn hard around 11:20 in the morning. It comes back and it tests that level again, you know, about an hour later. It retests that level again a second time, you know, another half hour later. It comes back to retest it again, you know, another half hour later from that. So then you're really seeing it, you know, start to pick up there. So, you know, the long for me on this would have been on a day trade would have been right around, you know, 130-ish, just below VWAP, looking for any kind of break of trend, you know, to the upside. I wouldn't expect you know, it to get back to high a day from there. Obviously it's come back down, but it did not break down further from there. You know, it's held 197, and now it's, who knows, we'll see if it gets to 198.50.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
I think it wants to try to negotiate. I'm not saying it'll definitely like get through high a day, but I just see these wicks up here, and I bet you there's a lot of incentive to come and retest that. So we're so close already. So let's watch what it does in this zone for sure. Yeah, 198 to 198.50 to 198.60. Would like to see it get back up in there and play around. Yeah, totally. And then we can start talking about filling some of these imbalances up here and retesting this kind of volume shelf up at 200 proper, but one step at a time, right? Yeah, that's the nice thing about being a level-to-level trader. You don't have to get too far ahead of yourself. The chart will show itself. But long-term, this is what I'm really watching here. Google over Apple. So showing Google's relative strength to Apple. So I'm in a pair trade, short Apple and long Google for based off of this chart. Essentially, I see a nice kind of inverted head and shoulders here, a trend break, and just a ton of room for Google to play catch up here to Apple. And I just see so many more tailwinds for Google in the next year than Apple. Just in terms of whether we do get more tariff issues, and that would definitely hinder Apple with its hardware-based and overseas-based production much more than the software as a service-based Google. I'm seeing so many bullish headlines for Google in regards to like the success of Waymo, the success of, or the implementation and adoption at a large level of just different AI programs, specifically by the government. They're talking about it. So we're talking about big catalysts that may take a long time to play out. But I do just strongly believe Google is too cheap right now, and Apple was way too expensive. Now it's more reasonable. I'm not even an Apple bear per se. I'm just a big Google bull. And I think that the safest way for me to play that is to kind of have a counterbalance to that. But no, I'm keeping an eye on it. I'm a big Google bull. Just a clean chart. So let's get back to the intraday action. What's SPY doing here? So yeah, the buy program's still in effect, huh? Every time it's under the equilibrium, they're all about it. We got our 62 fib test, and that held very cleanly. And let's see if we look back, did it retest this high? Not quite, it looks like. Oh, look at that, to the penny. There we go. So that's what they were looking for. Decent volume pop. Maybe it needs to retransact, but that seems pretty bullish to me going into tomorrow. Time for a giant red candle to ruin my thesis. So it goes. Whew, all right, let's see. Kevin's saying, what are your thoughts on CMG long? What is your time frame, my friend? Probably intraday. I probably should have answered that 20 minutes ago. Yes, I would buy then, because now it's up. Let's see. What do I see? Strong push out of the gates. Back tested some range equilibrium, high time frame range equilibrium. Holding VWAP, pushing up off of that. 3-month time frame, absolutely. All right, that's my wheelhouse. Oh my goodness, what is this chaos that I drew at one point? All right, we're gonna scrap that. Pretend like you didn't see that.
It's art.
It was modern art. It's abstract art. So heck, I don't know. It's choppy base on the daily. I think the weekly is probably going to give us more insight, and that looks better to me. Looks like it is consolidating.
Found some more Zalgo on a chart, huh?
Something like that. I don't even know. I think this looks pretty good. What I'm kind of seeing is a pennant starting to be built out on a high time frame. Maybe we can just draw it as a flag, actually. It looks like there's some parallels here. If we go here, does that match? Yeah, there we go. So that's definitely what it's doing. There's a flag program running. And if we zoom out, are we just in blue skies territory? We are. So for me, this doesn't look done. It looks like it's in a prolonged basing period, and that's pretty healthy. We did get the double top, but then it looks like it held the 50% of this range extension. Let's double check of that. Okay, there we go. See? So to me, and let's flip this around. To me, this is still a very valid long. We have the parabolic move up. It runs it back up, cannot clear the highs. Parabolic move is over for now. It has the double top. The sellers come back in. They push a new low. And now we're trying to essentially test the equilibrium of this channel that is forming, this flag. So for me, I'm not seeing anything that worries me very much on this. Where was this high volume red bar? So this high volume red bar, not a big deal. In the middle of the range, it looks like it actually is kind of bullish in that it has a big bottom wick. It's actually bigger than the candle. So that'd be the only thing I'd be worried about. If there was like a really high volume red rejection bar here or something, then that'd be a sign that maybe the move is over. For me, I'm not really seeing that. I'm seeing some nice accumulation here, nice big green bars. For the most part, green is bigger than red. You like to see that. I think they're loading it. I think it's just taking a while to digest here. I think that a lot of the narrative around CMG, Kava, these types of names maybe has kind of fallen off of people's radars, but I don't think they're bad stocks. I think they're going higher. It's just a matter of how long it needs to digest. So what I would say is this high from a few weeks ago is going to be a very key level to watch. As you can see, that's essentially the midpoint of this channel as well.
we're watching the 20-week moving average as it curls, and let's find a daily moving average to watch. I think that you're bullish as long as it holds yesterday's low here. That 50-day moving average swooping under here, the green, and then you have the shorter terms starting to chop sideways and starting to try to curl up here. So that's what we'd like to see. We'd like to see that. It's just not a clean chart, to be honest, in terms of a short-term projection. So I think we have to kind of take a step back and look at this longer term and just kind of keep betting on, hey, look, here's the big volume profile base here at 50. So as long as it's over 50, I think that you're in good shape. If it's under 50, you want to see buyers really snapping to it, because if it starts to lose traction under 50, it can really start sliding. So that's how I'd kind of look at this. And in terms of just straight up bullishness, we need to pop over the 200 and reclaim. See, we tried to coil under it here and failed that. So that is our line in the sand, right? So under here, under a rising SMA, a 200 SMA, it was still a dip buy. It was just oversold off of this parabolic move. It came up, cleaned up the chart, and then it lost the 200. So I can't be overtly bullish until we reclaim that, but I don't hate it by any means. I think it's in a channel here. Thanks for the question. And what else we got cooking?
Hood's now pushing above that trend line.
Who is?
I think GameStop Hood. I think GameStop is going.
Oh, can't stop, won't stop.
I think it's curled. You used that one already.
That's a solid push.
I guess that's the point. You just keep chanting it. Not saying it, chanting it, right? Like a cult.
Not that I'm cultish.
Yeah.
So, what do we got? Hourly chart. This is a constructive base. Doesn't look bad. It could still be a bear flag though. So what we should do is we should drag this out like that. We should watch what it does.
Holy cow, it's power hour already. Sorry.
2380 to 24. So these are charts that I'm not great at reading. I don't know about you guys, but I always have a hard time after a big move down when it's kind of like, is this a constructive base? Is it going to U-turn, or is this just a really prolonged bear flag, you know? And I'm not sure, to be honest.
By the way, I just want to throw in, because you were talking about pair trades a minute ago, and if you're into that sort of thing, what we were talking about earlier, now again, I don't think there's a Ripple ETF yet, or an XRP ETF yet, but you know, for example, if you wanted to do Ether in Bitcoin, you could do that. You could do, like, if you're seeing, like, if you're on a chart, right, and you look at the pair ETH BTC, right, or, you know, if you do it in TradingView, you know, ETH whatever / BTC whatever, right, any of those, and you see bullishness or bearishness, you can just go long one and short the other, and that's the same as if you were you know, trading that pair in that way, right? And you can do the same thing. For example, if you see currency pairs, right, there's currency ETFs or ETNs, and you can just trade those against each other. So if you see a Forex trade setting up, you can do that on Trade the Pool.
Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, it's surprisingly a really robust system. I'm always surprised by the new stuff I learned. It's pretty cool. It's coming from Apex, and it's like, it's just so limiting compared to this. I get to trade all the stuff I actually like to trade. So it's a good time. Yeah, the Bitcoin Ethereum pair trade is looking kind of interesting. So we had this expansion, you know, me and my fibs. I always got to see what happens at the equilibrium. People are buying up Bitcoin in relative strength to Ethereum, and now we're testing a downtrend line breakout on the hourly. So I'd be inclined to long Bitcoin, short Ethereum if I was going to, but I'd be more inclined to just long Bitcoin. You know, maybe you could like tier it, like stack it, like, okay, I'm gonna long Ripple and I'll short Ethereum, but I'll also long Bitcoin. And then I don't know, then you just get into a big old mess of positions and pray that it all works. That sounds like a me strategy. Tim, what would we call that? Kick flipping the rake?
There we go. Yeah.
When you get too fancy, you know, some people step on the rake, smacks them in the face. Some people jump off the rake off a 5 foot, or, you know, 5 staircase, and then do a kick flip and land and still kick themselves in the face. So don't get too fancy with it.
Somebody calling out TEM. I love this stock. I hold it in my long-term port and I haven't looked at it. And that's been working out really well since 40 whatever I bought it at. So BK Lemons, great name, saying, Tem, looking to buy it at about 71.30. Let's zoom in and see if we can see what he sees. Do I see what Lemon sees? 71.30. So looking for an undercut of today's price action and probably looking to retest this gap here, I would figure. So that seems logical to me. I like that. It's a strong name. It gapped up, came down. It should hold this low of yesterday, the swing, and keep on pushing. It is a little choppy and boppy here. So we had this flag, broke out, back test, and push up. Maybe it needs to back test again there. The 5-day SMA. Okay, I like that. I like that. It's a little shorter than I usually use, but that's just because I'm a slow old man. I like my 9 EMA, and that'd be a little bit of aggressive for a pullback. So I wouldn't expect it to get there for a while. I'd expect this to come up. So daily, we are posting in tweezer tops. Don't love that. I'd like to see a strong close on the day in the next hour here. That would be nice. And I'm going to check on my hymns too. Doesn't look quite ready yet, I guess. Thought it was ready this morning, but hey. We continue to hold. No worries. Did lose VWAP. See if it's testing the 50 yet. Yep, right at the 50. I'm telling you guys, if you don't use fibs, I'm smacking my mic over here. If you don't use fibs, start throwing them on. You'll see so much cool stuff. I'm telling you, it's like such a game changer.
Yeah, going back to that, it's interesting. Look at the different coins. Yeah, like I think that stack actually makes more sense than just as a random thing, because the challenge for Ether is that the Ethereum blockchain in general, right? Like the EVM is used in so many different projects now, but Ethereum itself, not quite so much. It's still, I don't know what the price of transactions is still, but the thing is now, if you want Bitcoin, you want Bitcoin, right? And there's things in the Bitcoin family too, that UTXOs, proof of work, different aspects of that. But if you want the EVM, there's nothing tying you. Like if you want Bitcoin, you want Bitcoin specifically, usually, right? If you want something with UTXOs, you want that family. If you want Ethereum, you don't have. If you want EVM, you don't have to use Ethereum for it. You can use any of these other chains that all have compatibility, or if you want something else different, like for example, Ripple or Stellar or Algorand or any of these other things. So there's not really any moat for Ethereum. Right. And then additionally, if there's downward pressure because they're trying to reduce the gas prices, right? Like that's Ethereum's big challenge as an ecosystem is the gas prices, which means that if they are trying to put downward pressure on the price of Ether, then then the success of Ethereum is tied to the decline of Ether as a currency, in terms of the cost of it anyway. So
absolutely,
it's kind of funny.
They got themselves in a little pickle. That looks like a buy candle. I don't know if you saw, but I was marking out this zone as you were talking. I didn't want to interrupt because it's interesting stuff. But I was seeing the buyers coming in under this fib, and it's a nice surge, a buy stick here. So I think that the buy program might be starting till end of day. I am going to probably eat my words in about 3 minutes when we retest the actual level that matters up here. But I'm keeping it on my radar for sure. And I did want to touch on TEM just a little bit more because I kind of glossed over it. And I just wanted to note how bullish I am overall on this chart. I mean, you can see my entry down here. We do okay. We do okay over here. No, but this is a big old cup. It's a big old base. And this thing's whole history is range bound. So I have a very strong conviction that this will be another play that will eventually, in the next year or so, be trading in the mid to high hundreds. I love this thing. I think that it's great tech. I think that the right people are invested in it. I mean, when Pelosi's buying, I listen, I mean, it's what can you say, right? So let's pull back even just a little bit more to a weekly and just see that, look at this. It's just, I'll hide my drawings here. It's just a big old base. It's just a big old base. And when these things go, they will double. So you can go 31 to 92. Pull it out to what, 150 or so? That sounds about right. 140, something like that.
So that's what I'm looking at here. Long term, I absolutely love this chart. I love the company. I don't know too much about it, but that's by design because hey, if there's problems, then the chart will tell me. So far, the chart is telling me that people just want to keep buying this. So let it rock, brother. Let it rock. I love it. And we're retesting. We're renegotiating the 50 fib. We popped above it. Now we're just cleaning up over this swing. We probably back test into 68, 80 to 70 range, and then off to the races again. I'd say that's if I had to guess. Yeah, good chart. Good chart. And SPY hourly. We haven't looked at the hourly for a while. A little bit stinky, but I think it's still fine. I think as long as we hold this morning's candle here, see all the EMAs kind of clustering there now. That's the kind of the base. See where, you know, when you have these kind of W's, like see this little middle part here, came down, came up, came down, popped above it. Now we want to see this zone with these wicks hold. So you can call it 600. Yeah, just call it 600. Why not? So makes it easy, right? Over 600, we're bullish. Under 600, we look for a back test of 595-ish, probably. Down to 594-ish, something like that. We got some Tesla going on. What do we got? Hourly's shaping up. Hourly's got the nice bottom double wicks there. It looks like it's surging. Let's zoom in. Ooh, very nice move. Very nice move. So this is a shake them out, wear them out, scare them out. I don't know, all day long. So tomorrow we're probably going to get a really nice move on Tesla, maybe overnight. So if you have those swing accounts, maybe take a stab here. I do see a 1 minute imbalance right here. So you probably don't want to chase it up here. Wait for it to come back down here and test this 1 minute chart or this imbalance at 328.88. And of course, because I say that, it's just going to smash up and never come back. But, you know, that's what I would do because a little extended here, especially when it's so range bound, you could easily get caught out off guard, out of position, off sides otherwise. But hey, you gotta respect a push like that. Those are the strongest candles we've seen probably all day to the upside. Maybe here, maybe there, but worth noting for sure. We also have the downtrend line break again there, but we've gotten a few of those, right? So it's a messy chart intraday, but worth keeping an eye on, especially for a swing. If we go to the hourly, like I said, this is a lot of consolidation. And as you can see, this is probably has something to do with it. See this hourly 200? This is why we always put 200 moving averages on all our charts because they just work. Algos are always going to trade off them to some degree or another. And when you find one where it's really locked in, like it's very clear there was an algo selling above it, now they're trying to pop it. And now it looks like there's an algo buying under it. Probably the same guys who are capping it here and here. It's probably Kimball Musk, his brother, in his hedge fund. So, just follow him. What else you got, guys? Give me some more charts here. Either you guys in here or in the chat. I want to see what you're
know, but I actually should probably drop because I do have to go bartend tonight, and you know what? I'll keep my ear to the ground and see what if anything is popping in the.
Right on. Well, thank you, man. It's good to have you on. And are we gonna hang out tomorrow on stream too? Is that tomorrow? Or we
should, yeah. I think we actually a couple days we're on
okay,
together.
Awesome.
Let me see here. I have it as let's see. Tomorrow, myself and Joe, same time, 2 p.m. and then Wednesday, Steve, you and I, 11 o'clock.
Okay, right on.
Are you coming on your normal time tomorrow morning, or just at 11 once?
Not the normal time. I will be on at 11, and then I believe I'll be on the same times that I was today. I got to double check on that, but that's the plan, I believe. So cool. Hope you guys aren't too sick of me because you're getting a lot more of me coming up here.
Well, looks like you guys have it well in hand. So break a leg, enjoy the rest of the trading day. I'll do the same. And can't wait to be back tomorrow for this.
Awesome, man. Good to see you.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks. Later.
All righty. Like I said, I'm eating my words when it came up and tested where it mattered. Yeah. One of these days I'll learn and just not get too excited, but looks like we gotta push down some more. Not looking very strong.
Yeah, just wanted to say also thanks, DJ 2 AM, the nice comment. Appreciate that.
Yeah. You
I'm-
deserve it. That's good.
I'm watching SRM in the small caps right now. Just kind of, it's had pretty big move today. Just gonna see if it's going to hold this area. It's about a 50% full pullback from its high. Looks like on the daily chart, reached out to almost $11.
Yeah, wow.
And it's back down to 11:30. I was watching this morning for a long, but I didn't get the long on it.
Yeah, it's a tricky one there. For sure. Shook him out in the morning there, swept down. Interesting. SRM.
So this one will be interesting for tomorrow too. Just to see what it does overnight. Is it going to open up in the same range? It'll just be interesting to see if it gets any kind of consolidation in the after hours pre-market tomorrow. With this pullback, I would want to. It's hard to tell right now, but I'm going to be watching this pretty much this level right here to see if it wants to play around with that level again, try to get back to tens, or was today the day that it was its move and the shorters are going to be on this into the tens.
Yeah, let's see. To me, the hourly is looking very compelling, right? We're just getting the barcoding. It's a very clean flag. So I'd love to see it either confirm off of that 784 pivot on the hourly, or dip a little under to that 50% fib that you mentioned into the wick of that first red hourly candle after the squeeze up, and that would provide a nice little risk reward or risk return. What am I trying to say? Risk reward, I guess. Area of interest. My brain's fried. But yeah, that's an interesting one. Let's see what it looks like on the daily. Probably giant stick up. Okay.
Yeah.
I whenever you guys give me these small cap charts, I'm like, how do I do daily analysis on this stuff?
Yeah. It's tough, right? So on this one, it's I treat this as a day one stock. I really try to categorize them into day one, day two of the move, day three of the move, obviously. And really you're playing off the levels on those days, whether it's going to be a continuation. If it's got some kind of, I don't want to say decent news, because how do you say that when these companies are just struggling for money anyway? But but really, if it's going to continue, it really comes in that day two, that day three, whether it because right now this move looks like, oh well, maybe it's not so sustainable, but if it on tomorrow, if it comes back and tries to stay in this area, or even if we get a red day tomorrow and then day three it reclaims, it could reclaim some levels and go back to test the highs of the day one. It could take a long time for that to happen too. But in this market, it seems to be happening quicker. We've had some stronger ones, or it could be the forgotten stock, the low hanging fruit of yesterday's major mover in small caps, and the forgotten one.
I'm liking this. This is going to be on my focus list, because I don't know if you see my doodling here, but this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing like what we talked about. We're seeing a lot of these setups today where they have the B-shaped volume profile here. And then I'm looking at this fair value gap between the squeeze candle. And I'm thinking we got VWAP there. We got the previous morning high, the first leg moves high. We have that little window there. And if we could fill that in and change this B into a D like that, then I'd feel really good for trying to get long somewhere off VWAP in that pocket for another leg up. So I'm watching this closely. I'm going to actually set an alert at VWAP 675 and change. And then I can trade my SMR SRM port, and just those. And let's see, what else can we add? Is there an MRS?
Morningstar. That's not our MSR. All right, maybe it's only the 2 tickers. I remember I was just crushing one week, just trading Baba and Boeing, you know, just
yeah.
just all day long. Let's see. Hey, Zlak, good to see you in here, man. It's my good buddy. We were trading steel back in the dark ages, it feels like. Okay. What is the starting capital for this competition? That's a great question. Joe, do you actually know the details? I actually haven't even traded in this competition yet.
Yeah. Basically, with this competition, it's first and foremost, everybody's working together to beat the QQQs percentage wise. So you do get your own account that is, but what when you sign up, you get your own account with $1 million buying power on it. There's no max loss. There's a limit of 10,000 shares on any given trade, but there's not going to be a daily pause. There's not going to be a max loss. And the whole point of it is to join our Discord and try to talk with other traders and share ideas to help everybody help each other out to work together to beat the Qs. So I hope that answers some of your questions there. Oz Lacko. I hope I didn't butcher your name, but that's it in essence. And so far, I mean, we've got people, there's a lot of gunslingers in there just going for it, and that's kind of the cool thing about the competitions is like, for me, it's like, you want to you still want to trade your strategy, you still want to do your due diligence on your trades, but it's almost like you can just sit back and say, hey, if I make a huge mistake, I'm not killing my own account. This is fun. This is supposed to be for fun. And for a lot of those, traders who need that opportunity to just, go ahead and take a little bit larger size on a trade to not be scared. The mindset part of it can be, just a day of feeling some relief. It could be, a good thing. So that's what I love about the competitions.
Absolutely. No, it's a good time. I'm having fun. I think these prop accounts are so great for that because it's so much realer than just trading a complete demo account. You just don't get the same experience. This is like you actually build up the real experience. Like you're saying, you get a feel for trading in size and how that feels and how it moves in an account, but you have a backstop. You have infinite gaining potential if you do well, but if you're still in the learning phase and, you make some big mistakes like we all do, you don't have to set yourself back a week or a month's worth of progress, in your personal account. It's just a defined risk and, very, very easy to manage in that regard. So that's why I trade it myself, even though I have my personal accounts too. There's some trades I don't want to take in those. I'd rather take them in this, Mm-hmm. So we're seeing a real pinchy action happening on SPY. Not much of a trade here because we are holding the 1 minute trigger, which is a good sign. But when we try to squeeze above this 5, when we try to squeeze above the equilibrium, this 50% fib, we're just getting bopped down. So I think that maybe we don't get our move today. Maybe it's setting up for the move tomorrow, to be honest. And it's less fun, but it's maybe we trade mean reversion through the end of the day. Maybe we look for the move tomorrow here. And let's see, Kevin saying, do any of you follow ONDS? I don't. It's been a very long time, but let's take a look together. Let's see what we see. Wow. Okay. This is looking very constructive to me. So we got the parabolic squeeze, unsustainable, just small cap things, goes back to the base. Very normal, very normal. That's an interesting stick that shows buyers to me. The big gap up and the shorts are still there, so they beat it back down, but somebody's loading up. Now we're getting the breakout move. We are testing the super key. Is that my monthly? Yeah, it's my monthly trigger. So that's like very, very substantial if we can flip that. So as you can see, when we surged above it, we back tested it, tried to hold,
back tested it again and failed. And that was kind of where the sellers stepped in long term. So now if we can flip this, looks like we're cooking it once, twice, 3 times now there are shorts defending this. But what do we see? We see it holding these less meaningful, more shorter term moving averages, like the 9 moving average here, this blue line, and even holding right now these like hourly triggers, that green, but that's less important. What I'm seeing is the crossover of the daily over the weekly. So these are kind of signs to me that there is momentum short term. I mean, obviously you can say, oh, really, Steve? How insightful. It's up 70% in a month. Is it short-term bullish? Yeah, I know. But I am seeing the trend start to change long-term here. And to me, this looks like a solid base. Maybe it gets bopped down to around $1.30, $1.20, maybe a little deeper to backtest this. And then we could start talking about it like a cup and a handle setup here. I think that might be the path of least resistance because there is still a seller here. But long-term, this looks like a bullish chart to me that's starting to bottom. I don't know what the heck they do. It sounds like you do. Sounds like you have a better idea of this. If you're bullish on a 5-year horizon, it's probably because they're doing something cool. And I have heard the name thrown around. I couldn't tell you what they do right now. But when you have a base like this, what I say is if you can get a foothold here and just not so big that it'll stress you out if it keeps chopping for another year or two, right? But enough that like you can catch these Palantir, these hood type moves, right? Where they just base and then just ramp up the right side of the wall here. So someday this will trade back at $18 as long as they are a legitimate company with a game plan forward. Because if they were valued at this price originally, eventually, if they perform, they will go back to there because there is such a high incentive of to do it from a technical perspective, and all they have to do is execute their game plan. And that's kind of the name of the game, that when something IPOs, it's all big hype, and then people just use people with the big hype as pure exit liquidity. They sell their private investor, positions for amazing returns, and then they wait for it to base down here and start building that position again. They build drones. Interesting. Okay, how can you be bearish drones? I mean, not to be morbid, but geez, like what are we going to need less drones going forward? I don't know. So yeah, I also like longing these names as an emotional hedge because I'm a sensitive guy and I don't like war. But if it's going to happen, I'd rather make some money too, so it is what it is, right? And here's another line to look at. Look at this downtrend line. I call this the doom loop line. And I got that from Tim, the stock patterns guy. His Twitter is a great follow, by the way. His charts look, you think mine looks schizophrenic. That guy has some wild stuff, but his hit rate is phenomenal. And these doom loops are basically the all-time high downtrend lines. It really needs to break these to start breaking out of this base and start moving up the right wall. So we're going to keep an eye on it. It's got a nice confluence of resistances right here, so I would not be surprised to see it get bopped down again. Maybe, like I said, down here to fill this little imbalance, back test it again, make a higher low, and back test the line, and then start going. So definitely keep an eye on this one. I will be. Let's see. They just had their biggest customer government contract last week. Interesting. So it sounds like the news for this move is more substantial fundamentally than the move for this move, which was probably driven primarily by incredibly high short interest. Probably a lot of those shorts did step out up here, or sorry, got squeezed out here. And sure, they stepped back into pilot here, but then they stepped out in this base. So I would not be surprised to see a more sustainable move that maybe takes a little bit longer and is less squeezy like this. But that's a good sign overall for the company because there's less short interest to beat it down every single time it pops. That's kind of how I would frame it. Thanks for putting this on my radar. It's a fun one. And while we're talking drones, let's look at RCAT. Let's look at Katos. RCAT's looking very cool. My projection here did not really go as planned, I see, but looking like it's starting to build a constructive right wall. And see, they're a little bit ahead of ONDS where they're above their monthly trigger, but the same deal where this is a super key level where it squeezed above, back tested once, back tested twice, then it failed, back tested, failed. Now it's very constructive over it. So I think this is a nice looking chart as well. And KTOS, just an absolute monster. I traded this like 15 to 20. I sure wish I just held it because man, what a move. And this is another one where the narrative is good, they're executing very well, and there is a massive amount of room on this chart to go higher. So KTOS, great store of value, nice volume pop. They essentially build kits that turn RTX Sidewinder missiles into autonomous drones. So super cool stuff. They have a lot of other stuff in the works. You know, cool in the way where they, you know, are very efficient at destroying a lot of buildings and people, which, you know, sucks. But hey, good company. What can you do? We need defense contractors. No way around that. And there was one other drone manufacturer that looked cool. I don't know. It'll come to me. But these are interesting names for sure. Thanks for putting this one on my radar, Kevin. Check back in with the old indices. Looks like daily candle's going to put in a top wick. A little scary. We will have to see if it is fake news. 15-minute with a little bit of a bottom wick did hold that low. Let's see if there's a volume pop to try to confirm this is a real move. No significant volume. We did get the big stick here. So as long as this holds, probably in okay shape. Just draw that out, you know. Whenever you get a level of interest like these bottom wicks and it shows interest and pops up, but then it sweeps it out and shows even more interest, I just drag that zone down a little bit. Just move the goalposts a little, you know. So we're keeping an eye on that. We're keeping an eye on our red 1 minute trigger here, still having trouble flipping it. And what really matters is pretty clear this afternoon that the 5 minute trigger here is going to be the name of the game. This is what actually has to get traction over. So you can take longs under here and expect it to come back up and pop this, but then you got to be safe and take profit up here. And then you can reload again, but you know. Farm traders. So if we blow an account, do we get a new one? Asking for a friend. Joe, do you happen to know the details on that? I'm not sure.
What account do we get a new one? Asking for well, for the competition account, I don't think you can blow it.
I'm just hurting your luck, making our job harder.
Yeah. We're gonna have to trade a lot better to make up for that blown account. You know, but in a sense, in the normal accounts, you know, if you get an evaluation account, yeah, you don't want to hit your max, you know, total drawdown on the account. You know, obviously that would close the account for you, but I got to tell you, with those flex accounts, you know, it just really makes it nice to be able to, you know, you don't have to, you know, meet the goal within any time, you know, any time frame. You've got the flexibility to work, you know, and continue to, you know, build up your account and get to a funded status.
Yeah. No, they're really nice. I have one that's like a month and a half old, and it's just like I just whip it out when I like feel like there's a nice reliable trade that, you know, I don't have to stress about too much, and I just keep taking the base hits, and I don't stress because I don't have to hit it by a certain time. Like, you know,
yeah,
it's like the Patrick meme with the rock. It's like you'll go when you're ready. You know, whenever it's ready, it'll be time.
Yeah.
So yeah, I love
nothing wrong with that.
I think anything that helps practice patience is super, super key as a trader, because it's like one of the biggest factors of success. And it's also one of the things that, you know, to be completely honest with prop trading, it's a big obstacle, right? Because a lot of times you do have a time limit. And I think it's great that they give you the option that, hey, if you're a scalper, if you're a gunslinger, if you're somebody who just wants to go, of course you have that option, but you don't have to, you know, you have some alternatives. So I appreciate that they have a system that works for me, because I'm I'm getting old. I'm not a big gunslinger anymore. You know, you guys know I don't love trading the small caps. I like my mega caps. I like taking easy, clean moves to VWAP, stuff like that. So less exciting, but you know, it's exciting to make money also. So
yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Oh man. It's been quite a day of sideways action since I got on, at least. The morning session, the morning crew got all the big moves. And
oh, they did. They were having a ball.
Giving me a hard time. Like, Steve, what did you do? We were doing so well until you got on stream. It's like, okay, buddy. You didn't have 2 red candles in a row. So come back to me when you have to trade chop all day long. We'll see how that goes. And of course, he'd crush it because he's a systems trader and knows how to do mean reversion trading. But that's not the point. It's a little bit hard for the rest of us mortals, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this end of the day session, it's been fun, but it's just a lot of choppy. I've been finding a lot of choppy action.
Absolutely. Sorry, I'm getting distracted because my scanner's going off. Apparently, somebody's buying a lot of GME 24 strike calls. Take a look at those. See if GME has some legs. Look at that. Okay, I bet that my scanner is about 5 minutes delayed because I got the push notification. I didn't see it pop up instantly. So I think it probably they were buying off of here, off of that 5 minute trigger or the 200 moving average. And to me, this looks like a flag and a back test of this downtrend. On an hourly, I think we looked at it and we're debating whether it was a bear flag or not. It looks a little too mild to be a bear flag. Usually a bear flag would be angled up more like this. So I'm inclined to believe this is a solid base. I'd be more inclined if it had some confluence on a daily level, and I think that it does. Okay, great. So what I'm seeing here is this fair value gap was transacted very cleanly. It renegotiated this high volume node at the bottom, yet it held and didn't need to take out these sweep these lows here. So this was a solid buy. People who were long from there are still feeling safe. I'm sure they took profit on this. And now they're probably reloading at a nice discount. So I think this is a very interesting move. They're looking for 24, so not too greedy. They're looking for essentially a test of the gap right here. 24.29 is what they'd probably be shooting for. And then if you take these, or if you get long GME, but especially if you take the options, how you would play this correctly. And by correctly, I mean optimally from a quantitative perspective is, so you buy a 0.35 to 0.4 delta weekly call with only the money you're willing to go to zero. Remember that. And then if you get your move when that 0.35 to 0.4 delta goes in the money, so right about here, which is the obvious, level in my mind, at least this 24.30. So then you're sitting just a little bit over 0.5 delta. And that's the ideal, the mathematically ideal time to roll up to the next 0.35 to 0.4 delta strike. If you think the move has legs, if you are seeing what you need to see to assume that you're going to get a significant push up into this gap. So just some free alpha there. I know it doesn't apply directly to trade the pool, but I know some of you guys dabble with options too. And, it's always good to know. Always good to know. So that is a very, very replicable system that you can do. 0.35 to 0.4 delta weeklies, or I do 2 weeks out just because, I'm an old man. I get scared looking at big swings. but it's good stuff.
Old man Steve.
That's what they call me. That's what they call me.
Next, we got to get a cowboy hat, and once you get some gray hairs and get the mustache coming down on the side.
Totally. I'm here for it. I love the Western style. I'm up in Montana right now too, so maybe I should indulge. Get me some 10-gallon hats, but I don't know. I don't know if I have the look for that. I feel like you gotta have a high charisma stat to pull off the cowboy look. But when it works, I gotta say.
Yeah.
All right. Twist the ends. DJ, you want to see me with the I think I just come off like a hipster, and I don't know if that's still in vogue, so we'll see. We're in the arena, we're trying things, right? So what can you do? Let's pop back to SPY here, see if anything's happened. Just watching paint dry. My big yellow arrows there. Still posting top wicks on the 5. There's still sellers on the tape. It's probably not going to happen today, guys. It is what it is. Text from the boss. Give me 1 second here. Alrighty. So still these top wicks, still just guiding down on the moving average. Give you that Kurt Russell or that Val Kilmer stash from Tombstone. You want me to be your Huckleberry? Okay, I'll think about it. You make some progress in this group challenge, and then I'll be your Huckleberry. Yo, JT Trades, good to see you here, man. Or J Trades. Yeah. Let's make some money here. Let's do it. So just the never-ending flag, right, on SPY. Just, oh, well, maybe this is the time. Maybe this is the time. Maybe this is the time. Maybe. So eventually we'll get our move. Hopefully up. Maybe we got some progress here. I'm going to keep an eye on this. Again, we are watching this yellow staggered line. This is our 5-minute trigger. And if we're going to see a sustainable move that isn't just a quick 5-minute scalp, then it needs to hold above this. So we are getting some lift off here. Let's look at other time frames to try to find some coherence. I'm going to clean this chart up here. Little rounded bottom action. I like the bottom wicks on the 15. That's valid. So when we like what we see on a short-term time frame, we want to confirm it on a higher time frame. On the hourly, this is still an ambiguous stick. This was a very bearish stick closing at the low of day. We pushed a little bit lower and transacted the previous day's high. So that's an area of interest, and we would need to see a strong buying support off of there. We did see a strong push. Now we have 15 minutes left. So I want to see a nice strong close. Ideally, we engulf here, but that's pretty ambitious. So that's how I'm kind of framing this on an hourly. Maybe we look at the half hour. That looks a lot better, right? So now we have a pivot here on the half hour that if we close above, I'm in. I like it. Let's see, Jay Trades. You're new here? Well, welcome. We are Steve and Joe, and we are your guides today in this never-ending chop. We missed the morning move here, but we're hoping for a nice move tomorrow. I think we're still in breakout territory of this big hourly flag. We got the really nice surge up, and we're still holding well above. We're holding over this swing high. So I think this is an entry here. I think this is an entry for longs. I'm seeing a lot of shake and bake on the momentum names. I'm just going to keep coming back to hims because I love it. And boom, look at that. See, nice hold of the equilibrium there. That's why we put them on our charts. Now we got all our moving averages running up, and on the daily chart, we are starting to shape up and build out a nice curly handle for this cup here. So if you're like me, you're long a good chunk of HIMZ, the 2X long ETF, because hey, why the heck not? We're shooting for a double, because that's what we do here. All right, J Trades traded some gold earlier, made 6% returns on that, but ES so far just not the best. Yeah, absolutely. So I think that we're in the news bop and chop game, right? So we got the negative headlines, and that was like Thursday. We de-risked into the weekend, and then we did get more escalation, but then we got de-escalation. Iran saying this morning that they're looking to de-escalate. They don't want to keep playing this game. I do not blame them. So let's hope for a peaceful resolution. Let's hope for the market to rip off of this. And right now we're just seeing, I think, mean reversion from that big move early on in the day. So seems totally healthy. We're just kind of bopping around the equilibrium of the expansion this morning. And remember, when we pull back to a higher time frame chart, we do have a flag break. You know, this is a pretty valid flag. It's even clearer on the hourly chart here. You know, a lot of nice touches here. And essentially popped above it. And now we're doing the same thing, flagging above here. And heck, I don't know. I'm a bull. What can I say? What is Trade the Pool? Trade the Pool it's a prop firm. We trade equities. We have a lot of different types of accounts. So we can do swing trades on some accounts, scalps on others. Lots of options in terms of size of the account and also flexibility. We have ones where there's no time limit, which is really nice. Ones where it's a smaller stop, but it's cheaper. So if you really believe in yourself, you have less drawdown at your potential on these accounts, but you don't have to invest as much capital. So there's a lot of options. I really love how they're tailored. They basically have an option for you, whatever you like to trade. So you can trade just about any equity. It's good stuff. Yeah, small caps, large caps, everything in between. Feel free to check out our website at I believe it's tradethepool.com. I should know that for sure. We also have a YouTube channel with a lot of educational content. I do a lot of webinars and stuff. So
yeah, feel free to check that out as well. I've had experience with a lot of different prop firms, but I really like these guys and took the gig because they're not trying to just take your money. They're trying to teach you how to trade too. They spend so much time and resources on educational content like the stream. So they're good guys. I like them. So hope to see you around here. And let's check out your gold trade too while we're here. What's the ETF GLD? All right. Yeah, so de-risk on gold, essentially saying, hey, we do not need to hide all our money under the mattresses. There isn't going to be a World War III breaking out this week. So, that kind of move. In general, on the daily, I'm not sure what to make of this chart. I was tentatively bullish down here, and we did get a move, but now we're just hard rejecting right up at the top. So I think that this might be a tricky trade. I think we have gaps underneath that I'd like to see filled, but as long as we can hold above this previous swing low of 305 on GLD, roughly 306.50, and what would that be on the underlying 3,300, give or take. So 3,300, give or take, that's your line in the sand for gold. Over that, probably going to keep riding up and pushing higher. Otherwise, we could see significant drawdown to sweep out this low here, and that would look something like 3,100. But still, heck of a move overall. The longer you zoom out, the more impressive it gets. So keep in mind, this could be just a very quick look back and go. If it is a breakout, if this is a valid pennant and we are breaking out, we could just be back testing this line. It could not need to pull back very much at all. I would like to see this imbalance right here. I'll mark it out for you. This one right here, Phil, but not necessarily. Doesn't necessarily have to. Anthony saying, hi, my hand-eye click was very slow. Any tips for that? Not 100% sure I know what you mean. In terms of just execution, just like... I don't know. Give me a little more to work with here, and maybe I could help you out. Maybe I'm just being slow. Maybe I'm just missing what you're saying. What else we got? I don't know. Kind of a slow day, honestly. Not a ton of crazy stuff happening after the morning.
Yep. I ended up taking the long on that SRM, dipping down into the eights and really reclaimed the level, dipped below it and kind of ripped right back. So went long.
Nice. You said you got in down there?
Yeah, I got in, and I actually originally had a short on it, stopped out. Right, my short average was about 857, and
nice.
I was looking for lower. I was looking for it to go lower, to break this trend, but it really just it was a powerful candle that it had, and a little bit of volume there. So flipped long and let the liquidation take me out.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful. Well, yeah. I mean, that's such a key thing. And I'm going to tie this into Anthony's question as well, because so you very quickly were able to assess the change of character, right? Like you were expecting to go shorter. It didn't work out, but you saw that strength on the tape and you said, hey, all right, stop me out of my short. I don't care. I'm going long, Mm-hmm. And that's a beautiful thing to be able to pivot like that. And also what we can do is we can look at this chart and say, hey, we were expecting one thing to happen, but it showed a significant show of force, a show of strength. So that's very valid, very solid information that, okay, if we don't even need to retransact this middle node that we were talking about of the volume profile, then we can just keep trading up here, building this out and push off of this and look for extension. So I mean, excellent. I love to see it. And now we also have a nice, clear, defined higher low here that we can start marking up. And maybe since it's a small cap, maybe there's some shake and bake and it comes back and picks up more buyers here. There's always that chance too. But yeah, definitely an area to note. And so Anthony, you're saying, yeah, like execution, buying and selling, you're a little bit slow to the draw maybe. The first thing is, I don't know how long you've been trading, but it just comes with time, I'd say. The longer you trade, the more you'll be able to trust what you see and execute faster. So there's like a stat that like it takes the average trader around 8 to 10 seconds to make a decision, and the average professional trader like 1 to 3 seconds. So like they're just boom, boom, boom in there, right? Because they know what they're looking for, you know, and it's just really a game of repetition and practice. So like, for example, I'm not to brag, but just like, you know, I go through so many charts, like hundreds of charts a day. So it's very easy for me to just slam through a bunch of charts in a few seconds each and just say, don't like it, don't like it, don't like it. Oh, I like that. That's going in this list. Don't like it, don't like it, don't like it. You know, that kind of thing. Let's see. J Trades, can I link a source for what in particular? Sorry, I'm a little ADD here, so I forgot what we were talking about there. But happy to hook you up with whatever you're looking for. So yeah, Anthony, just keep drilling. I think just more time in front of the screen will really help with that, and try to maybe make a little checklist of like, what am I looking for a certain setup, and then you can just look for that setup and just really practice, like, okay, kind of minimize the external factors and the variables, you know, and just hone it down to like, okay, these are the things I need to see happen to get long a position. And before you're even in it, you go, okay, and if this happens, if things go sideways, if things change, you know, then I know my out. And so then you can get much quicker at execution and just be like, okay, I see it, let's go, you know? And trust me, like you do that for a while and it'll build up confidence, and you'll be more and more willing and likely to execute faster, because you'll have that, you know, confidence built up of seeing it work in action. So let's see. Hey, Miranda. Hi, guys. Do we have a ranking for day one? I am not sure if we have that going yet. Joe, how do you know how we're doing on that?
Guys, do you have a rank for day one? Yeah, you know, we've got a page that is updating, and I'm just going to try to pull it up here. And for the one for all competition, we'll post that right there. If you go to that link, that'll give you an idea of the most traded symbol, most profitable ticker, the most losing ticker, the most profitable trader, total P&L for all traders. Again, we're trying to work together to you know, beat the queues. 3-day event long. If you scroll down on that page, it should show you some open positions and closed positions of all trades. Just be aware that it's going to take some time for there's obviously so many trades that are going on. It's a lot of data. So it's refreshing, I think, just about every 15-20 seconds. But a lot of that data is lagging. So maybe after the close, give it a few good minutes or so to kind of catch up with things. And but yeah, that's the place where you'll see some of the stats and some of the fun stuff.
Awesome. Very cool.
Yeah.
I'm going to be checking that out after I get off the screen here in a few minutes. I just wanted to note really quickly, going into close here, we got the surge up to VWAP, and VWAP said no. So not ready to get long anything yet in terms of indices here, but I am going to be keeping an eye on it, because I still see valid flag formation. Maybe we just dip a little bit deeper to the hourly trigger here, to this pivot. See these high tops of this hourly swing high here, 3 of them in a row. So 667, maybe down to 600. As long as we find support there, I think we have a really nice move long coming up. That being said, Wednesday is of expiration. Could be some shake and bake news headlines overnight in the Middle East. So keep on your toes, I'd say, guys. That's where I'm at. Joe, any last words here before we wrap it up? See, I'm not hearing you if you're talking. I think you're muted.
Oh, thanks, Steve. Thanks for mentioning that. I don't have too many comments for right now. Obviously, this day is pretty much done as far as what I would trade anything, in that rejection off of VWAP there on the SPY. Yep, we'll see where things go for tomorrow. Should be another exciting day. So,
absolutely.
All right. Let's I'll hang out here and watch the close here in just a second. Looks like we dip back into this zone we marked out, this demand zone, and lo and behold, just like magic, there's a buyer. So now let's see if we can pop over the VWAP for the close. It's man, it's just like clockwork how these things work. You know, if you're just taking quick scalps, you know, sure, it can be hard to infer like a bigger direction. Like I'm not calling for a massive move here or anything, although this is nice. But, you know, just quick moves, you can say, okay, we rejected VWAP. Where am I looking to buy? Well, here was the last time it worked this past 2 times. So I could take a little nibble, put an order there. And then you have a 1-minute trade that's just made you $50 or so, you know? So you can take little moves like this and just keep stacking base hits because you know that there's going to be a high chance of reliability. And if you put a long here and put a stop, you know, a little bit under, that's a 2-to-1, 3-to-1 risk reward move there, and you get it in a minute. Anthony's saying, okay, yeah, keep trading, keep it 100. Absolutely, brother. Yeah, you got this. It's just, this is a hard game, and 90% of traders fail, not because it's too hard for them to get, but just because it's demoralizing, and they just stop grinding, you know? So keep grinding, keep realistic targets. Maybe check out my webinar from last week because we talked about all of this, but I won't pitch my book too much. Just glad to have you here. So a nice strong closing candle there, a nice push up higher past VWAP. You love to see this. We might see a gap up overnight. If we do, then we can be looking for a little bit of a mean reversion into that gap to get long for continuation into VIXpiration on Wednesday, where I'll start to be looking a little bit more bearish. So that is where I'm at. Looks like we're at time. Joe, any last words before we wrap up here?
No, thanks for everybody who's joined in on the side chat and everything. We appreciate you being here, and be sure to check out our Discord channel if you haven't done that already. And we're happy to have you here.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining. Remember, this is day 1 of our 3-day competition. We are right back at it tomorrow. We will be streaming all day long with a little break for lunch again for the next 2 days. So come on in, hang out with us, and let's make some money. All right.
Heck yeah.
Take care, y'all.
Take care, guys.